Welcome to this conference, which has been joint organized by the Lexicon of Greek Personal Names and by Trismegistos. I'm a little ashamed not to be with you in person, given that one speaker has come here in person from the USA, several from Europe, one even from Cambridge. That's a very difficult journey, but unfortunately, I'm temporarily confined for medical reasons. This conference is a successor to 5 previous conferences that were organized by the Lexicon of Greek Personal Names before we joined collaboration with Trismegistos. The aim of these conferences has always been and remains to show that collecting Greek names, isn't just a curious hobby like train spotting, but it provides a vital resource for social history. The aim of the conferences has been to show how to put the names to historical use, and that's what will be happening in the next 2 days. Several published volumes that emerged from these conferences have, I hope, proved that point. And I think it's observable, actually, that young Greek historians are much more aware of the historical interest of names than they used to be until quite recently. The last LGPN conference came just after the Brexit vote. And when I introduced it, I couldn't resist noting with pleasure that the great majority of the speakers came from continental Europe, or what had just become Europe tout court. The volume that's just being completed on Syria, the LGPN volume of being completed on Syria, which that conference was related to, was co-directed by Jean-Baptiste Yon of the University of Lyon. We also have a joint project with Sophie Minon of Paris. That's called LGPN Ling. LGPN Ling is a website, and it will eventually be a book, which will provide a proper linguistic and semantic analysis of all the names which we are collecting so laboriously. Well, I'm extremely pleased that this conference too, and indeed this whole phase of LGPN's work, is also a joint enterprise with Europe, and that speakers from Europe are well represented again. Though, of course, I also want warmly to welcome our speakers from USA, Australia, Israel, and indeed Britain. I want to say a word or two from the perspective of LGPN about how we got to where we are. It was a long time ago, in 1972, that Peter Fraser presented a proposal to the British Academy for a lexicon of Greek personal names. Peter estimated it would require 10 years' work with a staff of 2. Well, here we are 50 years later with a slightly larger staff and with the work still in progress. But a few years ago, I attended a celebration of the 200th anniversary of the Inscriptiones Graecae project, and Trismegistos is in a sense the successor to the Prosopographia Ptolemaica, which started in 1950. So we've been around a while, but compared to them, we're still the new kid on the block. The main reason why it's taken so long, I say a little defensively, is a change of plan that happened in 1977. The original plan was simply for a lexicon of Greek names which identified all the Greek names there were. So it wasn't about people, it was about names. It was designed to replace its 19th century predecessor, the work of Pape Benzeler, which Louis Robert famously described as being so out of date that it was now a ruine dangereuse, a dangerous ruin. Lexicon of Greek personal names changed from a plan for a lexicon which just listed names to one which listed all the attested bearers of each name. So this meant that, according to the original plan, the entry Dionysios, for instance, would have run something like Theophoric name, first attestation, 7th century BCE, very common, all regions. Just that. Instead of that, every single bearer of the name Dionysius so far attested is individually catalogued. And that has meant 5,000 or so Dionysioi, and the number is still rising. There are also a very considerable number of Demetrioi and Apollonioi and so on. And now in the Egyptian phase of the work, we find that Ptolemaioi aren't so scarce either. That change of plan transformed the uses to which the lexicon can be put, but it also, of course, transformed the scale of the enterprise. I looked at one point in the minutes of the lexicon committee to try to discover the arguments that guided that fatal decision, and I was confronted by a mystery. Though in general, minutes were kept scrupulously for all 3 annual meetings of the lexicon committee, no minutes survive uniquely for what must have been the crucial meeting. I leave you to speculate what violent disputes, what sinister plots, what dark deeds lie behind that mysterious gap in the record. Since then, the lexicon has made steady, if it has to be said, slow progress round the Greek world, and has covered it all with some trivial exceptions, except Egypt. Among trivial exceptions, I have to count this country. There can't be many Greek names here, but there must be some, and a bit more seriously, France. I don't know how we came to forget those places. A volume on Syria and beyond, regions way beyond, going out to Afghanistan, the few Greek names out there in Pakistan even, that volume hasn't appeared yet, but will go to press soon, I hope. The reason why Egypt was left till last is rather obvious. It's simply the colossal volume of evidence that survives from Egypt because of the dry climate and because of papyri in comparison with all other regions. I don't know if it's the case that there's many names from Egypt as from all the rest put together, but it's not so far off that scale of things. A long, long time ago, when the project started, a start was made on trying to collect the Egyptian evidence. The Oxford papyrologist Revel Coles started collecting Egyptian names on handwritten slips, which still survive in the basement of the building that you're in at the moment. But Revel told me that after a day recording the 100th person called Stoteritis, son of Stoteritis, one did tend to lose the will to live. So the Egyptian side of the enterprise was put on hold. I think we're envisaging that what we'll need for Egypt will be 4 fat volumes. So it's a vast amount of material. Well, faced by this problem, first response was, of course, to leave it till last. Then, when there was nowhere else for the project to flee to, insiders debated long and hard, though mostly going round in circles. What could we leave out to make the task more manageable? No answer seemed at all attractive. Eventually, a deus ex machina appeared in the shape of Mark de Pauw, not automatically, but in response to a prayer. Mark is, as you know, I'm sorry, I'll come back to that point. As those of you who are Egyptologists and papyrologists know much better than me, the Trismegistos database had already collected almost all the onomastic evidence from Egypt, and you probably use it gratefully every day, as you should. But the aim of LGPN has always been to give a global view of Greek naming, so to combine the whole Greek world into one single searchable database. And it didn't seem ideal to say to the user, well, here we present the evidence for 7/9 of the Greek world. For Egypt, please turn to Trismegistos. Also, the way in which Trismegistos collected the names was by computer searching. I think scraping is the technical term for gathering the proper names from out of a passage of continuous text. That method isn't infallible, and much more seriously, it can't tell how many of 100 instances of Ptolemaeus or Stoteritis might refer to the same individual. This is an acknowledged issue. So a collaboration 3 or 4 years ago was arranged between the lexicon and Trismegistos for mutual benefit. To put the matter very simply, Trismegistos has loaned us its data to sort and to refine. We then hand the data back to Trismegistos in this new sorted and refined form with all the duplicates booted out, and also incorporate it in that tidied up shape into the lexicon's own database to appear in future printed volumes. Well, printed if we manage to produce these confine this vast quantity of names within printed text rather than just online, but that's a discussion to come later. Well, all of that sounds simple put like that. Technologically, it's a bit more complicated, a lot more complicated, and I must gratefully acknowledge the enormous contribution of Jana Boo in training LGPN researchers in working within Trismegistos. The present Egypt phase of the project is co-directed by me and by Mark de Pauw. The next phase, which God willing, and God there refers to the AHRC, the source of funding to which we've recently made an application. The next phase will be co-directed by Jana Boo and my successor as director from this end, Nino Liragi. So I acknowledge with great gratitude what Mark de Pauw and Jana are doing for us. I must also, of course, acknowledge, and I'm delighted to do so, the work of the researchers themselves, which is obviously absolutely crucial. What the director does is to write the grant application, and though that's painful work, it's also occasional work. The researchers apply their minds day in, day out to studying the names of dead people, but heroically don't lose the will to live. They remain committed to making the project a success. And I'm extremely pleased that 2 current and 1 former researcher are among our speakers. So that's a little bit of background. I look forward very much to the next 2 days to be illustrating from the case of Egypt what it's all about, the way in which names can be put to serious and extremely diverse historical use. I could wax eloquent on all the things you can do with names because I've become very experienced in doing so in writing HRC grant applications, but I'll spare you all that and pass you on to Mark, who I think would also like to say a few introductory words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert, for that introduction from the LGPN side. I'm very briefly going to say a few words on Trismegistos people and its prehistory from the Prosopographia Ptolemaica. Where are the arrows? Yeah. So as Robert said, the Prosopographia Ptolemaica has a long history. It goes back to actually a book in Dutch by Peremans, his PhD, Vreemdelingen en Egyptenaren, written in Dutch. In those days, that was still possible. And when he wrote this book, he realized that it would be a lot better if he would have a more extensive list of foreigners and Egyptians in Ptolemaic society. So after the war, together with his assistant, Van Tak, he started the project. And it has a long history with index cards. We still keep the index cards in Leuven. You can come and have a look at them for antiquarian's sake. Here is a couple of examples. So what was actually quite revolutionary for the period is two things. One is that they also included material in the local language, Demotic, which was not self-evident in those days, partially perhaps because Peremans was a Flemish nationalist and he wanted also that the local language, his Dutch, was also taken into account. And so this is the way that it worked for a long period of time. Then a manuscript was compiled on the basis of these index cards, and this was then printed. And also quite revolutionary for those days, everyone was assigned a number. A number, of course, that works well in the first edition, but in the second editions and afterwards, and those came in the 70s and 80s, it's a problem if you want to keep the number, but you also want to keep the alphabetic order. So you have to start using A and B and A1 and E2. So it becomes very complex very soon. And it would have been very problematic had not technology helped us out. So in the 80s, we were among the early adopters, thanks to Willy Clarisse and especially his son, Jeroen, who studied IT, of the computer as a tool. So there was a large makeover, so to say, of the Prosopographia Ptolemaica in the 80s and 90s. Everything was converted to files. In the old days, it was also thematic in the sense that it was a prosopography of people with a title. That was the original idea. And so people with certain titles were grouped together. But in the new system, everyone was included. We switched from French to English, sign of the times. And so set up this relational database with what Moren in 1998, when he wrote a report on the Prosopographia Ptolemaica, called a highly complex structure. Now, we did at the end have the Prosopographia Ptolemaica on computer, but of course, in those days, you had it on your computer, but how were you going to share this with the world? And so Moren, when he wrote his report in 1998, said, in the long term, we envisage a publication on CD-ROM. That never happened. But he also mentions the internet. And sooner or later, he says it will be available on the internet. And that happened, but it took some time still. And I'm going to shift my story a little bit by telling you that the Prosopographia Ptolemaica was always a project in the margin, in the sense that it was never a financed project. It was just Peremans who assigned his assistant to work on specific categories and to do some work. But it was never a project for which money was given. In the 90s, that changed, and this idea of financed projects also came to Leuven, and Willy Clarisse and Katlijn van Dorpen then started several projects, as you can see here, Leuven Database of Ancient Books, Leuven Homepage of Papyrus Collections, the Fayum Project, and the Archives Project, none of which directly focuses on people, but which also used the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, which had become available through the Prosopographia Ptolemaica. And my own contribution was that in 2004, I obtained a Kovalevsky Award for a project called Multilingualism and Multiculturalism, Greco-Roman Egypt. The original idea was to create a database, an Egyptological metadata database for Greco-Roman Egypt, like the Leuven database of ancient books and the Heidelberg Gesamtverzeichnis. But somehow we ended up doing more database-wise and put everything together into a single system. And also expand our range from the Greco-Roman periods to the periods from 800 BC until AD 800. And in later stages, originally we focused on published material, but in later stages we also started including unpublished material, because in the context of the internet, the distinction between published and unpublished is not so big anymore. And since 2010, we also started including texts from the ancient world in general, so not only Egypt, but that's a different story. But so we developed this Trismegistos text database. And when the project in Cologne, financed by the Kovalevsky Award, was finished, I went back to Leuven, and we then obtained a project called Creating Identities in Greco-Roman Egypt, where we said we're going to expand the Prosopographia Ptolemaica to the range of Trismegistos texts and all the texts that are in Trismegistos, so from 800 BC until AD 800. And the largest body of material, of course, was the Greek papyrological material, and that would have been impossible to do without the support of the Duke Data Bank, of course, because they had the full text. And on the basis of this full text, we developed named entity recognition to automatically filter out the names and also the genealogical information, identify people within a single text. So we did do some identification, but we didn't compare all the texts, the people in different texts, because that would have taken too much of our time. And so that's more or less how Trismegistos people came about. 2012 until 2022, well, actually, we never got any financing after 2012. As you know, it's always much easier to get money to set something up, and to keep it up to date is much more difficult. But we kept doing it in the margins. We kept working on it, especially Jana spent a lot of time still in the margins on this project. And so we came up with Trismegistos People, the new website since last year, which is also set up by her. And the good thing is that because of the subscription system we now have in place since about 2 years, we can finance 2 half-time positions for Herbert Verret and for Janne. And so now I hope that the longer-term future with these subscriptions is assured, and that we can maintain the database for the longer term, and perhaps even one day expand it further. But that's another matter, of course. So this was a very brief overview from the Trismegistos side. And since I'm also the chair of the first session, which features Janne, I'm going to make a smoother transition to introducing her. So as I said already, Janne has written a PhD on Greek double names in Roman Egypt, in the margin of the project Creating Identities in Greco-Roman Egypt. Afterwards, she worked on metropolites and members of the Gymnasium in early Roman Egypt. She also made a trip to Bordeaux, 3 years, where she worked on a project, imperial estates, so more land-oriented. But since our cooperation with LGPN. She has returned to Leuven, and she is now, as I just told you, working half-time for Trismegistos people. And she's going to give us a kind of general introduction, but then really to the subject, not to its history. I have to warn you, there's been some kind of problem with the communication, in the sense that Jana thought she had to speak for an entire hour. So her presentation will probably be a bit too long, but I hope it will be interesting to you. Jana.
Okay, so as Mark said, I'll be giving a general overview of the Greek names in Trismegistos people. So yes, I thought I had a whole hour given the program schedule we got. So yes, I have quite a lot of topics to cover, but I guess we'll just go along, and at a certain point, we'll see what time it is. I also have to warn you that this is mainly number crunching, so I think most slides have graphs in them. So we'll see if after a while people get sick of it. I'll just I'll stop and we'll do a kind of discussion or something. So we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to start with an overview of the structure of TM people, just briefly. The different tables the database consists of, so you know that during the different stages of the talk, what database I'm talking about. And also I'll shortly talk about the limitations of the database. Then we'll move on to an overview of the linguistic origins of the names in TM people. I have a section on the chronological overview, the regional variation in the use of Greek names compared to other names. Then a short section on the language and scripts that Greek names are attested in, something about name variants, gender differences, and in the end, family naming traditions. But like I said, we'll see how far we get. But I thought it would be nice to touch upon these different subjects because these are all subjects that will return in subsequent talks throughout the next 2 days. And then you have a kind of overview from the Trismegistos side. So this is a schematic overview of the TM people database. It's very simplified, but these are the main tables we use in the database. So at the very center of Trismegistos is our text database, which you are probably all familiar with. So where we record each and every text from the ancient world. And linked to that directly is our database of attestations. So here we record each and every name that is mentioned in a text. And then we have 2 superstructures on top of that. On the one hand, we have the prosopographical database, our person database, where each person is ideally recorded only once. But as Robert has already said, and Mark, that Trismegistos people is not yet an actual prosopography. We're still in the course of merging duplicate entries, and it will never be a perfect prosopography because there are, of course, always instances where you're not 100% sure if 2 people are the same. And in that case, we rather be cautious and we keep them apart and we point to the other person record. The second structure is the structure for the name, so the onomastic structure. At the very top, which is covered here by this, is our name database, so where each name is recorded once. And under that are grouped the different name variants. We have this level because, especially in the multilingual environment of Egypt, you have names written in Egyptian, you have names written in Greek, in Latin. So the name level groups together all these different variants. Also, spelling variants within a single language are all recorded there. And then this database, I'm not really going to talk about it. This is our the database of all declined name variants. This is in the first place important for us for automatic recognition in full texts, of course, but this is not really relevant for the presentation today. So throughout the presentation, I'll show you on which level we are so that you can kind of follow. So then the limitations of the database. So as Mark already explained, Trismegistos itself is quite broad. The date range goes from 800 BC to 800. And here you can see our geographical coverage from up now. So we go all the way from Ireland to the Indus. And as to the languages and scripts, we have no limitations. So we include everything. For TM people, this is more limited. Since it grew from the Protopographia Ptolemaica, it's limited to the core region of the Ptolemaic Empire, which is Egypt and the Cyrenaica. And also geographically, it's more or less limited from the start of the Ptolemaic period to, let's say, the 7th century. And that's for purely practical reasons, because as Mark explained, for the Greek texts, we were able to retrieve names automatically from the Duke Data Bank of Documentary Texts. There is no full text database for Egyptian names, so they have to be entered manually, which is very slow. So that's why for the pre-Ptolemaic material, we don't really have as much as for subsequent periods. And also a big gap is Arabic material. So we have no one with any expertise in that area. So for the later periods, we have Greek, we have Coptic, but we don't have names from Arabic texts. So the linguistic origins of the names in TM people. And by that we mean to what language can a name be assigned based on its morphology and its syntax. For this we'll be working in the names database. When you look up Greek in our language fields, you get a little over 10,000 names, but there are about 300 that are uncertain. They're marked as Greek with a question mark. There are about 800 names labeled as hybrid, so they combine a Greek element with an element of another language. And there are about 600 names that are incomplete. I've left out the hybrid names because Nico will be talking about them later on. I've also left out the uncertain names and the incomplete names for this talk. So that leaves us with about 8,651 Greek names, completely preserved Greek names. About 1,500 of them are not attested in Egypt, though, so we don't have any records in the BER database or the REF database for that. But why do we have these names then? Well, they usually come from other projects. For example, during the Snapdragon projects that took place, I don't know, what is it now, 7 or 8 years ago, LGPN and Trismegistos were involved. And so we kind of exchanged data then. The reason we still want them there, because it can be useful that when people look up this name, that we don't throw back a "we don't know what you're talking about" answer, but we can say that, oh yes, well, we don't have it. It's not attested in Egypt, but if you're interested, go and have a look at LGPN. And for this, the past month, I've added links to LGPN on our website. So in the first place, it's on the name variant level. So you can see here the web page for the name Athenaios, the variant Athenaios. As you can see, in Egypt, we have 58 individuals with this name variant. LGPN has 490 hits for that name. So you can click on that link and it will bring you to the LGPN page with a list of these 490 individuals. I've also grouped them together on the actual name level. So for the name Athenaios, and as you can see, we only have 59 individuals there, but LGPN has many more. LGPN actually has 3 different variants for this name. Here, for example, I highlighted the last one, Athenaios, where there are 19 hits. So then you have an idea of how many names there, or how many people there are outside Egypt with the name for names that aren't very common in Egypt or not attested at all. It also works the other way around, of course, for names that are typical of Egypt, such as Ammonios. we have over 3,000 individuals called ammonios. In LGPN, they have a little over 200. And I guess these names that are typical of Egypt is something that really Gladison and Dorothy Thompson will be talking about after the break. So I added about 40,000 links, I think, in total. So I hope this comes in handy for you when you're using the website. So if we discount those names not attested in Egypt as well, that leaves us with a little over 7,000 Greek names, completely preserved Greek names in Egypt. And when we look at the linguistic origin of all names in our database, so all completely preserved names attested in Egypt, we see that Greek actually forms the second largest category. So Egyptian names, there are about 37% of our, the name stock we know of is Egyptian. Greek is about 26%. There's a large category of unknown names, names of unknown origins that we can't really guess. There are no components or anything that tell us anything meaningful about the language. And then we have smaller groups such as Latin and Semitic. But so Egyptian and Greek make up the largest part of the corpus. Now, the number of names or the proportion of names says nothing about the popularity of these names, of course. For that, you have to count individuals. So if we compare, so the gray bar is represents the number or the proportion of individuals with Egyptian compared to Greek names. And then we see that those are almost equal. So the 37% Egyptian name stock represents about 40% of the population, but it's the same for the 26.5% of Greek names. So it shows also that when people gave their child a Greek name, they were a little more conservative than when giving them an Egyptian name. So they chose from a smaller name stock than when choosing an Egyptian name. Okay, then we'll go over to the chronological overview. So here, we'll be working on the person level. So if you want to get an idea of how popular Greek names were over time, you have to count individuals. For this, so the full line represents the number of people with a Greek name compared to the total population for each 10-year interval. And the bar charts I added are the number of texts. The green ones are number of Greek texts for each 10-year interval. The blue ones are the number of Egyptian texts, just to show you that the popularity of Greek names does not correlate to the rise and fall of Greek texts we have for each period. And the method I used is explained in an article in Ancient Society. It's a bit too long to explain here, but it's our classical weighed dates method. So we see a first peak actually before the Ptolemaic period. This is mostly material from Memphis and Naucratis, which has recently been added by the LGPN team. So we see a spike there. So there were already Greeks in Egypt, obviously, before the Alexander and the Ptolemies came. But the real rise starts in the 3rd century BC, when we also see the number of Greek texts going up, but also the number of Egyptian texts actually also goes up in that century. And then we get a first peak in the middle of the 3rd century, which is obviously the Zenon archive. There's no way around this archive. It distorts everything. It's a very Greek environment. So we have a lot of Greek names for this period. But then the situation kind of stabilizes. Well, there's a very slow rise throughout the Ptolemaic period. This peak is again an exception. It's the result of one single text. It's a dedication by mercenaries in Hermopolis, which mentions more than 400 people, all Greek names. So again, it's very atypical. But as you can see throughout the Ptolemaic period and even the early Roman period, the rise is actually rather gradual. In the 2nd century, as papyrologists know, there's an explosion of Greek texts. This is not really reflected in the name stock. We have these two peaks here, which the second one is the tax rolls of Karanis. Again, this is another collection that will kind of distort the results. For the past half year, I have been identifying most of the people in the tax roll, so I've been able to get the peak down rather considerably, but I'm afraid there will always remain a bit of a peak there. But the real rise is here, and I don't know if you can really see it, but it's right after 210, which means this is the result of the Constitutio Antoniniana. So then we see a sudden upsurge of Greek names that people apparently found it very important to stress their Greekness when everyone received Roman citizenship. And this higher number of individuals with the Greek name continues throughout the 3rd century and the 4th a little bit, and then it slowly declines throughout the later period, but not so much. It remains more or less stable. So that's basically the rise, and well, there's no real decline of Greek names after that. They remain rather common. And I've just added the graph for the Egyptian names to that to compare. And as you can see, it's more or less a mirror image. So when Greek names start to rise, or people with the Greek name start to rise, people with an Egyptian name start to decline, which makes sense, of course, because this is a proportional graph. And we can see that for Egyptian names, well, throughout the Ptolemaic period, the situation remains more or less stable, but then in the Roman period, they really start to decline. And then in the later period, they remain more or less stable. Even here in the 6th century, when the number of when we get a lot of Coptic texts, even then this doesn't really affect the name stock anymore. So the geographical spread then again will remain on the person level, just to see how many people had Greek names compared to other names in each region. So I divided the country up into 7 regions. So I kept Alexandria apart, even though there's not a lot of data for Alexandria, but I thought it would be strange to add it to another region. Then there's the Delta, the Heptonomia, which runs from Memphis down to the Hermopolite nome here. Then the Fayum, Upper Egypt, everything below the Hermopolite nome, and then the Western Desert and the Eastern Desert. But so for some regions, we have much more data than for others. And then since I thought it wouldn't really make sense to lump together more than 6 centuries of data, I've split it up into 4 intervals. So there's the first half of the 3rd century BC, the second half of the 1st century BC, the first half of the 3rd century AD, and the second half of the 5th century AD. And so I've selected all individuals with a start or an end date in the interval, and I've limited the date range of the individual to 100 years, because I thought that including individuals with a date range that's broader than 100 years wouldn't really say much, so I left those out. As a base map, I've used this, that's perhaps familiar to some of you who use the website. This just gives an overview of the number of texts we have for each nome in Egypt. And as you can see, this is very unevenly spread. In Middle Egypt, we have quite a lot of documentation for the Fayum, obviously, as well. But as we all know, texts from the Delta are more scarce. Also, Upper Egypt is very unevenly spread. We have a lot from the Theban area, but much less from other regions. This here is Egypt in general, so texts that we don't know where they're from, that are just attributed to Egypt in general. And so for each period, I made a pie chart. So you read them from left to right in chronological order. So this is 3rd century BC, 1st century BC, 3rd century AD, and 5th century BC. So for each region, and I color coded the names. And the results are quite different per region. So for Alexandria, we can see that well, Greek is obviously very, very dominant throughout the whole period. And in the 3rd century, Latin names also make up a large portion of the population. Well, and this is, of course, the 3rd century includes the effect of the Constitutio Antoniniana. For the Delta as well, we have a lot of Greek names in the Ptolemaic period. In the 3rd century, we see that Latin names take up an important part as well. And then in the 5th century, we see that Semitic names become more important. But like I said, for the Delta, we don't have as much data as for other regions. So yeah. Then the Fayum is actually more balanced. So in the Ptolemaic period, we see that Egyptian names actually make up the largest portion of names. Greek is also very prominent, and other languages are actually much less well represented. In the 3rd century, then we see that Egyptian had to make way for Latin and also some hybrid names. And in the 5th century here too, Semitic names take up a much more important part. For the heptonymy then, the early Ptolemaic period, we have more Egyptian named people than Greek named people, but this already changed by the end of the Ptolemaic period. Then there are more people with a Greek name than with an Egyptian name. And then again, in the Roman period, we see a much larger portion of Latin names and also again, hybrid names here. And then in the later period, again, the Semitic names that come up. For Upper Egypt, I'm going to Upper Egypt first, the results are much more different. Here, Egyptian names remain more popular well into the Roman period. They take up the largest portion in the first 3 charts. And it's only until the 5th century that we actually see that Greek names become much more important together with Latin and Semitic. So Egyptian names remain much more prominent in the south than in Middle Egypt and in the north. And then for the eastern and the western desert. So for the western desert, we really don't have a lot of data there. So this is not really representative, I think. So for the early Ptolemaic period, I think I only have counted about 14 people. And the last graph, which is entirely Greek, that's based on 2 individuals, so it really doesn't say anything. So, but I just put it in there for completeness sake. For the Eastern Desert, there's more data, except for the 5th century. There's nothing for the 5th century anymore. But here too, we see a shift from Egyptian to Greek, and then of course Latin. Which is definitely not surprising here because all of the mines and quarries were imperial property by then. So there were a lot of Roman administrators, and the army was there, of course, as well. So yeah, this gives a kind of idea of the regional spread of Greek names and how it kind of evolved more or less over time. Okay, so then moving on to the language that Greek names are attested in. So for this, we will actually be looking at the attestations. So this is which languages, which scripts are Greek names attested in. And so when we take a look, well, we see that since we have a lot of Greek texts, it's of course obvious that the large part of the Greek names are actually attested in Greek, just under half of all attestations. Coptic also takes up a very important part, so almost 30% of all attestations of Greek names are in Coptic. And then other languages are much less, so we have Latin. And then actually I was quite surprised to see that Demotic was so low on the list. So the earlier Egyptian languages scripts are much less well represented. There are actually about 260 names that are Greek names that are never attested in Greek itself in Egypt. I put 2 examples on the slide here. So there's Menophila, We have 2 attestations for this name in Demotic, or the same eponymous priestess, in 137 BC, while in LGPN there are 32 hits for this name in Greek. The same for Isigenes. It's attested only once in the early Roman period in Demotic, while in LGPN there are 63 hits for this name in Greek. I guess this is something that both Adrian and Michael will be talking about. Adrian will be talking about Greek names in Demotic, and Michael will be talking about Greek names in Coptic. So it's something that will reappear in subsequent talks in the conference. Name variants then. So here we move on to this database. I've looked at the average number of variants for both Greek and Egyptian names in the other language. So Greek names, when you look at how many Greek variants they have, which are usually minor spelling variations, you see that they have between 1 and 2 variants in Greek. It's very, very low. There seems to be more or less a standard spelling for Greek names. Also for Egyptian names, when Egyptian names are written in Egyptian, the average number of variants is 1.7. So that means between 1 and 2 variants. In the other language, however, the numbers are more different. So when Greek names are attested in Egypt, in Egyptian, they have on average 3 variants in Egyptian, while Egyptian names attested in Greek have on average about 2 variants. And then I thought, well, it might be interesting to check whether this is related to the length of the name, because the longer a name is, the more possibilities you have in how to write it. So this is a graph for the Greek names. So on the x-axis, you have the average length of the name in Greek, so the average number of characters, and the y-axis has the average number of variants. So in green, the green dots are the Greek variants for Greek names. And as you can see, this remains more or less steady. So even the longer a name gets, it's still between 1 and 2 variants for the name. So there's no real correlation there. But if you look at the number of Egyptian variants, the longer a name gets in Greek, the more variants it tends to have in Egyptian. And this makes sense, of course, because in Egyptian, well, they didn't really like to write vowels. So there were a lot of ways to write out a name. Here you have the example of Menandros. So in Greek, we have Menandros and Menadros, where they just forgot to write the second nu. In Egyptian, we have 6 variants for this name. We have Mentres, Menenteres, Menentertus, Menentrus, Mentrus, Mentlus, where they switched the L and the R around. So here there really is a correlation between the length of the name and the number of variants in Egyptian. Now, when we look at Egyptian names, there's actually kind of a different correlation. So when we look at Egyptian variants of Egyptian names here too, the longer the name gets, there's no real difference. So in writing names in Egyptian, it's still between 1 and 2 variants per name. When we take a look at Egyptian names written in Greek, we actually see the inverse. So the longer a name is in Egyptian, the less variants you get in Greek. It's actually the very short Egyptian names that tend to have more variants in Greek. And for this, I took the name Horus as an example. So in Egyptian, we actually have only 1 variant, which is Her. There's no other way to write it. In Greek, I've added 7 or 8 variants, but the list goes on and on and on. There are so many ways to write this name in Greek. So here we see the inverse for Greek names, which was quite interesting, I thought, to look at. Okay, then moving on to gender, and I'm just going to check what the time is. I don't know.
So 10:30.
Oh, okay. Time enough. Great. So here we're going to start off with the gender of the names themselves, and then move on to the people bearing those names and their gender, because there's a difference between the two. So when we look at purely the names themselves, the Greek name stock, we see that most of the names we know are male, almost 80%. So we know much less female names in Greek than we know male names, which makes sense, of course, if you know that the ratio of men to women that we know in the papyri is more than 10 to 1. So we know many more men than we know women. And so this is also reflected in the name stock. We have 39 unisex, Greek unisex names in Trismegistos, which is a small proportion. And then there are about 100 names that we don't really know what the gender is. There are no clues in the context, in the text itself that can point us to it. So they're marked as unknown. Compared to Egyptian, there you can see that, again, there's little more balance. So about 65% of Egyptian names are male, and 30% of the Egyptian names we know are female. And there are many more unisex names in Egyptian than there are Greek unisex names. This is something that Maren will be talking about later today as well. And then there's also a proportion of unknown Egyptian names. The gender is unknown. Now, this means that if we compare Greek and Egyptian, that when it comes to naming women in Egyptian, apparently there was a little more freedom, I guess, than there was in Greek. There was a larger pool to choose from. There was a larger name stock to choose from. So they were, I don't know, a little more adventurous, a little less conservative, I guess, than when choosing a Greek name. And then here I thought it would be fun to do a little poll to see if you could guess how many names you would need to represent half of your Greek named population. So I split it up into men and women. So these 100 little men represent the total male population with a Greek name. These name tags represent the total Greek male name stock. So that means that these men represent about 123,000 men, individuals, who we know have a Greek name. And this represents the Greek male name stock, which is about 5,630 names. The same for women. These 100 women represent the total female population with the Greek name, which is only 10,500 women. So you can see we know much more men than women. And again, this represents the total female Greek name stock. And so you can just try to guess how many Greek names, male names, would you need to represent half of the male population, and how many Greek female names would you need to represent half of the female population? Don't be shy. Yeah.
I'm going to guess a smaller number than one might think.
Yeah, definitely. No one dares to put an actual number out there. Well, for men, it's only 46 names, so that's less than 1% of the name stock to represent half your population. And that's because we have some very common names like Apollonios, Ptolemaios, Serapion. These are very, very common names. So that means that when choosing a name for the sun, people were very, very conservative when choosing a Greek name. For women, it's a little better. It's 36 names, which is less in absolute numbers, but of course the name stock is much smaller. But this is already almost 3% of the total female name stock. So again, this shows us that when naming their daughters, they were less conservative. There was more freedom when naming a daughter than naming a son. Apparently people felt more constricted, that they had to choose a male name that belonged to a restricted canon of decent names, more when naming a son than naming a daughter. So I thought this was interesting to see the comparison between the two. And then as the last slide for gender, I thought this was also very interesting. So when you look at unisex names and the gender of the individuals with these names, I really did not expect this, but for Greek unisex names, we see that of the 2,800 people with the Greek unisex name, almost half are women. And so the proportion between men and women is almost equal. While for Egyptian unisex names, we see that the vast majority are actually men, and women were only much rarely given a unisex name. I actually did not expect this. I thought that for Greek names, well, since they tend to be more conservative, there would be less women with a unisex name. But so apparently this is not the case. And in fact, unisex names were much more common for men when it was an Egyptian unisex name than with Greek unisex names. So, but again, this is something we'll be hearing more of later on today. And then for the final section, so for family naming traditions, we'll be moving back to the person database. Now there are a lot of ways of looking at family naming traditions. A very basic way is to simply look at linguistic origin of the name. How did families pass down, or did they use names of the same linguistic origin within the family? So I've compared this between the children and their father, which is the orange line, their mother, which is the yellow line, and if the name is the linguistic origin of the name is the same as the father and the mother, then it's a blue line. And as you can see that both for Greek names and for Egyptian names, there's a real downward trend. So in the Ptolemaic period, it was much more common to stick to the same linguistic origin, but this declines throughout the Roman and later periods, which makes sense, of course, because in Egypt, hybrid names become very popular in certain regions. Latin names appear as well. So there was more variation in the Roman period and later than there was in the Ptolemaic period. The most common thing we tend to look at, of course, is homonym. When do people have exactly the same name as their father, their mother, or generally what tends to be seen as the most common tradition is that the paternal or the maternal grandfather. Now I've only calculated this for the father, the mother, and the paternal grandfather because the higher you go up in the family tree, well, the calculations expand exponentially. If you have to do this for every grandparent, it's a lot of work. So I just stuck to those three ancestors. And as you can see that, so for the father and the mother, it wasn't that, especially the mother, it wasn't very common, but of course, it's also a result of the fact that we just don't know that many women as we do men. But so there's a downward trend there as opposed to the paternal grandfather, which becomes more common in the Roman period to name a child after the paternal grandfather, both for Egyptian names and for Greek names. For Egyptian names, naming a child after a father actually also goes up in the Roman period as well. But yeah, so there's for the paternal grandfather, there's a rise, the rest there's a decline. Now, naming people after, so looking at homonym here, like in the strict sense, which I did was by using the name ID, then you can obviously only compare sons and fathers or daughters and mothers. There's no way of comparing between genders. So for this, I created something which I just randomly called the num base. And what I basically did there was I just cut off the ending of the name. So Apollonios becomes Apollon, Apollonia becomes Apollon, and that way you can compare across gender as well. And so the full line is when comparing this name base. And I also added the results of the previous graph. So where I compared the actual name IDs just to have a look at the difference. And as you can see, there is no real big difference. So just disregarding gender doesn't change the results that much. Just for the mother, it results in a little higher result, but for the father or the paternal grandfather, there's actually no real difference. So this doesn't really change things a lot. Now, this is another way of looking at it, but it's still very, very strict, of course. What you could also do, and this is something we have tagged systematically in our database, is look at whether the names of family members shared a common element. So not more or less the entire name, but just a single element. And what we have been tagging systematically are gods, or maybe more broadly speaking, divine elements, because it's not just literally names of gods, but for example, we also tag things like brother names, which are quite brother or sister names, which are quite common in Egyptian, or if a name refers to twins, for example, we write down twins. And animals as well. We've been tagging those systematically as well. So this is another way of comparing names between generations. If they share the same divine element, if they share the same animal, for example. And you can see the results here. There, especially for Greek names, it's lower than when comparing the actual name ID. But that's of course that in Greek there are less theophoric names than in Egyptian, so that's why the results are very different here between Greek and Egyptian names. But again, you can see that here there is for the paternal grandfather, the father, and the mother only very slightly. There is actually a rise in the Roman period. So there seems to be more of a tradition to choose a name that's similar to a family member, but not entirely the same. While for Egyptian names, it actually goes down, except for the mother. So this is a rather limited type of information we tag. You can go much broader, of course. For example, the name Ptolemaios, we don't tag compounds systematically. So Ptolemaios, grandson of Ptolis, for example, would not show up here because we don't tag the Ptol elements. For that, you need to look at compounds. Some compounds we have tagged more or less systematically, like Doros, Dora, mainly at the end of a name, but not at the beginning. But well, it was quite easy to look for names starting with Tol, so I took that as an example here. And as you can see, well, there's actually a downward trend there. So Ptolemaios, son of Ptolemais, son of Ptolis, for example, Ptolemaios, son of Ptolas, they would show up here. And then I did the same for names ending in Doros, Dora, for the father and the grandfather. It doesn't really say much, the graphs, but it's just to show you that it's yet another way to look at family name traditions. Now, all the graphs I've shown up to now, of course, they assume that you're talking about names that belong to the same language. If you compare compounds, they belong to the same language. And what I personally find more interesting is, well, what I've called hybrid patterns. That's of course cross-cultural or cross-linguistic patterns, as you can see in this family tree here. So this is a family from Hermopolis around 133 AD. They all have names referring to the patron god of Hermopolis, Hermes, or Thoth in Egyptian. So the father has a double name, Hermaios Pathotes. So his first name refers to Hermes, his second name refers to Thoth, means the one of Thoth. The mother is the odd one out here. She has nothing to do with Hermes. But the four sons, they all have a name that refer to this patron god one way or another. So Dios Herminos, his second name refers to Hermes. Mohienus refers to Hermes, and then the two sons, Phoebion Senior, Phoebion Junior, their name is a hybrid name. So it's basically the Egyptian name Phoebus, the ibis, with the Greek ending Ion, and the ibis was, of course, the animal of Thoth. So here we see a very eclectic mix of names, how they tried to combine all these different elements, and this way, at least, still try to have some continuity in this family naming tradition. But in order to calculate these kinds of patterns, what we would need to do is we would need to equate these different elements in the database, which is not only a lot of work, it's a can of worms we don't really want to open, because it would mean, well, you'd need to decide which gods are the same, which can become very, very difficult, especially when you start considering epithets and all those things. So it's something that we haven't really done yet, and I'm not sure we will ever really do. But it would be very interesting to be able to map relationships like this more consistently. But so yeah, in this section, all these graphs were actually just to show that there are a lot of ways to look at family naming traditions. And then if someone would say, just like, give me a ballpark figure on how common it was for people to be named after a relative, I think the answer is, well, you can't really. It's just, there are too many ways, it's too subtle. But there are a lot of different and interesting angles to look at the phenomenon. So, and that was it actually, so thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Rachel Mayers. I'm chairing this morning's final session. And it's my very great pleasure to introduce Willie Clarissa of the Catholic University of Leuven and Dorothy Thompson, my former doctoral supervisor of the University of Cambridge. I know their research needs no introduction, not just Willie's research in particular on Demotic Greek bilingualism and Dorothy's on Ptolemaic Memphis, among other topics, but also their collaborative research, in particular the Counting the People volumes on the Ptolemaic census. So with that much by way of introduction, I hand over and say welcome.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Good morning, everyone. Well, our title is Greek Local Names of Egypt. To date, LGPN covers the whole Greek world from Italy to the Black Sea, except for Syria, which is not yet published, and Egypt, which is the next step in this huge project. Egypt, however, as we've learned, is a world of its own. Thanks to the papyrus documentation, as many people are attested in Egypt as in the rest of the Mediterranean together. Moreover, the documents are written in 3 languages, Greek, Demotic, and Coptic, and Greek names are found alongside Egyptian names in all 3 languages. In terms of onomastics, Egypt is also different. A quick glance at this table, which I hope you can now see, shows that of the 10 most popular names in the lexicon, only 3 are also in the top 10 of Egypt, based, that is, on data in Trismegistos. These are Dionysius, Apollonius, and Heraclides. Whereas the top 10 of Egypt, starting with the royal name Ptolemaeus, and then as 3 and 4, Serapion and Ammonius, are far less popular elsewhere. 3 comments then before we start. We've limited our study to the period 300 BC up to AD 400 and excluded the Christianized empire, when the onomastic landscape changes fundamentally. Trismegistos is fairly complete until the 4th century AD, but less so later. Mediterranean epigraphy, the main source for the lexicon, starts 2 centuries earlier, and late antiquity is far less well represented there because of changes in the epigraphic habit. Another reason, that is, to leave this period out of our study. These time limits allow us to work with similar numbers for each database, and we've got roughly 350,000 in each. Secondly, in Trismegistos, localizations are mainly based on the provenance of texts rather than the provenance of persons. We've corrected this only when a person is explicitly said to be from elsewhere. For some categories of people, the place where they lived was different from their place of origin. Soldiers, for instance, on duty, ship captains on the Nile, pilgrims, and so on. Thirdly, statistics are useful when there are enough data. In Egypt as a whole, certain nomes, the Oxyrhynchite, Hermopolite, especially the Fayum and Thebes, but are of only limited use when fewer texts survive, as for instance from Edfu, or as I found from Memphis. This morning, we're concerned with what are known as epichoric names in Egypt. Next one. This table allows us to compare Egypt based on the data of Trismegistos with the rest of the Greek world based on the lexicon. We aim to categorize names local to Egypt that are far less common elsewhere, to sketch out, as it were, an initial typology of these names, with today just a few examples. At the same time, delving deeper into the data, we're interested in the localities at regional and at village level sometimes, where certain names predominate, and we're interested in possible reasons for this diversity. Today's contribution, therefore, is based on the statistical foundation applied in local contexts. First, though, we need to define our use of the term epichoric. Many names are more popular in one region of the Mediterranean than in others, but we use the term epichoric only when there's a significant difference in usage, and a name is common in one or rarely two regions, but rare elsewhere. Clearly, this involves a gradual scale, but for our purposes here, we've adopted the measure of 10 times more popular for the designation of an epichoric name. Of course, this is a criterion that differs in time and space. The multiplier times 10 is in any case just one possible choice. We further identify as epichoric a group of names which do not fit the times 10 definition. These are coloured yellow in the table. Such names occur elsewhere, but in Egypt, with its different religious background, they take on a special meaning, which enhances their popularity, often in a particular locality, as we shall shortly see. Not all epichoric names are regionally localized within Egypt. Theophoric names, for instance, based on the triad of Osiris, Horus, and Isis, are found all over Egypt and are so widespread that it's not possible to identify local centers of gravity. Similarly, dynastic names like Ptolemaeus or Arsinoe are used throughout Egypt, with Ptolemaeus, as we just saw, standing at number 1 in the popularity stakes. But they may also occur in disproportionate numbers outside Egypt, as for example, in the Ptolemaic Empire. In order to explore the local picture, we need to break this data down further. The 4 areas for which we have the most abundant information are the Arsinoite, that's the Fayum, of course, the Arsinoite nome, the Theban area, the Oxyrhynchite, and the Hermopolite nomes. The relative proportion of these different areas are visible in the pie chart, where we see that the Arsinoite is 4 to 5 times better represented than the Oxyrhynchite, or Harmotolite gnomes. So if a name occurs 4 times as often in the Arsinoite compared to Oxyrhynchite, then its popularity in the 2 names is the same. For that reason, in our tables, we provide not only the absolute figures, but also the per 10,000 number, as in COVID, of course, which allows us to see the real degree of popularity of a name. Most Greek names of Egypt are related to religion, mainly Egyptian religion. These form the first major group to be considered. We start with the names of Greek gods and heroes used for humans, including polytheoric names, theophoric names. Then, secondly, we look at full theophoric names with an Egyptian god and a Greek component like Doros. Third come Egyptian theophoric names Hellenized by a Greek suffix. And fourth, theophoric names Hellenized by translation. Some Greek names, well attested in the lexicon, receive a new interpretation in the Egyptian context, based on phonetic similarity. These form our 5th category. The pseudo-Greek names of category 6 are similar, but in these cases, no Greek prototype is known to us. Our second main group of names does not, as far as we can see, refer to religion. These are dynastic names, like Ptolemaeus and Arsinoe, and finally, 2 special cases, Kephiler and Kopros names. For each group, we can only present here 1 or 2 examples, and we're well aware that this is just an initial foray into this abundant material. Willie, over to you. This one there. This one. Yes.
So we start with the names of gods and heroes, and in general, divine names, names of gods, are only rarely used for humans. There's a kind of taboo against them. And those in this list here that you see are rather heroes, with the exception of the river name Nilos. The twin gods, Castor and Pollux, the latter always called by his full name Polydeukes, are sporadically attested elsewhere in the Greek world, but Polydeukes is 5 times and Castor nearly 15 times more popular in Egypt than the data in LGPN. But I leave out those. We take just one example because of lack of time, and that's the name Hieron, the one you see here in yellow. The most popular name of this group. It's 80 times more common in Egypt than in the Greek world of LGPN, with an interesting local spread. So the name of Hieron. The name Hieron is uncommon in Middle Egypt, as you can see from the graph, and very rare in Thebes. Its popularity in Egypt is due mainly to 2,000 attestations in the Arsinoite nome, with its 3 divisions, 3 Merides of Themistos, Polemon, and Heracleides. And you can see that on the pie graph. Yeah. So you see the Arsinoite nome, and then you see the spread within the Arsinoite nome. More than half of the onomastic attestations in the Fayum come from the Meris of Themistos, which is less well represented in general. The name was especially common in Theadelphia, where Hieron was widely venerated, as also in neighboring Euhemeria. But the cult of Hieron is also found, yes, yeah. So this is Hieron in Theadelphia, but the cult of Hieron is also found in Magdola, in the Polemon Meris in the south, and in Karanis, in the Heracleides Meris. It remains unclear why the god was so much popular in onomastics of the Themistos Meris, nor can we find evidence to support the traditional hypothesis that the cult was spread by Thracian military colonists, since these were by no more prominent in this Meris than elsewhere in the Fayum. The only representation of the god with a Greek inscription identifying him is in Theadelphia, and the name is here somewhere, not clear on on the picture. And this shows that the god, his horse, and also a snake, which is typical of Hieron and which is also found in his temple at Magdola. The success of the god was certainly also due to his integration in the Egyptian pantheon. And you see the little crocodile at the bottom. And the colored fresco from Theodelpheia was found in a room of the temple of the local crocodile god Pneferos. And we are aware that not everybody agrees that this is Hieron, but well, there is a good chance that it is right. The next group in these names of gods are the two god theophoric names. And polytheophoric names of the type Neilamon or Sarapamon, Sarapis Amon, Hermanubis, Hermes Anubis, combine the name of two gods. The names involved may be either of Egyptian gods, Chnum Amon, so Chnum and Amon, or Greek gods, Hermes and Apollo, or indeed a mix of the two, for instance, Phoibamon, Phoibos, and Amon. They are found only in Egypt. There are no examples in LGPN of these names, and start only from the 2nd century AD onwards, so typical of the later Roman period. Far later than the single divine names which we saw at first, with the exception of 3 names given in yellow in the table. Polytheophoric names are in fact rare. There are only a few examples for each name. According to Amin Ben Aissa, the bearers of such names regularly belonged to the municipal elite and were used both as social markers for the elite and as symbols of local patriotism. Yes. So these are 2 examples of gods. This must be Hermes and Anubis, and you see Hermes and Anubis, and this is Sarapis, Sarapamon, and the name is marked beside. So I try to give some pictures of the gods, and you will see from the Egyptian, starting from the Egyptian side to the Greek side of the god, but here we have only, for these mixed gods, only the later period. So that brings us to the second group, and this is a rare group, compound names with an Egyptian god and a Greek component. So Nico would call these hybrid names, but we consider them a subcategory of Greek names. In general, Greek theophoric names are often a combination of the name of the god with a second element like Doros, Apollodormos, or Dotos, or Crates, Hermocrates, or Phanes, or Philos. And this type of compound names is common in LGPN, but it's rare with the Egyptian gods. So it's rarely that you find a hybrid with Doros and an Egyptian god. And the only exceptions are Isidoros and Origenes. And we just saw this morning the name Isigenes, but I'm not sure it is, maybe it's Asigenes, because the only example we have is a Demotic text, and maybe it's not Isigenes, but Asigenes, an existing name. Isidoros is more common in Egypt than in LGPN, but you see 460 against 1600, that's not 10 times, it should be 4,000 to come to enter our category of typical Egyptian names. It's more common in LGPN, but not enough to call it epichoric of Egypt. Isidotos is even more common outside than inside Egypt. Only Origenes is a Greek name of Egypt, with only one single example elsewhere. The few examples of other names combining the name of an Egyptian god with the Greek second element, for instance, Trifiodoros, it's not on my list here, and Besodoros, with 18, respectively 15 examples, come from the Panopolite nome and date from the later Roman period. Like the polytheonomous names, they are the same kind of group of people. They illustrate the local patriotism of the Greek elite in that town. Overall, however, this type of names is surprisingly rare in Egypt. The third group is much more common. That's Hellenization by suffixation, Greek derivations from Egyptian gods. And I give a few examples, and most of them, as you will see, have the suffix ion, Anubion, Apion, Harpocration, Horion, Ision, etc. They can easily be recognized, an Egyptian name and then the suffix ion. We leave out here Ammonios, which is a special case, partly a Greek name of Cyrene. In the Ptolemaic period, most Ammonioi are linked with Cyrene, as we have shown in the P count. Osiris, who became Sarapis in Greek, so derivation Sarapion, Isis, Horos, Anubis, and others. The only names in this group that also occur outside Egypt are Ammonios, Sarapion, and Ision. So these 3 you find in LGPN, the others are typical of Egypt. Sarapion is more than 200 times more frequent in Egypt than elsewhere. So it's common, very common in Egypt, and it's not rare, but an ordinary name in the descriptions. Ision, in contrast, is found in the LGPN half as often as in Egypt, so that's not what we would call a name, an epigoric name of Egypt. And this reflects, of course, the great popularity of Isis in the whole Greek world. The 9 examples of Horion in LGPN come from Cyrene, which stood, of course, under the influence of Egypt, also in the onomastic point of view. The type extends then to Greek names like Ilurion, so the cat, of course, that's the sacred cat of Egypt, and Hierakion, that's the falcon of Egypt, but both purely Greek from a linguistic point of view, so not hybrid, but belonging to the same category of names, referring to sacred animals. So here you see the division within, the spread within Egypt. Yes, the names of the Osirian gods are found all over Egypt, but Ision occurs almost exclusively in the Fayum, and Horion is unexpectedly popular. You can see it from the colors, unexpectedly popular in Thebes. And the reasons for this escape us. So there is further research possible in that domain to see why. Why is it like that? The popularity of Apion in the Oxyrhynchites may have to do with the Apiones archive. The name was frequent in that family, and we were not able to identify multiple members. So maybe there are less persons than we think, and we have to identify a few persons. And now, so this is the Osirian triad. And you find names with Isis and Serapis, but what I want to show with these pictures, and then they will come back, is this is the Egyptian form of the Osirian triad, and this is then how they look in Greco-Roman times. And when you have names like Petosiris, that goes back to the Egyptian form, and when you have a name like Serapion or Ision, that's how you represent these people. So it's a Grecization, Hellenization, not only of the names, but also of the pictures. 2 gods, yes? 2 gods outside the Osiris group are neatly localized, in fact, as expected. Suchion in the Fayum and Phibion, the ibis, in the Hermopolites, the province of Thoth, whose sacred bird was the ibis. In this case, the suffix has been added, in the case of Phibion, to the group with definite article in Egyptian, pa, heb, phibis, yeah, plus divine name, so phibis giving Phibion. Considering the spread, well, here you see the Thoth and the ibis. You have the Egyptian god Thoth, and then I was looking for a Greek equivalent of Thoth, so Hermes seen as a form of Thoth, and I couldn't find anything better than this thing from Siena in the Middle Ages. There is no representation of the god Hermes, the Greek god Hermes in Hermopolis, so we don't have that. Yeah, next. I think the next one is, no, we must come back one. Because there was Sukkos. Huh? Yeah, so I forgot Sukkos. So this is a good example of what I want to show with the pictures. So this is the traditional god Sukkos, the crocodile of humor with the crocodile. This is the Greek way of showing him, and if you don't know, if you don't realize what it is, it's a Greek god, yeah, with a beard like a Zeus, and he carries a little crocodile in his lap. So that's how the Greeks, in their environment, in the Greek environment, how you represent Sukkos, and you have the same thing in the statue. This is the little crocodile. So the god Sukkos in the Greek way is a kind of Zeus with a crocodile in his lap. Yeah. So we jump to that one. Yeah. So perhaps even more typical of this category of female Greek names of Egypt are those with the suffix arion. And not only those derived from Egyptian gods like Ammonarion or Taizarion or Tasucharion, but also those from Greek gods. So this category, just like you have with Phibion, jumps over to the Greek gods, or like Ilurion, for instance. So names like Apollonarion, Athenarion, Demarion, or Didymarion. In Egypt, we find 51 different names for more than 1,800 persons. So some of them were quite common. In LGPN, 5 women are called Demarion, 2 are called Nikarion, and 1 is called Taubarion. So 13 persons in the whole of LGPN against 1,800 in Egypt. In this case, it's not the divine element, but the suffix which makes these names into Greek names of Egypt. Yes. The next group is Hellenization by translation. Already in Herodotus, most Egyptian gods are identified with Greek gods and receive the name of their supposed Greek counterpart. Thus, Ammon is Zeus, and Thebes becomes Diospolis. Thoth is Hermes, and his city is Hermopolis, etc. This interpretatio Graeca is even more systematic in Strabo's geography, where nearly all Egyptian nomes receive a Greek name based on the name of their main god. As a result, nearly every theophoric Greek name can, in principle, cover up in Egypt for an Egyptian deity. In individual cases, it is not possible to know whether such names are purely Greek or derive from Egyptian religion in Greek disguise. And the two may coexist. So it's not a question of either or. The popularity of Hermes names in Hermopolite or the Heracles names in the Heracleopolite, and we had statistics for that, but we threw them out to leave the paper within the 36 minutes, is proof that some at least of these names are also linked with local Egyptian religion. So some Hermogenes may be linked with the gymnasium god, and others will be linked with the god of Hermopolis. The statistics, and first have to do. Yeah. So we take as our first example, we take two examples. The first example is Paniskos. Paniskos was termed a Greek name of Egypt already by Jean Bingen. Of the 4 examples in LGPN of that name, 3 are found in papyri. So there is a problem with LGPN when somebody is called Macedon in an Egyptian papyrus. He is included among the Macedonians in LGPN, but in fact, this is pseudo-ethnic in Egypt in the 2nd century BC. And only one Paniskos comes from outside Egypt, and it's Mr. Gaius Julius Paniscus in CEL, who served in the fleet at Misenum and was certainly an Egyptian, because we know that the people in the fleet often came from Egypt. Within Egypt, Paniscus is mainly attested in the Panopolite nome, where Pan was the Greek version of the local god Min. And you can see on the picture why this is the case. And left is the local god Min, and in the middle you have the Greek god Pan, and they have one thing in common. Min was closely, as seen for instance in the double name Paniskos alias Paminis, and also in Thebes, where Min was closely linked with Ammon. Elsewhere, the name recurs only sporadically, for instance in the Hermopolites, or rarely in the documentation. Yeah, the 4 examples from Coptos, and the statistics, can you say back the statistics? Yeah, so in Coptos, you have only 4 examples, but 4 examples on 914 gives 43, and when you compare that to on 10,000, when you compare that to the Arsenoides or to the others, then you see the name was probably, but the numbers of persons we know from Coptos is not enough to be sure, but you can see that even with so few examples, you can see it fitting. So the 4 examples of Coptos illustrate how our documentation from there is insufficient for statistical analysis. They are only the tip of the iceberg. The compound, let's have a look again at the picture. Yeah, so you have Min and Pan, and here then you have the god Min again, and he looked like a young man, and he brings his hand to the place where the thing happens also in the 2 others. So that's the way that in the Greek world you represent Pan, Niskos, so Min, but like the in the Greek way. Now let's look at the next one. Yeah. Now look at Chronion with its feminine form Chroniaina. So when you look at Chronion, and you see here, yeah, 40 on 10,000 and 2 and 1 and 0. The medium here in Egypt is 15, but is it because of the Arsenoid nome? So if we deduct the Arsenoid nome, and I did at a certain moment, but it became too complicated to explain, so we left it. But without the Arsenoid nome, it would go down to 3 or 4. Kronos was not a popular member of the Greek pantheon. So Kronos is the man who ate his own children, so not the name that you give to your child. The name Chronion is attested only 7 times in LGPN, and one of these is a pseudo-Macedonian from Egypt, so only 6. Within Egypt, 90% of attestations come from the Arsenoid nome. And yeah, the next, so the name Chronion, and you see this is the Arsenoid nome, so nearly every 90, is that? That's not 90%, but it's the divisions have played in the business. Yeah, is it not the one receiving? No, it's the only one.
It's just Chronion.
Yeah, no, okay. Well, 90% come from the arsinoid nome, and persons called Chronion elsewhere may well be suspected of having an arsinoid origin. One can even go one step further, and that's what you see here. One step further in the localization of the names Cronion and Chroniina. And then you see that 151 come from the Meres of Polomon. So the Meres of Polomon, and these are the other arsinoid places, but the Meres of Polomon is by far the most common place for the name Chronion. And now we look at the god himself. So Kronos was in Egyptian the god Geb. And you see Geb here laying on the floor, with the goddess Nut over him. So in our mythology, heaven is male and the earth is female, and the earth is impregnated by the male god. But in Egyptian mythology, the sky is female and the god of the earth, Geb, is presented as male. No, the preceding one. No. Yeah. Oh.
What's happened?
Yeah. You have to go back a little bit.
Forward.
Yeah.
Forward.
No.
Forward.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fun. Yeah, here it is. This is Kronos, presented also as a kind of Zeus, and he held in his hand a sickle, because that's the instrument that he was castrated with by his son Zeus, the only child that survived that he couldn't eat. And then when you look at this god, this is Geb, Kronos, and he held in his hand this same instrument that he was castrated with. It's like we have in the Middle Ages or saints, and they carry the thing that they were martyred with, so they already do that for Kronos. But you see, this is the way that the Greek represented the old Egyptian god Geb. And so when you call your son Pakerkis, then it's this god, and when you call him Chronion, which is the same name in Greek, then you see before you the Greek god Kronos. But not the So, but there is another name, Chronios, not Chronion, but Chronios, and it's rare in the Hermopolite and the Oxyrhynchite nomes, as you can see there. And even in Thebes, there are only few examples. In the Fayum, it is 10 times less common than Chronion, although the feminine form Chronia is attested well in the Arsinoites. The name was popular in Coptos, where we have only few examples, because of the only few texts from that site contain personal names. We have no lists from Coptos with names and no accounts with lots of names. We have a few papyri and a few inscriptions, but not enough to have statistics. In Coptos, there was also an important cult of Geb, as illustrated by one of the stelae of Parthenios. So this is a stele of Parthenios dedicated to the Egyptian god Geb. Nearly 40 persons called Chronios are attested in faraway Berenike on the Red Sea coast. And since the population there in the coast of the Red Sea was all imported from the Nile Valley, its onomastics may have been mixed, but the abundance of Chronios names suggests that a substantial part of them actually came from Coptos. This is not surprising, since Coptos was an important center for traffic from the Red Sea to Egypt. The group number 5 are Greek names that have been reinterpreted. So in some cases, existing Greek names receive a new interpretation in Egypt and may suddenly become far more popular here because they were considered as Greek equivalents of Egyptian gods or connected with the Egyptian religious realm. Here we can only give a few examples of this interesting phenomenon, leaving out, for instance, the name Theon, which is enormously popular in the Oxyrhynchites, where it corresponds to Egyptian Toonis, a shortened form of Hartoonis, or the name Pasion, which apparently was considered a Hellenized form of the common Egyptian name Pasis. So Pasion is a good Greek name already in Demosthenes, but in Egypt it receives a new elan. And the example we take is that of the name Maron. The name Maron is extremely rare in Egypt outside the Arsinoid nome. Look at the examples, so 3 on 10,000, 1 on 10,000, 5 on 10,000, a bit more for Egypt as a whole, because the Arsinoid is such a big part of Egypt that make the figures go up unduly. In the Fayum, it's the Hellenized version of the Egyptian name Mares, the name of the divinized pharaoh Amenemhat III, who has his pyramid in Hawara, and there you see the picture of him in the Middle Kingdom. About 1800 BC, Amenemhat III brought the Fayum Oasis under cultivation, and his brick pyramid in Hawara became an important cult center for the whole name. And the name Mares, his pharaoh name, was popular in different parts of the Fayum. And here we see him again. This the name, the god. He is a pharaoh. You can see it from his crown, and here again you can see him sitting with the names of the pharaoh, and the name is marked. So the god Mares, but you can present him in the old Egyptian way as a sitting pharaoh, or you can present him in a Greek way, and the only difference with the other figures is his headdress. And the next one we look at is the name Akusilaos. For classicists, Akusilaos is the name of an obscure Greek mythographer who lived around 500 BC and who wrote 3 books of genealogies. His work survives only in fragments. I had never heard of him. Of the 17 attestations in LGPN, 6 come from Egypt. So only 11 left for all with persons pseudo-ethnic Macedon. Of the 400 persons named Akusilaos or Akus, currently known from Egypt, from the 429 persons, nearly 400 are from the Arsinoite node. So it's a typical name of the Arsinoite node. Most of the remaining instances are attributed to Egypt in general, and probably they also come, most of them will come also from the Arsinoite node. Names including Akus are often found in combination with names beginning with must. For instance, in double names such as Akusilaos alias Musthes and Akuso, feminine name, alias Tamustha. And also in filiations such as Musthes, son of Akusilaos, and Akusilaos, son of Musthes. And both these refer to the god Mesjer Must, Sejem Sut, Greek Mesta Sutmis, meaning the ear hears. Sotem, sutme is to hear, and mesjer is the ear. In Egyptian religion, many gods were venerated as listeners to prayers, and so they were drawn here as listening to the prayer. And here again you see the ears mark that the god is listening to your prayers. This is typical of the New Kingdom and later. And the role could be expressed by the divine ears. In Mesta Sutmis, in Mesta Sutmis, the listening ears have become a separate divinity. So the ears have come to life. The god is only attested in the Arsinoite nome and in the town Busiris in the north of the Heraclopite nome. He is further represented in a single inscription of a Mesta Sutmiyake Synodos. And that's the inscription, and you see the god, the face, and the 2 enormous ears, which mark him. It's the only representation of the god we have. And Akuso is a short form of Akusilaos, and Musthes and Musthas function as short forms of Mesta Sutmis. So you have Mesta Sutmis, the full name, and then shorter forms. And so we come to the group number 6, the pseudo-Greek names. Musthes, Musthas, Mustharion. There are 1,000 instances out of 1,044 come from the Fayum. Again, this is a very typical Fayum name. Most other examples are not localized or probably come from the Fayum without proof. So while Akusilaos represented the Egyptian verb to hear in translation, Musthes forms a pseudo-Greek name, which sounds more or less like the Egyptian mesjer, and the R is not pronounced anymore, meaning ear. The variant Musthes with a tau is a further adaptation to make the name more Greek, because Musthes, that someone who is introduced in the Mysteria, that's a Greek name, and so they adapt Musthes, which is common in the Ptolemaic and in the early Roman period, and you adapt it a little bit to make it more Greek. This non-Greek name, meaning the initiate, is found 20 times in LGPN. One could say that the name goes over from category 6, the pseudo-Greek names, to category 5, the existing Greek names. And so we come very quickly to the dynastic names with the Ptolemies, but we don't dwell on that because it has been discussed several times before. So for 300 years, the Ptolemies ruled over Egypt, and adopting the name of a reigning king or queen was one way to show loyalty to the dynasty. This is clear, for instance, from the names of the eponymous priests and priestesses in Alexandria, who represented the elite of the Ptolemaic Empire, and of many of whom were called Arsinoe, Berenike, Ptolemaios. Today, we just use these as an example of epichoric names without link to Egyptian religion, the second part of our lecture, but a very shorter part, much shorter part. Here, local differences within Egypt are also irrelevant. So it would be interesting to study the social spread of these royal names, starting with the Alexandrian elite, but penetrating even priestly families in faraway Thebes and in the provinces of the Ptolemaic Empire, Cyprus and Cyrenaica. It's striking too, and you can see that on the graph, that the name Cleopatra occurs more often elsewhere than in Egypt. So Cleopatra was not a great success after all, and so in the Roman period, the name is not so popular in Egypt. 8, number. Greek names, yeah, without clear Egyptian background. In fact, we don't really know why these names were so popular in Egypt. We have no names. And the first one we discuss is the Kopros. No, I think that's the second one. No?
The Kephalos.
Yeah. Well, we start with the Kopros name and then the Kephalos name.
You need to go one back.
No, sorry. So we start with the Kephale names. A conspicuous aspect of Kephale names is their exclusively masculine character. The feminine counterpart, Kephalus, is only attested in 2 papyri of the early 3rd century AD. So it's very late when there is a few examples in the feminine line. Outside Egypt, only Kephalos is fairly well attested. Kephalion in inscriptions is largely Hellenistic and even occurs in 4th century BC, whereas in Egypt the name is mostly found in the Roman period, but remains rare. Kephalas is not found in LGPN. The 3 references given there are all from Egypt. Within Egypt, Kephalos seems to be most popular in Thebes. You see 51 is Kephalos? Yeah, most popular in Thebes. I think that's the next one we need. Yeah, this is a comparison with LGPN, and now within Egypt. No?
No, we haven't got that, that's all we've got.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Within Egypt, you can see, voilà, I do something wrong. Within Egypt, it's most popular in Thebes with 51%. There it is endemic in the local bankers' family. Most of the time, the names are in Demotic without vowels or abbreviated in Greek as kephal. So we are not always sure if it's kephalos or kephalas. Yeah, but in the Greek text, we have kephalos attested only a few times, and kephalas is nowhere attested, certainly. Half of the persons called kephalas come from the Arsinoid nome, and 22 from the Oxyrhynchus, which in reality comes to about the same percentage. We always have to take account of the number of persons. And so we come to the Kopros names, yeah, the last of our group, are barely attested before the 2nd century AD. So they are all nearly of the Roman period. And their distribution within Egypt is worth noting. Koprias, with the genitive kopriou, is mainly found in the Hermopolites, Kopreus, with the genitive koprios, in the Oxyrhynchites, and Kopres, with the genitive koprius, in the Arsinoites. What this seems to show is the traditionalism of local fashion. Yeah? So, but you see that even for the same name, they make different variants according to the province. And now I leave the conclusions to Dorothy.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
We have another one.
no, that's
So
the.
now we have the typology.
Yeah.
Sorry. So most Greek names in Egypt may be linked to Egyptian religion. Well, we've seen that. Often names limited to a certain area or are more popular in one area than in others. Alongside the adoption of names of Greek gods or heroes in single or in 2-element form, a few Greek components ending in doros, or in one case genes, get attached to Egyptian gods. Hellenization more regularly takes place through the addition of a Greek ending to an Egyptian name, as in Ammonios, Sukion, or feminine names like Ammonarion or Tasukarion. In other cases, a Greek god is equated with an Egyptian counterpart, as with Kronos and Pan, corresponding to Geb Sukos, and Meme, or Egyptian religious vocabulary is translated into Greek, Akousileos, for instance. Sometimes, as with Maries and Passion, Existing Greek names are used to Hellenize an Egyptian name, and just occasionally new Greek names are created without any apparent Greek etymology, as in the case of Mystes. The temporal aspect is also important. Hellenization of Egyptian onomastics is typical of the Roman period, with only a few outliers in later Ptolemaic and Byzantine times. Like their Egyptian counterparts, Greek names of Egypt are often localized to one or just two regions where they can be linked to local cults. Variants in Greek endings may also be localized, as we just saw with those Kopros names. The onomastic material can also be used for dating and localizing texts more precisely. The most conspicuous example are the graffiti from the Valley of the Kings, which were left without a date by the editor and could certainly be dated to the period when the names discussed here were in use. On this front, a lot of work remains. All outliers, names that do not fit the picture of a certain name, need their readings, their provenance, and their dating checked. Often names have been supplied without reference to these key factors. And finally, whereas earlier generations had to limit themselves to approximate estimates, thanks to the databases of Trismegistos and the lexicon, the spread of names and their variants can now be quantified, and visually with tables and graphs used to fill out our picture of the different areas of Egypt within that of the wider Greek, Roman, and Byzantine worlds. Thank you.
Demotic literature on Phonetic texts. He's now working on Demotic documentary texts, which is also the queen bee of the local sector of this wonderful project, being based upstairs in the Centre for Ancient Documents, LGPN. And she's going to talk, as you see, about phonetic variants. I don't need to read the whole thing.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the phonetic variants of Greek names in Demotic. In 1983, Willy Clarissa and Griet van der Weken published a fundamental study on the rendering of Greek names in Egyptian, the eponymous priests of Ptolemaic Egypt. A major section of this book was on how the Greek names of the priests were transcribed in Demotic and the rules behind the phonetic renderings, including some dialectal features. Since then, this publication has remained a guidebook for anyone working on Greek names written in Demotic. During the 1970s and 80s, Jan Kveheber had studied extensively the other side of the problem, how Egyptian names were rendered in Greek, and had, inter alia, pointed out some potential dialectal differences. Kveheber was working with a much larger body of material, as so many of the names written in the Greek script are of Egyptian origin. Also, as with previous phases of Egyptian, the Demotic script rarely indicates vowels that we already heard today, which means that the correct pronunciation of the words is not clear. But with the Greek renderings, he was able to investigate how the names actually sounded. What I'm planning to do this afternoon is to look at how the much larger data set that is being compiled by LGPN and Trismegistos can be used to build upon the foundation established by Clarissa of how Greek names were rendered in Demotic, and whether we can see any dialectal differences in these. The Lexicon of Greek Personal Names project was founded in 1972 by Peter Fraser with the aim of collecting A, all the personal names written in Greek script, B, Greek names written in non-Greek script in the Mediterranean, and C, identifying all the named individuals. The project has finally reached Egypt. It went clockwise around the Mediterranean, starting in Greece. It is now at the research stage for volume 7a, names in Lower Egypt, including the Fayum. In the current volume, we are identifying all individuals and collecting all personal names written in the Greek script and Greek names written in Demotic or hieroglyphs from the Delta and the Fayum from the 7th century BCE up to the end of the 7th century CE. Following previous practice, this will be published in the form of a book, as well as being incorporated in the existing LGPN database. It is being run in collaboration with the Leuven-based Trismegistos project, and we are sharing all the data. Besides compiling a massive onomastic database in its own right, this project will enable us to expand Clarissa's research by incorporating all the demotic onomastic material. For this, we have compiled so far a dataset of around 1,700 Greek names written in Demotic from Lower Egypt and the Fayum. At a later stage, when the Upper Egyptian names are also processed for the next volume, we will have an even wider base, and we will be able to examine in greater detail geographical differences and local features of name variants. For these reasons, my presentation is inevitably an overview of the starting points of this research. The most interesting part will have to wait till we have progress volume 2. So this is also an invitation to welcome you all back in a few years' time. First, just a short introduction for those who are not so familiar with Demotic Egyptian. Foreign names in the Demotic script are usually, although not always, written with a foreign land classifier, which shows that the word was not Egyptian. See the circles here. And these names were nearly always written alphabetically, unlike the Egyptian names, which regularly follow the historical writing based on the hieroglyphic pictorial forms, which could include multiliteral signs, ideograms, and classifiers, like this one here. This alphabetic rendering of the Greek names is the main reason why this demotic material is such a good source for studying possible differences between regions or periods. As we will see, the same name often had its variant in Greek as well as in Demotic. These name variants could be the result of A, dialectal, B, chronological, or C, scribal differences. Now, let's have a look at the material itself, starting with the geographical distribution. Out of the 1,700 demotic references to Greek names, around 400 come from Lower Egypt, of which the majority, 290, are from Memphis, and 1,300 from the Fayum. The most popular names in this material are Apollonius, as we heard today, and Ptolemaios, followed by Demetrios, Dionysius, and Heraclides. Women names are not as well represented. Here, the most popular are Irene, Arsinoe, and Demetria. Looking at the data chronologically, the vast majority of our material from Lower Egypt comes from the Ptolemaic period. This is because during the early Roman period, legal documents, which are the principal source of our data for this region, were increasingly written in Greek rather than Demotic, and there are practically no Demotic documents after the later part of the 1st century CE. We have only 3 examples that can be dated to the Roman period from Memphis, and 127 from the Fayum. Of these 127, only 13 come from the 2nd century CE, and 7th from the 3rd century. The rest are from the 1st century CE. As the Demotic script was no longer in use for administrative purposes by the end of the 1st century CE, we obviously do not have many names from that period, and our material is almost non-existent for the 2nd, 3rd century CE in Lower Egypt. This will sadly present us with some problems later in our research when we compare the Upper Egyptian material with the Lower Egyptian, because there are thousands of names coming from the 2nd and 3rd century CE mummy labels from Akhmim in Upper Egypt, but almost nothing from Lower Egypt to compare this with. This leads us to the issues that we have to recognize in our research. There are many more Greek texts than Demotic. We have around 120,000 Greek references from the north, but only 1,700 Demotic. This also means that some names that are widely attested in Greek are not known from Demotic sources at all. The distribution of the material is very unequal. We are lucky that the thousands of mummy labels, many with Greek names, are preserved in Upper Egypt, but as I mentioned, almost no Demotic texts from the same period from Lower Egypt. Most of the texts are not bilingual. Some names that are clearly Greek are found only in Demotic, but we have to be careful to avoid wrongly identifying the underlying Greek names. When the references are not abundant, or even worse, when we have a hapax, we have to be very cautious in our conclusions. The variants may be only the result of scribal choice or even scribal error, not necessarily a local characteristic, but we don't always have enough material to compare them. Keeping all this in mind, let's now look at the rules of the phonetic rendering of Greek names in Demotic, which were established in Clarissa's eponymous priest book, and see what the material can add to this. On this slide, you can see the Greek letters and how they were rendered in Demotic as Clarissa established in his book. Here, I have added in blue the Demotic transliteration that I have found in other onomastic material. As you can see, there are 5 Greek letters for which we have some additional Demotic variants. Let me go through these one by one. Starting with beta. This is obviously usually rendered by the Demotic alphabetic B. As you can see, the name Eupoulos appears with 3 variants of writings with the letter B, Aubulus, Aubules, or Aubulus. But we also have a rendering with P, Aupures, from the Roman period. While this letter change of B to P is not at all common in the rendering of Greek names, this change of voice to voiceless is often found in variant writings of words within Egyptian. Next, we have gamma. This is usually rendered either with G, as for example in the name Diogenes, or with a Q, as in Galestes here, or simply omitted altogether. For example, in the name Hermogenes, which was transcribed as Hermogenes. In addition to this, we now have examples where the gamma was transcribed with a K or with a velar fricative, which is written in the Demotic transliteration system as H with a bar beneath, often called 4th H. So the name Germanos can be written in Demotic as Teremenes, while Magera appears as Ahia. Moving on to Nu. This is usually rendered with the Demotic and sign, as for example in the name Chronios, which is a Keranid. But it can be omitted in final position, for example in the name Apion, which was transcribed as Hepa. This occurs in both the Ptolemaic and Roman period. As for the Greek pi, this is usually transcribed with a P, as for example in the name Hippalos here. There is, however, one example where it is written with a B in the name Perigenes, being rendered as Berenges. The Greek sigma is rendered by the demotic S sign, as for example in the name Theocles. Sometimes it could be omitted at the end of the word, as for example in the name Herais here, which could be Hera in demotic, or Kames, which could be Kema, or Demas, which was Tema. These cases are not unusual and can be understood as the Egyptian scribe ignoring the Greek case endings. As we said it earlier, the demotic script usually didn't indicate the vowels from the spoken language, but this picture changes to some extent when we look at how the vowels in the Greek names could be represented in demotic. One point I want to highlight is that at the beginning of Greek names, the vowels are regularly transcribed, but within or at the end of the word, they are more often omitted. When they are transcribed, the demotic signs which are mainly used were the letters Aleph, Yod, and Vav. This slide shows the examples taken from Clarissa's book. However, the larger dataset allows us to expand upon this, because now we have a few examples of Greek vowels being rendered by demotic letter ayin, which does not appear in the transcription of the names of the eponymous priests. Let me go into a bit more detail. While alpha at the beginning of the names was regularly transcribed with an aleph, we now have examples of where it was rendered by an ayin, as in the name Antoninos here, or Ares, which could be Ales or Ares. It also appears at the end of the name Matela, which has variants with aleph and ayin equally. As for the interconsonantal alpha, our material supports the general rule that it is usually not transcribed. If it is, this was with an aleph. I would add one exception, agate, where the interconsonantal alpha is transcribed with an ayin. Epsilon in the beginning of the name is usually rendered by an aleph. If the name begins with an aspirant, then this is rendered by an H and an aleph. Very occasionally, it was transcribed with an aspirant and a yod, as in the name variant of the same name Helene here. Between consonants, it is generally, but not always, omitted, as for example in the name Menneas, here, where the first epsilon was always omitted, and it was rendered as Menias or Menas. The explanation for its omission here is probably because the stress was on the second epsilon. Sometimes it was transcribed with an aleph, or rarely with a yod, as we just saw with the example of Menneas. The rendering of the name Apelles was Apeles, let's see it here, in Upper Egypt, and Apelles in Memphis. It also occurs as Apira in Edfu, but it is attested as Apula in Thebes and Abydos. This variation in R and L will come back to in a moment. The writing of Apula adds the vowel to our list of renderings of interconsonantal epsilon. I find only 2 examples where the interconsonantal epsilon was transcribed with an ayin. Empedion from the Ptolemaic Fayum, but note that the initial epsilon is rendered by aleph. And although the Upper Egyptian material has not been systematically processed, Artemis, in the name Sen Artemis, from an unpublished mummy label from the 2nd century CE, Achmim, which was transcribed as Pasher Artami. Eta is usually transcribed with aleph or not at all. There is just one example where the eta ending is rendered by an ayin. This is a variant in the nominative case ending of Bereniki, which appears once as Berniga in Demotic from Teptunis. Interconsonantal eta is generally omitted. When it is transcribed, it is with an aleph, as in the name Apelles, or occasionally with a yod. This letter could be the result of the Greek Yotesism. A good example here is the name Demetrios, which could be written with all the 3 renderings. Not many names start with Omicron, but those that do are all written with a vowel, or rarely with the combination of aleph and vowel. In interconsonantal position, Omicron is most often transcribed as vowel, but sometimes it was omitted or transcribed with an aleph. However, very occasionally we find it rendered by ayin. A good example of this is the name Lokhos, which in Upper Egypt can be Lakhus, or Lakhes, or Lekus in Demotic, but it appears as Leka in Havara, or Konon, which is usually written as Kunen here, but also appears as Ganen in Teptunis. Now, let's have a look at the endings containing Omicron. As you can see, we now have a range of ways of rendering Omicron in the nominative case ending os. While this is mostly rendered by vowel or with an s, which follows the above-mentioned rule, we occasionally meet other endings such as aleph and s, or yod and s, or vowel and ayin, as in Malos. You can see it here, vowel and ayin. Which was rendered as Melelua, with the case ending omitted, or it could happen with vowel and yod, as in Alexandros from Teptunis, from Ptolemaic Teptunis. There are very few Greek names beginning with omega. We have no examples in Demotic. However, omega between consonants is generally omitted, but sometimes it was written with a vowel and occasionally with an aleph. Castor is a good example here, which could be transcribed as Geseter, but also as Gestur or Gestar. We can also find some examples from Roman Teptunis where the omega was rendered with an ayin, in the name Cronion, which is otherwise often known as Kerinen, but it is written here as Kelanian and Kelnian. The transcription of diphthongs is very consistent, but as with the vowels, there is a difference in whether they appear in initial position or between consonants. If we focus on the interconsonantal position, I would highlight here the EO, epsilon, omicron, here, which is regularly transcribed with a vowel. However, there are occasions when it was not transcribed at all. for example, in the name agreophone, which is rendered as acrepen here, or in the name Neoptolemos, which is rendered as Neptelemes. The transcription au is also known, for example, in the name Theoxene, which is written as Tauxan. If we have a look at the bottom of the page, on the right, you can see that the combination of epsilon and omega was rendered most often with an aleph. But there are a few cases where a yod, or the combination of yod and aleph, is also used, like here. If we have a look at where the diphthongs appear in case endings, we can add to Clarissa's examples the Demotic ius and as for Greek aios. And as for the ending aios, this can be reduced to an s, that's the normal writing, but we also find the combination of vav, yod, and s, as for example in areios, which can be written as aruis. For the ending eas, the attested rendering is mainly an aleph, occasionally a yod and an aleph followed by an s, but we can now add es to Clarissa's list, as we can see in the name Meneas, which is transcribed as Menith, also transcribed as Menith. We can also add one new example to the list of renderings of some pre-vocalic diphthongs. I am referring here to Ayakis, which was transcribed as Aikes. Now, let me turn to some examples of widely used Greek names to look at the geographical pattern in their demotic renderings, starting with Apollonius. I am using here mainly, but not exclusively, the Lower Egyptian material supplemented by data from Trismegistos and from unpublished material. The most popular Greek name in Egypt was Apollonius. In approximately 250 demotic attestation of the name Apollonius from Egypt in the Ptolemaic period. I mean here all of Egypt, lower and upper. There are 7 variants of the name. The most widely attested of this is Apulnis. We have fewer sources for the Roman period, and the distribution of these is less consistent. There are many examples of Apollonius recorded in Upper Egypt, for example, those already mentioned mummy labels from Akhmin and in the Fayum. What is interesting is that the most common variant from the Ptolemaic period, Apulnis, has now almost disappeared. Only 3 examples are known. And we can find a much greater variety of demotic renderings of the name. The most common form is Apulni. However, we also find that Aleph is used to transcribe the Omicron and the Omega in the name in Upper Egyptian sources, which was not the case in the examples from the Ptolemaic period. You may recall that we also saw this in the rendering of Omega in the name Chronion in the Roman period Fayum. Names seem to have more variants in the Roman period in both Upper and Lower Egypt. In the case of the Akhmin material, the reason for that is likely that by the time of the writing of these texts, especially the mummy labels, which are mainly dated to the 2nd, 3rd century AD, we are not dealing with official scribes working in the temple administration and possibly using templates for their work. From the orthographical mistakes of some names written in Demotic on mummy labels, we would suggest that the scribes wrote down what they thought they heard rather than using scribal conventions. This could explain the inconsistent orthography. Another popular name is Ptolemaios. This is attested approximately 290 times in Egypt, in Demotic, but interestingly, only around 50 of the examples come from Lower Egypt. The Demotic rendering of Ptolemaios is usually PTL umis in the south and PTUL umis in the north. However, the southern variant is more general in the Fayum. One of the characteristics that seems clearly regional, as already noted by Clarissa, is that the Greek theta in initial position is rendered in Demotic in Memphis with a strong T. For the non-Egyptologists here, I should point out that the Demotic scribes had two signs for rendering T, normal T, and strong T, which is noted in transliteration by the addition of an inverted V beneath the letter, as you can see it here. For example, the name Theodoros is always written with a strong T as Tuteres in Memphis, but consistently written with normal T in Upper Egypt and with a TH as Tuteres in the Fayum. Another example is Theogenes, which appears as Tugenes with a strong T in Memphis, but with the ordinary letter T or the combination of TH in Upper Egypt. Names that begin with Tau and not with Theta are just written with the normal T and not the strong T even in Memphis. For example, the name Timo, Sistema. We also find at Memphis that theta is rendered with a strong T in interconsonantial position. For example, in the name Diosthenes, which is transcribed as Diatanes in Memphis. But with an H after the normal T in the Fayum, Disthenes. However, note that this strong T is also used in Memphis in some names to render the letter delta and the tau when they are not in initial position. For example, in the name Heraclides, the delta is transcribed with a strong T. So as you can see, we have writings such as Heraclites or Heracletes. The strong T renders tau also in the name Sostrate and Kriton in our examples. Outside Memphis, the strong T appears only rarely to render delta or tau in interconsonantal position. So the rule here at Memphis is that strong T was consistently used to render theta in both initial and interconsonantal position, while tau and delta could be occasionally rendered by a T and a strong T in interconsonantal position. It is interesting to note that the combination of the demotic T and H sign or any other H sign after the consonant is not used in Memphis to express aspirated Greek consonants. So phi is rendered by the demotic letter P and chi by the letter Q. But this is not the case elsewhere, where, for example, roughly half of the examples of phi are rendered by the letter P and H in demotic. Now, those who are working on Coptic material might suggest that we should be able to trace the characteristic of the Coptic dialects in our demotic material, and the theta and the strong T interchange might reflect the Coptic Bohairic dialect known from the delta. In Bohairic, the P and T can be phi and theta respectively before the sounds B, L, M, and R, I, and U. This phenomenon, however, is not necessarily linked to what we have in the Greek and demotic material, because both pi and phi were used interchangeably, for example, in the definitive article in Bohairic, with difference in meaning. This cannot be seen in our demotic material. Similarly, B, L, M, N, U, written after tau, don't change the rendering to a strong T in Memphi demotic, as we would expect if the Bohairic rules applied. So in our onomastic material, this Bohairic feature cannot be seen. But let us keep in mind that the bulk of the Memphite demotic material is from the 3rd and 2nd century BCE, over 400 before the first Coptic texts. Staying with Coptic for a moment, another typical dialectal characteristic that we encounter is that Omicron in certain position is written as an alpha in Fayum and in Achmim. For example, the Coptic word for brother is son in Bohairic and Saidic, but son with alpha in Fayumic and Achmimic. As Kveheber and Blasco Torres pointed out, this can also be seen in Egyptian personal names written in Greek. For example, Psois in Memphis, but the same name, Psais, in the Fayum. Can this be seen in the renderings of Greek names written in Demotic? The answer is no, because interconsonantal Omicron, as we saw earlier, is usually not transcribed in either territory. Lambdacism is one of the most distinctive features of the Coptic Fayumic dialect. This can also be seen in the Demotic materials from the region. This means the sound R was often rendered with a lambda in Fayumic texts. Here's a classic example. The word child is sheire in Coptic, Saidic Coptic, but sheli in Fayumic Coptic. Before the 3rd century BCE, there was no separate sign for the sound L in Demotic. When this was introduced, a small tick in the center of the oblique stroke, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. It was not consistently applied, and there was a significant degree of variability between R and L well into the 2nd century BCE. Gradually, the two signs were consistently differentiated. If we examine this phenomenon in our onomastic material, we can see that the Greek rho is consistently rendered by an R sign, with just few examples, the exceptions, in the Fayum as well as in Memphis. The Greek lambda is sometimes still transcribed with an R sign, as we can see in the name Apollonios, which sometimes appears Apurnis, or Lykos, which can be rendered as Rekes, or Lysanias, which could be written as Rusnis. All these examples come from Fayum. But it was mainly transcribed with an L. Although non-onomastic demotic material suggests that the lambdacism was present in the Fayum, in our onomastic material, we do not find Greek rho rendered by the Egyptian letter L. A few words now on regional variation in the writing of the vowels. From the eponymous priest material, we saw that the vowels were mostly rendered by the demotic letter G and less often by Q. The new material changes this picture slightly. In Sochnopaios Nessos, names beginning with kappa were always transcribed by a demotic Q. There is only one example with K, and just a few with G from the whole Fayum in initial position. Initial gamma is always transcribed with a G, initial key with a Q. In Memphite Demotic, however, the Greek kappa is rendered most often by G rather than Q. For example, while Kimon was rendered as Kemena in the Fayum. Yeah. In Memphis, the same name was Gemna. However, we cannot see this difference with the gamma. That is always usually rendered by a G in both Memphite region and Fayum. With a larger data set, we can add to the rules established for the demotic renderings of vowels by Clarissa as follows. When the vowel is followed by an omicron, it is regularly transcribed by a demotic Q. When it is followed by an eta, it is rendered by a G. From the eponymous Pris material, it was uncertain whether this was also the case when it is followed by an epsilon or iota. Our material confirms this. See, for example, Nikias, which is rendered by Nikis, or Panakestor, which is rendered like a Panakseter. The eponymous Pris material showed that Beneveller was followed by an alpha, a lambda, nu, and rho. It was rendered by a demotic G in Upper Egypt and by a Q in Lower Egypt, consistently when this letter was in initial position. But there was more variation when it occurs elsewhere in the name. The name material changes this slightly for the examples where the letter is in non-initial position. In the Fayum and Memphis, the velar in this position appears more often rendered by G than by Q. For example, Agathon, which is Agethan here. So we can summarize the rules here. For the Fayum, initial gamma is always transcribed by a demotic G, kappa and key by demotic Q. In non-initial position, kappa before omicron was transcribed with a Q, before epsilon, eta, or iota with a G. Before alpha, lambda, nu, rho, kappa was also transcribed with a G. However, as I have shown on the right-hand side of the screen, gamma is sometimes omitted from the demotic transcription in Fayumic texts. For example, the name Hegesiastros is rendered as Hesistrutus or Aistretes. They have also dropped the H here. While in Upper Egypt, it is rendered as Higasteretus or Hegesrekes, where it is written with H. It is a known phenomenon that the Egyptian vowel is rendered sometimes with a gamma in Greek, but this doesn't work on the other way around. Greek gamma is never rendered by a vowel. Equally, the yod, which is sometimes transcribed with a gamma in Greek, for example, in the name Egyptian name Heriu, which was often Hergeus. However, there is no gamma transcribed with demotic yod. Let me conclude. The rules that Clarissa had established in 1983 for the demotic rendering of Greek names are supported by the new material from LGPN, but as you have seen, there are some variations and embellishments. There are some noticeable regional variations between Fayumic and Memphite material, but it remains to be seen how this will compare with the Upper Egyptian material, in particular the texts from Thebes and Gebelein, as well as the great collections of ostraca that have been found recently in the Eastern Desert, not to mention the ever-increasing volume of the material from Upper Egyptian Atribis. It is important that when looking at possible regional variations, we are comparing texts of similar date. Thank you.
We can resume and welcome Nico there, who's come to Oxford to join the LGPN team from Leuven, where he wrote a very interesting thesis on Ptolemaic monopolies in the marketplace, or perhaps I should say so-called monopolies. Anyway, he's going to talk about hybrid names, as you see.
Thank you. I will be talking about hybrid names. The title says revisiting. It's actually a topic I worked on 7 years ago already, when I was still in Leuven. But it seemed like a particularly apt topic for today's conference as well. And what I did back then was basically look at the major subtypes, and I wrote some articles that treated the main takeaways for social and cultural history. What I want to do today is all in the title, actually. Basically, 3 things to look at some global trends that are visible across these subtypes, to look at some peculiar cases, in more detail. These peculiar cases are mostly the subtypes that I did not treat back then, and also to see what happened after 400 AD, which was the original cutoff point of the research. As you probably all know, Greco-Roman Egypt was a multicultural society, and in this regard, there is often a contrast that is made between the Ptolemaic period, which is described as bicultural, as communities living apart together, versus the Roman period, for which the increasing fusion of different traditions is stressed. This is also reflected in the names that people bore, as we've already seen several times today. Perhaps the most direct way of bridging different traditions is to combine them in one name. And these are the so-called hybrid names. They are names which combine well, elements from different languages or cultures in one name. As such, it's a fairly heterogeneous naming type, which is why I devoted several studies to them, in fact. But what happens mostly is that we have a root in one language, either a name, a deity, or a word, to which a suffix or a prefix in another language is added. And accordingly, I've classed them as Greek, Egyptian, and Latin derivations according to the language of the affix that was used. There are also Semitic derivations. There are also derivations of other derivations, which kind of complicates things. And there were some very ambiguous forms as well, which is one of the peculiar cases that I will look into in more detail later. Elements that were used to form these hybrid names were usually also Greek, Egyptian, or Latin. Those are really the main three. But there too, there are derivations of Semitic names, of Thracian names, of Persian names, and even a few Arabic ones. And finally, there are also some hybrid compounds, which basically combine two names or two deities directly. Something I should say in this regard is that names that have doros or genes, which we saw earlier, I have classed here under the derivations because I reserved the term compounds really for two names or two deities, even though they are grammatically speaking compounds. I am not talking about transliteration here, also not about the names to which simple endings were added, like os or is or as, just to make them declinable. I've not classed these as hybrid. There has been some debate already about what we should see as Greek and hybrid. So these are excluded here. Names attested after 400 AD are excluded from the main part of the presentation, but I treat them separately at the end. Also, names derived from geographical units are not incorporated because toponyms are very conservative and doesn't really tell you a lot about cultural interaction per se. A final group of problematic names are Isis and Serapis names because these deities, as we have seen earlier, spread to the Greek world before the Ptolemies came to Egypt. Were very early, were Hellenized very early on, and so they are best treated separately, as Willy Clarissa has already done actually in a few articles, and they clearly show some different dynamics from the rest. Ammon is a similarly problematic case, and it's also one of the peculiar cases that I will go into more later on. And the data for my research is derived from Trismegistos, which is currently being augmented by us here at LGPN. And so in general, even though the hybrid names did not show up that often in Janus graphs, it's not an insignificant naming type either. In total, there are 635 names attested in the Greco-Roman period. They were attested 14,000 times for 9,000 people. So it's still a rather, at some periods of time, a rather common kind of name. And for comparison, in 2015, when my original data was gathered, there were 490 names attested 11,600 times for 8,500 people. So it's clear that over the past 7 years, Trismegistos and LGPN, and of course many other partner projects, have made some considerable progress in this time span. And if you look at the ratio of names to attestations, it's clear that this concerns both new data and more intensified prosopographical identification. So this is the data in its purest, rawest form. These are the attestations of hybrid names in text from Egypt over time. The kind of graph is basically the same as the ones Jana showed earlier. It's based on the weight dates method that they developed in Leuven. Only in my case, the secondary and the primary axes are flipped. In any case, the bars show the absolute number of attestations in any given decade, and the line shows the relative evolution, or the evolution of the relative popularity of these names. And in this case, I've also included the 2015 data, and you can see in the bars that for most of the decades, Trismegistos has more data now than in 2015. And what's also clear from the graph, I think, is that this was clearly a phenomenon of the Roman period. We find more attestations, especially from the 1st century onward, with a peak in the 3rd, and then a decline in the second half of the 4th century. This is the same, well, not really the same data. This graph is based on the persons component rather than the attestations, as are all the other graphs that I will show you later on. And the peaks here are much less pronounced because of prosopographical identification, but still the general pattern is the same. It's clearly a Roman phenomenon. I will now discuss those major subtypes that I worked on earlier, and I will also tell you why they're important and what they can tell us beyond onomastics. The first major subtype is that of the Greek hybrid derivations. Greek hybrid derivations account for 80% of all the people with a hybrid name. Most of these people are men, and well, by far the most popular name is Horion. Horion is a somewhat ambiguous case in the sense that Greek papyri don't write spirity, so in some cases the name could be Orion rather than Horion, but I think that Horus was very popular in names in general in Egypt, and also in Demotic we see that the name is written with the H, so it's fairly certain that this is Horion, but the ambiguity and the assonance with the Greek mythological figure may have played a role in the popularity of the name. The other ones are more straightforward. Apion, which is derived from apis using the suffix ion. Sambas, which is a derivation from Semitic. Hypocration is also quite often attested, derived from Hippocrates or Horus the child. And finally, also Anubion makes the top 5. Anubion, a derivation of Anubis with the suffix ion. And accordingly, ion and as are the most attested suffixes, but we also find the element genes, which is not technically a suffix, because of the name Horigenes, which was also already discussed earlier. And Arion is also quite popular, mainly thanks to Bessarion, which is a derivation of the Egyptian god Bes. For women, then, the suffixes that are used are basically the female equivalents of these male suffixes. The most popular names are Termutarion, which refers to Termutis, Apia, derived from Apis, Sambus and Sambation, which are again derived from Semitic, from the same element as Sambas. And then there's Taubarion, which refers to Bastet, although quite indirectly. So you see that these Greek hybrid derivations are mainly theophoric, are mainly based on Egyptian deities combined with a Greek suffix. But we also find derivations of Semitic names, of Egyptian names, of Latin names, also a few Thracian names, and so on. It's sometimes difficult to decide whether something is a derivation of a name or a derivation of a deity, however, because, well, some, especially Egyptian deities, were sometimes used as a personal name. As Greek hybrid derivations are the main type of hybrid names, it's no surprise that the evolution basically mirrors that of hybrid names in general, which I showed earlier, with a rise in the 1st century AD, and then the apex, let's say in the 3rd century, when between 4 and 6% of the attested population had a hybrid name. So it's quite significant naming type. And since many of them were theophoric, the decline in the 4th century AD is probably linked to Christian naming patterns. These theophoric forms, these Greek derivations of Egyptian deities, are the most interesting types for the study of intercultural contact. And this pie chart shows the share of these different Egyptian gods. And it's clear that the Falcon god of kingship, Horus, was responsible for most of these names, 55% almost. In total, there are some 3,000 individuals with a Greek name incorporating some form of Horus. For around 750, this is Hippocrates, so Horus a child. And then there are some very minor forms which are derived from other specific incarnations of Horus. Other gods that we often find are Apis, who is, as you all know, the sacred bull worshipped in Memphis. We also find Anubis quite often. He's the god of unification, Bes, the protector and fertility god, and also Sobek, the tutelary crocodile deity of the Fayum. And then there is a group of 20 in total other deities, but none of them account for more than 5%. So these deities that were used, that were Hellenized, so to say, using these suffixes, fall into 2 groups. It's a similar pattern that we've seen for the Greek names too. One group is that of the universally popular deities, those gods that clearly transcend their main cult center, like Horus, Apis, Anubis, and Bes. On the other hand, we see some clearly local phenomena, in particular Sobek in the Fayum, but also Termutis, who is in itself already a Hellenized form, actually, of Renenutet, the old snake goddess, who was also very popular in the Fayum in particular. And the question then is, why these gods? Why these and not other ones? Some explanations can be thought of from a Greek perspective, like many of these gods had a protective aspect, which is an important consideration in many cultures in naming. Some of them also had oracles. There may have been a link between the consultation of oracles and childbirth. And these gods, which is probably the most likely, are all in some way also connected to Isis and Serapis, whose cult was very popular in Greek milieus. Of course, from an Egyptian perspective, these gods were still popular in Egypt as well, of course, among Egyptians. And we may as well be dealing with Egyptian families who wish to bestow a Greek-sounding name while still preserving their own traditions. And in fact, both cases probably coexisted. I mean, it's very difficult to say for a specific case. But if we look at the names of the parents, we see that there are both purely Greek and purely Egyptian context in terms of the language of the patro and the matronymics. But interestingly, some 50% of the cases comes from at least an onomastically mixed marriage. So very often one parent with a Greek, one parent with an Egyptian name. And if we take a somewhat broader perspective, we see that the deities that we often find in these Greek hybrid derivations are those without a clear Greek equivalent. On the other hand, gods that were still popular, like Thoth, never occur in these hybrid derivations. At the same time, Thoth's Greek equivalent, Hermes, was very popular, as we've seen, in names in Egypt. And it's quite a striking pattern that can be applied to lots of gods, also Min and Pan, which we saw earlier, with many Paniskos names, which probably referred in some way to Min. Theriomorphic deities like Sobek and Termutis, they did not have a clear Greek equivalent. Bes, Apis, Anubis, well, Anubis has a Greek equivalent in Hades, but Hades was very unpopular in Greek names, so it could not really be used in that sense. So it may be better to see these Greek and these Egyptian deities as one mixed onomastic reservoir, and both Egyptian deities and Greek deities could be used to form Greek theophoric names, which often refer to Egyptian ideas. And this should be seen against the background of the ever-increasing share of Greek names versus Egyptian names. As I said, this is a striking pattern, but there's one problem, one major problem actually, which is Horos, who, as I showed you, actually represents most of these names. And well, several possible solutions could be proposed here. I will leave it to you whether this is convincing or not, but one possible explanation could be that within this triad of Isis, Serapis, Horus was adopted directly quite early on. It could also be that the association between Horus and his Greek equivalent Apollo was not as strong as we think. Or, which is maybe the most likely, many or almost all of these Horus names are Horion, and there the assonance with Orion may have played a role in the popularity of the name. So, as I said, the intercultural onomastic pool reservoir should be seen against the background of the increasing share of Greek names, but Greek names never monopolized the Egyptian nomenclature or the nomenclature in Egypt. The Egyptian tradition retained its vitality as well, which is reflected, for instance, in the second major type, the Egyptian hybrid derivations. They are quantitatively less important. They account for some 10% of the individuals, but in terms of names, there are almost as many as there were Greek derivations. Now, in contrast to these Greek derivations, Egyptian hybrid derivations were mainly born by women. And here, the most popular name is quite a problematic one, apparently, as we learned this morning, Ta Musta, which consists of Ta, which is the one of in Egyptian, and then a reference to Mustes or Mustas, which may only be a pseudo Greek name or not a Greek name at all. So maybe this one should be put between brackets. But if really Clarissa is right and it was felt to be a Greek name, then it can still count as a hybrid one, I guess. The second name is less problematic, Ta-Isas, the one of Isas. Then Ta-Myron, which is again a name where assonance plays at least some role. Ta, the one of Myron. Myron, as we heard earlier, was popular in particular because of the association with, or the assonance with the deified pharaoh Mares. Sen Apollonia then is the fourth, which consists of Tashereten, which means the daughter of, and then the daughter of either Apollonia or Apollonios. It's not very clear because sometimes the names refer, they get feminine endings to reflect the fact that's a feminine ending rather than because it was derived from a feminine name. And finally, Ta-Eremeros, which means the one of Eremeros, is also attested more than 10 times. Accordingly, the most important prefixes were Ta, one of, Tashereten, the daughter of, Ta, which is a definite article, and Ta-Di, so-and-so has given, which is usually reserved for theophoric names. For men then, who represents a far less big proportion, the suffixes, or sorry, prefixes used are basically the same, but it's their male equivalent in the same order. And for men, we often find the name Apollon, well, often it's relative, of course, the one of Apollon, Prosyros, the Syrian, Salumis, the one of Salumis, and then you see here clearly that it's not very popular among men because some of the top 5 are attested less than 10 times, like Sen Artemis, the son of Artemis, and Sen Philos, the one of Philos, or the one of the friend, maybe. So Usually what we see here is an Egyptian prefix combined with a Greek name, but there are also Egyptian derivations of Greek deities, Greek words, Latin names, and also some Semitic names. The chronological development is a little different than those of hybrid names in general. It's clearly mainly a thing of the Roman period, but the peak is earlier in the 2nd century AD rather than the 3rd. And what these names show in any case is the innovativeness and the vitality of Egyptian traditions in the form of the incorporation of foreign elements into conventional naming practices. Now, many of these prefixes suggest a genealogical relation. Tashereten, which literally means the daughter of. Ta is actually used for filiation in Demotic texts as well. And in some cases, these names do seem to refer to such genealogical relations and to actual people, in fact. For instance, we find that Sen Apollonia, who is daughter of Apollonios. It's a minority of cases, but as Jana has shown before, often people were not named after the parents, but after the grandparents, which is, of course, information that is much less available. And we have such a case, for instance, as Ptolion, who is the granddaughter of Ptolion. But this is, of course, all anecdotal. And at least in some cases, they refer to actual people, but we can't be sure about the majority of the cases, actually. So they could also have grown into a way to refer to make new names in general. A striking aspect is that many of the parents of these names had, many of the parents of these bearers, had Greek names themselves, which is unexpected, because you would expect a natural transition in onomastics to be from lower to higher status names, so from Egyptian to Greek rather than from Greek to Egyptianized. And I think the key here is that many of the bearers were women, and that for women it was less important to appear Greek than it was for men. For men, this was important because, well, public business was mainly conducted in Greek. And this has implications for the Greekness of these, well, seemingly Greek families as well, of course. The third major subtype is that of Latin hybrid derivations. They account for some 7% of all people with a hybrid name. And it's a somewhat more tricky type because some suffixes are shared between Greek and Latin. I will therefore stick to the one that is most secure, which is Janus, and which accounts for most of the names and most of the bearers anyway. So this section will really be about the Janus names. There we find as most common names Ammonianus, derived from Ammon, Nemesianus, Heraclianus, Herodianus, and Berenicianus. All of these names are derived from Greek elements, either deities or names, but in view of what I'm going to say next, they are probably derived from names rather than from deities directly. There is one form which may be a derivation of an Egyptian name. The name Nefotianus could refer to Neferhetep, which in Greek is Nephotes, but it could also be simply a scribal variation for the perfectly Latin Nepotianus, of course. So mainly Latin derivations of Greek names. These also have a somewhat different chronological development. They only really take off in the course of the 2nd century, although they also reach their peak in the 3rd century AD, in the decades following the Constitutio Antoniniana, in fact. And I see two main developments here, one early in the 1st and 2nd century AD, another in the 3rd century AD. In contrast to the other naming types I discussed, qualitative research can actually probably tell us something about the emergence of the naming type in Egypt. Because 1 out of 4 of the bearers in the 1st and 2nd century AD had a clear connection to the military. And in my GGP article, I argued that these people had changed their names themselves upon enrollment. Their originally Greek name, they Latinized through the suffix Janus. And the thought process, or at least the perception, would have been similar to what happened to Emperor Diocletianus. Originally, he had a Greek name, Diocles, but he later changed his name in Romanum Morem according to the Epitome de Caesaribus. So clearly this suffix Janus had a Latin feel to it, even though Janos could also be used in Greek. Of course, other citizens were also entitled to a new cognomen, not just soldiers, and other people may have had incentives to Latinize their names as well. And an interesting case in this regard is a certain Eutychianus, son of Eutychus, grandson of Eutychus. So the name Eutychus was somewhat of a family tradition, I think we can say. But interestingly, Eutychus Jr., who was the one who bestowed the name, was an imperial official. And this may have been what prompted him to Latinize the family tradition for his son. Now, these names were most popular in the 3rd century AD, after the Constitutio Antoniniana, after the mass grant of citizenship. And it may have been related to this in the sense that traditional ways to appear Roman no longer were as distinctive. For instance, the dual nomina, as we've heard before, everyone was suddenly an Aurelius, so that was not special anymore. On the other hand, not everyone had a Latin cognomen, which could still associate people more closely with the Romans or with the Roman traditions in general. And the same purpose could be served by such a Janus name, which at the same time preserved a link with the original Greek tradition. Then for the peculiar cases, the minor subtypes, actually, like hybrid compounds, most of the hybrid names were derivations, but we also find some compounds, as I indicated. These are, however, a very, very marginal phenomenon, only 24 names for 41 bearers. Many of those were polytheophoric, which Amin Ben Aissa has in fact studied extensively, and which have also been discussed by Willy Clarissa and Dorothy Thompson earlier. And for the hybrid ones, we see the same pattern we saw for Greek hybrid theophoric derivations, namely universally popular deities on one hand, like Bes and Apollon, and many were clearly local phenomena. For instance, the name Bes Antinos in Antinopolis. Well, Antinos is clear, I think, and Bes also had a temple there, so that's very clearly a local phenomenon. There are also a few cases which combine gods with animals. These are attested only once, but there are some fun forms like Horoleon, which is basically a very weird form of the traditional Egyptian name Hyriusis. It's a very creative one, I would say. And it's not just deities. Some names combine either deities with names or names with names as well, such as Hermonophis or Seren Isodoros. One type of name that's left out here is derivations or compounds with this guy, Hermanubis, who we saw before as well, but who became an independent deity in its own right. And we find derivations from Hermanubis as a whole, so it's no longer a compound name in that sense. So some very creative forms, but as you can see, a very, very marginal phenomenon. Never at any point did they reach even 0.1% of the bearers, so it's a very marginal phenomenon. The second peculiar type is quantitatively more important. I have called these ambiguous derivations for lack of a better word. They're basically hybrid. We know they're hybrid, but they are very hard to categorize within those types I discussed earlier, because they had both an Egyptian prefix and a Greek suffix of the same gender. So in theory, they could be both Egyptian derivations of a Greek hybrid or a Greek derivation of an Egyptian theophoric name. So they are quite complicated forms. And the two forms in particular are popular, Ta Isaion and Ta Suchaion, both mainly in the Fayum. These are predominantly female names, and especially Ta Suchaion is quite an interesting case. because it's much more popular than either Suchaion or Tasuchis, which are the names it could be derived from originally. The predominantly female profile of these names points more towards the pattern we saw for the Egyptian hybrid derivations, but especially for Ta'izaion, the context in which they appear is very clearly Greek. Many of the parents have, or almost all of the parents have Greek names. So Ta'izaion seems to be really an accepted Greek name in any case. But as we shall see, the pattern is less clear for Tatsuchaion, where we also have some parents with Egyptian names. In any case, what these names show is well, the profound hybridity of especially the Fayum in this period. And this period is mainly the 2nd century AD. These names are well, concentrated in this period, which again is more like the Egyptian hybrid derivations. The absolute peak in 170, 180 is due to the Kaianis text rolls, and Tasuchaion in particular was a very popular name there, but as Jan indicated, prosopographical identification has been, well, not completed, but is at an advanced stage there. So these are really different people, and actually 0.7% for a female name, it's quite impressive. So very important name in the 2nd century Fayum. These networks show the milieu these names were bestowed in, at least. The notes represent the names of the parents who gave the name. Probably not very visible in the room, but basically the green ones are Greek and the red ones are Egyptian. So in the case of Ta'izaion, we see clearly a Greek milieu, lots of Greek names, some Latin names as well, which indicates that this was clearly an accepted Greek name rather than an Egyptian derivation. Tasuchaion has quite a lot of parents with Egyptian names as well, so there the context is much more mixed, less clear. Then the third particular case or particular type are Greek Ammon names, which have also been mentioned earlier. I have left these names out of the main part because of the ambiguous nature of the deity Ammon. Ammon had spread in the Greek world before the Ptolemies even came to Egypt, and some of these names were probably imported into Egypt from Kyrenaika, as really Clarissa has said earlier. It was a Hellenized Libyan god. He was closely associated with Zeus. It not only occurred in Kyrenaika, he also had cults in Boeotian Thebes. He also had a temple in Sparta, or at least a cult in Sparta. So it's a more complicated case. There's also a complex relationship with the Egyptian Amun. Not everyone accepts that they refer to the same god, even though there are clear similarities. There's a name, there's also the iconography, the ram's horns, and so on. So for onomastics, the main question then is, should we consider names that consist of Ammon and a Greek suffix as Greek or as hybrid? In any case, these are very popular names, especially Ammonios, which is borne by more than 3,000 individuals. I would argue that the suffix that's used here, Eos, already points to a more Greek context, because Eos is usually referred for Olympian, it's usually reserved for Olympian deities, names like Dionysios, Apollonios, of course, which is one of the most common names. We also find Aphrodisios, Dios, and so on. So that's all pretty good company for Ammon, I would say. Moreover, the popularity of the name Ammonianus, the hybrid Latin derivation that is attested most, in fact, also suggests a Greek connotation, because Latin derivations of Egyptian elements were exceedingly rare, if we consider this one Greek. And then there's also the chronology. If we look at the individuals who bore these names, it's clear that these names were popular in Egypt much, much earlier than the Greek hybrid derivations in general. On the other hand, in later periods, Ammon names are quite popular in Thebes, which was the cult center of Egyptian Amun. So at least by that later period, it could clearly refer to Amun as well. So it's a fairly complicated case. And a particular kind of name within all of this are those names that consist of a deity or a name to which Ammon was added. This could be seen as a compound, also referring to Ammon, but these names clearly follow a different dynamic. They become popular much later, especially thanks to the name Phoibamon, which is very popular very late. They also are never very popular in Thebes, and it has convincingly been argued, in fact, that Ammon in this context, at the end of a name, basically became a kind of theophoric suffix, also because of the sheer quantity of elements it was added to. So if we look at this chart, it is clear that the name started its rise already in the Ptolemaic period, in contrast to the Greek hybrid derivations. And especially its popularity in the 3rd century BC probably points to people who imported the name mainly from Cyrenaica. But also in the 2nd century, for instance, 1% of the people was sometimes called Ammonios, which is quite popular. Then when we reach the Roman period, the pattern is pretty much the same as for the Greek hybrid derivations, with mainly great popularity in the 3rd century AD. If we then look at the geographical spread of Ammon names, we also see an interesting pattern. So I focus on 2 moments in time here, the 3rd century BC, which is a very early period, and the 3rd century AD, which is the apex of the naming type's popularity. For these graphs, I've only taken those individuals into account, which could be ascribed to 1 century and 1 nome, and also only the ones that have more than 100 people, because otherwise you get some quite silly statistics. And so in the 3rd century BC, the name was clearly more popular in the Fayum than in the area around Thebes, the Fayum where of course many Greeks were settled. And in fact also the high proportion in the Oxyrian Hittites concerns a nome for which much of our 3rd century BC material actually deals with military settlers. So this suggests more of a Greek imported context. In the 3rd century AD, then they are more popular in Thebes than they are in Fayum, and they account for 2% of all individuals that we know from the Theban area. So that's quite significant. And I mean, if we argue that at this point Paniskos could refer to Min, there seems little doubt that Ammon could be used for Amun in the Roman period. Then for some global trends that are discernible across these different subtypes. The first one is the important role of Greek and Greeks as intermediaries. On the level of the names, we see that Greek derivations were the most common type, some 80% of individuals. And on the other hand, that Egyptian and Latin hybrid names were very often derived from Greek elements in particular. And there's very, very little direct contact on the level of the names between Egyptian and Latin elements. Also on the level of the parents, we see that many of them had Greek names, and this goes for all subtypes, not just for the Greek hybrid derivations. Also in these mixed marriages, or well, at least onomastically mixed marriage, I cited earlier, often one parent had a Greek name, and it does seem that, well, Greeks or Hellenized Egyptians, people who culturally identified as Greek, played an important role in these interactions. And also on the level of the parents, we rarely see direct interaction between Latin and Egyptian in particular. And so in general, I think it's fair to say that the expression of identity was influenced by powerful minorities, which is of course hardly a controversial statement. This is not only clear from the Greek, it's also visible in the Janus names, the Latin element which was introduced. And sometimes one wonders whether a strict division between Greek and Egyptian in these later periods is still tenable, especially from that pattern of these theophoric names, where you seem to have a mixed pool of Greek and Egyptian deities that could be used to form Greek theophoric names, which often refer to Egyptian ideas, sometimes directly even. And conversely, many of the popular Greek names can be identified as, well, Greek names of Egypt. So there seems to be a lot of fusion going on. And this is also discernible in the many names with multiple associations that we saw both in the first lecture today, or the second lecture today, and in some of the hybrid cases like Horion, Orion, Tamusta, Tasucharion, all these forms with Mar, which refer to Greek, and to Mayas, and so on. The other major pattern has actually already been discussed earlier by Jana, because the pattern when it comes to gender, so the role of gender in the choice of names is exactly the same as that of regular Greek and regular Egyptian names. So basically, women were more likely to bear Egyptian hybrid derivations as they were to bear Egyptian names. And we see greater creativity in naming daughters, as also within this subset of hybrid names, and even within this subset of Greek derivations, actually, where on average female names had much less bearers than the male ones. And this is again, as I elaborated in the case of the Egyptian hybrid derivations, probably related to status concerns. For men, it was much more important to appear Greek. They, especially those who aspired to be part of public life, had a more restricted set of acceptable names to choose from. Then finally, I will briefly discuss post-Roman Egypt, but as you know, the data is based on Trismegistos, and Trismegistos is less exhaustive for the post-Roman period. This is very preliminary, but still there are some patterns that can be discerned. We see, for instance, that hybrid names were much less significant as expressed as part of the total amount of individuals that's known. They basically dropped back to 1st century AD levels, oscillating around 2%. But still, interesting things happened in this period. On the one hand, hybrid names that were known before continued to be used. They account for 55% of the individuals in this period, or these periods, because it's quite a long period, 400 to 800 AD. And well, what we see basically is that the ones that continue to be used are related in some way to the Christian or the more wider biblical world. So we see Sambas, for instance, which remains popular. It's a Greek derivation of Hebrew. Horion, which could refer to a bishop of Alexandria who was martyred. Pinution, which is a derivation of Egyptian Neche, so God, originally in a pagan context in the 2nd and the 3rd century AD, and then in a Christian context later on. So the name was reinterpreted. Then Apion, which probably refers to a 3rd century AD martyr, but I could not find a lot of information on him. And well, Lucas is a Greek derivation of a Latin name, and it's clearly popular because of the evangelist. And also Bessarion was a saint who, and the name Bessarion is attested I think around a dozen of times after AD 400, even though, like many of the others, they originally referred to pagan deities. There are also new forms after the Roman period, so that were introduced after 400 AD. Currently, there are some 119 new names in Trismegistos after AD 400, 19 new hybrid names, of course. They account for 45% of the individuals attested in this period. And interestingly, all of a sudden we get lots of new Egyptian hybrid derivations. Many of them based on the Coptic article and many of them based on words rather than names, which is quite interesting. And one wonders whether this is a result of the rise of Coptic with its many Greek loanwords. These words often refer to either Christian religious ideas like papostolos, sanagape, or to the administration, actually, church or state administration, percomes, illustrios, and so on. And another important form in this period is Israel, which is an Egyptian derivation of Semitic again. And one quite interesting late derivation is an Egyptian derivation of Persian, actually, Per Cambyses, which is interesting that it occurs that late. Another potentially new type, but here I'm really not sure, could be Latin derivations of the late Latin suffix "acius," but we also find "acios" in medieval Greek. So I'm not quite sure whether we can really consider these names as hybrid names. It's not really my period, so if anyone could help me out, would be good. And then finally, and so we have Egyptian derivations, we have potentially Latin derivations, but strikingly, there are no new or very few new Greek hybrid derivations. There's only one which is attested more than 10 times, which is Michaias. And another contrast to the earlier periods is that these new Egyptian hybrid names no longer had this clearly female profile that they had before, but they still show great creativity without individual forms becoming very popular. And then finally, there's a Semitic name, Bartholomeos, which is interesting. It consists of Bar and Tolmai or Talmai, which could be the Hebrew for Ptolemaeus. Of course, the name was popular because of the apostle Bartholomew, that's clear. But if one speculates, then maybe the name was particularly popular in Egypt because of this Ptolemaeus association. It may perhaps be a final sign of this long tradition of thoroughly intercultural forms.
So our last speaker of today is Maren Schinteleit. So Maren, she studied Egyptology and papyrology at the University of Trier. And during this time, she also came to Leuven for a year with the Erasmus program, and her Dutch is still very good. She did her PhD in Würzburg and her Habilitation in Heidelberg. And since 2019, she is the Associate Professor of Egyptology and Coptic Studies here in Oxford. And so today, for the last talk, she will be speaking about cross-gender names in Socropionesos and beyond.
Okay, so in this paper, I aim to explore a specific category of Egyptian names, which are called unisex names. We heard this term today already. So this term usually designates proper names which were used across genders. However, I opt for calling this category cross-gender names, whereas I use the term unisex only for those names that are not indexing the gender of the name bearer, like a name like the gift of the god Amun. So there it's not, the gender of the name bearer is not indexed, but we will come to this later in detail. The first time I consciously perceived a name that was held by a female as well as a male individual was during my master's, when I worked on a re-edition of a bilingual contract. The buyer of the property, an inhabitant of Roman period Dyme or Socnopionesos, had the same name as his mother. His filiation is given as Satabus, son of Heriois the Younger, his mother being Satabus the Elder. It was not until I joined the edition project Socnopionesos as it appears in Demotic sources in Roman times in Würzburg that I found the use of cross-gender names a well-documented phenomenon in this settlement. In the first volume of the series Demotic documents from Dyme, containing the edition of a bit of more than 200 ostraca, Sandra Lippert and I wrote in a footnote that the name Satabus, in Egyptian Cheteba, is written with a God standard, so with a God determinative, instead of the foreign determinative. And I hope you can see this. Yeah, so this is the foreign land determinative, and this is the God determinative. And this is the only two Demotic ostraca I will show you today. So, and these indicates that that there was a god or a deified man called Satabus. This assumption was then confirmed by a list of temple inventories from Dyme, in which a crown for Satabus the god occurs. Furthermore, we say in this footnote, this also explains the frequent use of the name for both men and women, although it is a non-Egyptian Semitic female name. However, we made this assumption without any further research, and this conference offers an excellent opportunity to take a closer look at this phenomenon. So what I want to do today is I want to explore the reasons that led to the use of names across genders, specifically in Dyme, whether they are external factors or reasons inherent in the names. But I will also take a look at earlier periods of Egypt in order to determine how common the phenomenon of cross-gender names was, and if different developments can be observed at different times. So we will travel back in time. When browsing through the text editions, the range of names used in Dyme, especially during the Roman period, seems very limited. According to Trismegistos, there is indeed a small group of 8 names, which represents half of the total 17,281 name attestations from Dyme. And I have the list here in order of their frequency. Sorry, so Onofris is the most frequent proper name used in Dyme, followed by Statuetis, Satabus, Heriois, Tesenufis, Panephremys, Apynchis, and Horos. The other half is represented by names for which we have mostly less than 100 attestations each, but these are still approximately 40 names. However, we must be aware that a high percentage of the sources comes from the priestly milieu, and more specifically from the temple administration. This means, firstly, that female individuals, and thus also female personal names, are underrepresented, and secondly, that the range of names reflects the traditions and policy of the priests. Recently, Benjamin Zippel has compiled and examined the names attested among the priesthood of Dyme during the Roman period. He gathered 18 proper names, including the 8 most frequently attested names mentioned above. The remaining 10 names are also among the frequently attested names. Of these 18 names, he identifies 9 place-specific proper names. So that means names which are attested exclusively or almost exclusively in Dyme. These are Hapagates, Heriois, Pabus, Panephremys, Pachysis, Satabus, Statuetis, Tesenufis, and Theses. I think Theses is disappeared under the So Zippel explains, with reference to the first volume of the Demotic Dokumente aus Dyme, the high frequency of these names among the priesthood of Dyme, with the fact that at least some of them go back to gods or goddesses or deified private individuals. These are, and on the slides they are marked as in yellow, Harpagates, Heriois, Pachysis, Satabus, Statuetis, Tesenufis, and Theses. So again, Theses disappeared. Panephremys mean, and we heard this in other talks today. So it's par, the possessive article par, the one of, and then Nephremys, so the one of Nephremys. This goes back to a local or regional form of Isis, Nephremys, called Isis Nephremys, and Pabus and Pabus and Theses are not yet attested as divinities. So as I said, the yellow ones are these deified individuals we have attested. So Zippel mentions that the names Tesenufis and Statuetis were used across genders, but with no further explanation for this. And in fact, Satabus and Herios also belong to this group. So all 4 names are those of deified individuals. Is this a coincidence? Or do we have a similar phenomenon as, for example, in Germany, France, Spain, or Italy, where names of prominent religious figures were used for all genders? Maria, Maria is a popular female name, but is also used as a second name for male individuals, particularly in Catholic areas, where the patron saint had a high protective function for the bearer of the name. So, for example, Karl Maria von Weber, the German composer. Common male first names in the French-speaking world are Jean-Marie, and in the Spanish-speaking world, José María. In medieval times, until the 18th century, French male individuals could even bear the name Marie-Joseph, so Marie-Joseph Chénier, a French poet. In German-speaking areas, Joseph, or other names of Christian male patron saints are not permissible epithets for female individuals, but in Francophone and Spanish-speaking countries, names like Marie-Pierre, Marie-Joseph, Maria José are fairly common. So this leads to the question, can a correlation be established between the evidence for cross-gender names and deified private individuals? So firstly, we have seen that besides Satabus, Herios, Tesenufis, and Statuetes, at least 2 more deified individuals are attested for the region, namely Harpagates and Pacuses, but neither Trismegistos nor I know female individuals bearing these names, not only none from Dyme, but countrywide. Let's have a closer look at the name structure. So Pacuses is Pa Ikesh, that means the one, male, of the Kushite. The element Pa, the one of, is clearly gender defining, as it is the so-called possessive prefix he of. In contrast to, we have seen this ta, she of. This prefix is common as an element in personal names, as we have already seen. Harpagates is Herpit, to be translated as Horos the Libyan. However, as the name does not include an explicit gender-specific element like Pacuses, I would argue that it was seen as a male designation. On the contrary, Herios, Statuetes, and Tesenufis are not gender-specific. So we have Herios, meaning they, the gods, are satisfied. Statuetes means, so it's written usually unhistorically, Secha u ta weti. Historically, it would be Secha u ta wedjat. May they, again, the gods, avert the calamity. And then we have Tesenufis, Tesh Nefer, the good nomos, or sea land. And the sea land, of course, is the Fayum. The case of Satabus is not totally parallel because, as we have seen, it is a non-Egyptian Semitic name. In Demotic, it is written phonetically in different ways, so it can be written one consonantal signs or syllabic writing, and shows either the foreign land determinative or the god determinative. The translation of the name as sister of the father was suggested by Wittmann, what probably means that it was originally a female name. But at a certain point, also male individuals could bear the name, as the deified Cheteba Satabus was apparently a man, since his epithet is Pa-Aa, the male great. At this point, we only can speculate whether the original meaning was forgotten or other reasons came into play, so that in Egypt, men could also bear this name. From this follows that the proper names used in Dyme across genders share the common feature that they do not index the gender of the name bearer and thus are unisex names. To what extent is the situation in Dyme specific? How widespread is the phenomenon of cross-gender names outside Dyme and in earlier periods of Egyptian history? Comprehensive studies on this topic do not seem to exist, and encyclopedia articles rarely address cross-gender names as a phenomenon at all or as a category. I was really surprised when I did the research for this paper. So that at present we can only refer to studies on individual aspects as well as onomastic lexica and databases. So what I present now are just some observations, because as I said, there are no comprehensive studies on that. So for the Old Kingdom, Henry George Fisher states that the majority of personal names have distinctive masculine or feminine forms, either by marking them with a feminine ending t, so .t in the transliteration, like Nefer, Neferet, so the male and the female form, or by using a personal pronoun, so F for he or his versus S for she or her, so Nefer KUF or Nefer KUS. However, a particular name category that includes identical names for both men and women is hypochoristic names. That means they're also called pet names, I learned. So like E.T. and Baby, yeah. He also notes that some names that, I quote, make a statement are identical for all genders. So he gives as an example, Anchrufu, so the king Cheops lives. He does not give a detailed analysis of this name category, but one feature seems to be that those names do not indicate the gender of the name holder. For the Middle Kingdom, Wolfram Grajecki explores the use of, as he says, male names for women, defining male names as those which are only attested as male names in other periods, especially in the Old Kingdom, because this definition is a bit problematic. The bulk of the attestations does not index a gender of the name bearer. So for example, Jehuti Hotep, so Thoth is satisfied. And I repeat, so Grajecki is calling this a male name. And so, but then he says, well, it's a rather neutral male name. The second biggest group after theophoric names are names of deceased kings, like Nub-Kaure, so this is the throne name of Amenemhet II, and Snefru, so a king of the Old Kingdom, followed by names built with adjectives like Nacht, strong, and derivations of personal names like Ameni. This comes from Imen, so Amun, and the derivation is Ameni. Things are different with the remaining cases. The name Senep means he is healthy because it has the suffix pronoun F in it, so he is healthy. Traditionally, the pronoun is understood as referring to the name bearer, which is why these names are seen as male names. The same is true for the last category, showing names with a pattern Sa plus a god's name or a personal name, so the son of X, so the son of a person or the son of a god, for which Grajecki gives a few examples, like Sa Sobek, so the son of Sobek, Sa Antef, this is a personal name, the son of Antef, and Sa Iset, the son of Isis. He admits that it is likely that in some cases the feminine ending of the feminine ending t of Saat, daughter, might be omitted in writing, so resulting in Sa, making it arguable that this category could have been cross-gender at all. Without a doubt, a broad material base is needed to draw valid conclusions, which is now available through the database Persons and Names of the Middle Kingdom, in short PNM, by Alexander Ilin Tomic. This database gives unisex as a specific category which comprises names for which both male and female name holders are indeed documented. PNM gives 935 attestations of such names and thus offers the appropriate basis for a comprehensive study, which of course cannot be done within the framework of this lecture. Here I can only present some observations. The vast majority of names which are designated as unisex consists of those which do not index the gender of the name bearer. But there are occasionally names designating female individuals that seem masculine to us, either because they show a pronoun which is seen as referring to the name bearer. So for example, EUF seneb, that means he comes healthy, or shows a masculine verbal form like senti fi, he who will be healthy, or has another masculine element like the already mentioned sa or s, man, so son of Sobek, or man of the powerful, SN Wezeret. And this name, the man of the powerful, is, we have 34 attestations for female name bearers out of 657 attestations in total. And one might explain this high number of attestations with the fact that SN Wezeret was the name of, well, it is Sesostris. The name of the second king of the 12th dynasty, Sesostris I, who was a name patron, obviously, not only for male, but also for female children. Furthermore, there's quite a number of attestations of unextended male divinity names used for female individuals, among them Horus, Sobek, and Chnum as names for female individuals. Wittmann explains such cases where the gender of the name bearer does not correspond, in his view, does not correspond to that of the gods, by saying that they were abbreviations of compound Theophorus names, so that in fact the name was longer, like the daughter of Sobek, and that was abbreviated then maybe in like daily use to only the god's name, Sobek. The database also shows names which seem to refer to female individuals, but for which male bearers are attested, however less often than the other way round. So we have Sat Ptah, so the daughter of Ptah. I have found 2 attestations for male name bearers out of 38, and 8 male individuals with the name of the goddess Hathor, so 8 out of 37. The situation during the New Kingdom and the Third Intermediate Period is not so easy to assess, as databases and studies are rare. So I refer to Hermann Ranke here. He mentions in his book Die ägyptischen Personennamen, 1935, that the use of cross-gender names is frequently attested, but less frequently than in the Middle Kingdom. Pet names and theophoric gender-neutral names form the majority of cross-gender names, beside male gods' names for women and names showing female pronouns used for male individuals. With the appearance of non-literary late Egyptian in official inscriptions after the Amarna period, so this is after 1346 BCE, the definite articles occur regularly within names, and thus new name patterns evolve as there was no definite article as such in earlier language phases. So for example, pa plus noun, so like the male servant, or pa sher and the god's name, the son of the god X, or pa di and the god's name, the one male given by the god X. Ranke sees the reason for the appearance of these new patterns in the need to distinguish personal names more clearly by gender again. But one could also argue that the evolving of the definite article has triggered the new name patterns, and this results in a clear or clearer differentiation, as a par name might not be felt as suitable for a girl like a tar name for a boy. During the Third Intermediate Period and the Late Period, theophoric names increase, and this is also true for the Ptolemaic and Roman periods. Besides traditional name patterns like a god's name plus an action, a quality, or a state of the deity, forms like he or she given by the god, or she, he belonging to the god, like Padi Amun, Tadi Amun, or Pa En Amun, Ta En Amun, and later the daughter or the son of a god, Ta Sheret, Pa Sher, En, and then a god, are widespread. Thus patterns which are very distinct for male and female. Patterns like a god's name plus ir ds, yeah, it's on the, what is talking here? So god's name plus ir ds. So it is the god X who has given him or her, and Nes plus the god's name, he, she belongs to the god X, appear unisex in writing, because here the S, the pronoun S, and here the Nes is homograph for both genders. But in fact, S is, well, it can mean him or her. And the Nes is coming from, this is under that bar here, so it's coming from Ni Su, so he belongs to, and Ni Si, she belongs to. So in writing, it's the same. In writing, it appears like unisex. But I'm wondering if Egyptians heard it, not unisex, but this is another question. So, and after this short overview of across gender names in Egypt in general, we will return to Dyme. So how common is the phenomenon of cross-gender names in Dyme specifically, apart from the discussed names Heriois, Stothoetes, Tezenoufis, and Satabus? Trismegistos identifies a few Egyptian non-gender indexing names in Dyme, namely Totautaios, Jehuti Dies, Sisois, this is Chai Dg, the bearer of the Harlock, so this is of the Horus child, Tehamais, Jet Hermai, the face of the lion says. Then we have Heranch, Haunches, the living face, and Segatis, Si Iret U. This means their eye has sated themselves. But it turns out that they were not used across genders here, but only for male or female individuals respectively. The name Mai, lion, is attested once as a female name and once as a male name, but in both cases it turns out that these are abbreviations. So the woman Mai is called Tameois. This can be a rendering of Tamai, or so the female lion, or Tamai, the one of the lion, in the Greek part of the bilingual papyrus. And the male head of the third phyle, Mai, Mois, is indeed called Pamai in another text. So from this follows that none of the frequent occurring names mentioned above, so that means Apynchus, Hapaeses, Hapagates, Horus, Calatytis, Nesnephis, Onofris, Paupis, Pabus, Panemiois, Panephremys, Pacuses, Paus, or Tezes, are used for both genders, even the non-gender indexing name Tezes. So one might expect that Tezes appears across genders, as it is the unextended form of the frequently attested cross-gender name Tesh Nefer, Tezenoufis. Tesh is a phonetic writing of Ta-Shi, the sea land. So that again, the Fayum. Tesenophis means the good sea land. But actually, only male individuals are attested for Theses as name bearers. So in order to assess the observations we have made on the material from Dyme, comparisons with other settlements, specifically Fayum towns, are necessary. Tunis shows a similarly high number of text sources as like Dyme. Sippel identified 12 frequently used names within the priesthood. Kronion, Marepkemis, Marepsemis, Maron or Maronas, Mares, Marzisuchos, Onofris, Pakepkis, Phanesis, Senkepkis, and Tefersos. Obviously, the names are very different from the ones used in Dyme, but can still be characterized as Theophoros. Kronion, we heard this already today, the derivation of the Greek god's name Kronos is dominant, and we heard that this is in fact Geb. So names with the element Mares, the abbreviated throne name of the deified king Amenemhat III, are the second largest group, with Marepsemis, Mares, Marepkemis, followed by those including the gods' names Geb, so it's the same like Kronion, Pakepkis, Senkepkis, and then Isis, or referring to Osiris. So this is the name Onofris, and then the divine child Zoiphis. All these names are attested exclusively for male individuals in Tunis. The only cross-gender name in this group is Tefersos, Egyptian Tai F Reset, a derivation of the name Tefres Uja. That means his awakening is healthy. This is a local deity in Tunis with a cult site at the Temple Dromos. The proper name is almost exclusively attested in Tunis. So we have 48 attestations and only 6 attestations outside Tunis. Although Jan Quacheber assumed a crocodile god, it might be worth considering whether it was originally a deified private person, which I think the name could also indicate, as it does not include any of the traditional gods' names, but is apparently an epithet for a male god. For Bakhias, the situation is more difficult to assess, as the number of sources are less numerous. Sippel identifies 6 frequently attested names among the priesthood: Ammonios, Orsinophis, Peteesis, Petehyris, Psenamunis, and Zizois. Cults for Amun and Isis are well attested in Bakhias. Orsinophis was venerated in Kerko Osiris. A cult is not yet attested for Bakhias. If there were local deities called Petehyris and Zizois is not known. Zizois, as I said, bearer of the hairlock, could be seen as a unisex name and is, as far as I could see, the only name used across genders in Bakhias. Ammonios, deriving from Ammon, and Orsinophis, the good guardian, although not gender indexing in their composition in a stricter sense, are used exclusively for male individuals. So compared to Dyme, the phenomenon of cross-gender names in Tunis and Bakhias is much less common. With Tefersos in Tunis and Petehyris and Zizois in Bakhias, we might have less pronounced examples of local deities or even deified private individuals which served as namesakes, but that remains to be proven. I come to the conclusion. Cross-gender names are attested and common in Egypt, at least since the Old Kingdom. According to the current state of research, the use of names for all genders increased in the Middle Kingdom, with a following decline in the late New Kingdom and thereafter. The reasons for that, be it social changes, linguistic developments, fashion, or a combine of all these, is not known yet. The majority of cross-gender names are unisex or gender-neutral names, which means they do not index the gender of the name bearer. But not all unisex names per se were used across genders, and it would be interesting to explore which social rules or norms allowed certain unisex names to be used exclusively for women or for men. Not infrequently, names with gender indexing elements could also be used for the opposite gender, even if a version for the opposite gender is also known. This is at least true for the period from the Old to New Kingdom. An assumption is that, at least in some cases, non-marked male names were seen as suitable for female individuals. But more research is needed to determine if the gender indexing element is always referring to the name bearer, or if it might refer to a third person. Whereas gender neutrality could be seen as a feature inherent in names, which allows them to be used across genders, there are obviously also external factors for this use. For example, gods, kings, or family members serving as namesakes. In Dime specifically, we see indeed a combination of name inherent as well as external factors regarding the use of cross-gender names. We know of 6 deified individuals which all served as namesakes, as their proper names are the dominantly used ones in Dime. But only the 4 gender-neutral names were used across genders rather than all 6. On the other hand, no other unisex names in Dime were used across, no other unisex name in Dime was used across genders, not even the frequently attested and gender-neutral name Tezes. I suggest that the reason for this is that no deified person named Tezes existed. Therefore, a cross-gender name, at least in Dime, should show the features of gender neutrality in addition to being the designation of a divinized individual. Thank you.
Though I can see him on the screen, I can't actually see him. I have great pleasure in introducing Malcolm Choate, who is speaking from Macquarie in Australia, where it's 9:30 in the evening. Malcolm, I think, is known to us as a papyrologist, church historian, historian of monasticism, perhaps, Christian papyri, Coptic, late antique Egypt. But today his subject is, I haven't got it in front of me, but it's on the screen. His subject is Christian naming in Egypt. Let me hand it over to you, Malcolm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy, for that introduction. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep, okay. I want to start by acknowledging that I'm sitting on unceded Cammeraygal land here in what the English came to call Chatswood. And I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging of the Cammeraygal nation of the Darug people. This work was largely undertaken on Wadamaragal land across the Tumbarumba River, now called the Lane Cove River, at Macquarie University. I want to secondly thank the organisers of this conference for the symposium, me presenting from so very long range. I'm really sorry that I can't be there. There's people in the room that I haven't seen for many years, of course. It's been since 2019 that we were last in England. I would have loved to be there, but various factors have militated against that. So I'm very pleased that the conference format has allowed me to deliver this long range. Some of you will know that I've been distracted in recent years by papyri that aren't real. And it's really good to have an opportunity to turn my attention back to Christianity in 4th century Egypt, which, as Dorothy said, I've done extensive work on in the past. I didn't pick the title for this paper, but it was fortuitously devised as it avoided the necessity to argue against the title of my own paper. Not that I haven't done that to papers I myself have named, of course, but I prefer not to have to do that with the title bestowed on the paper by our host and our convener. That was why I was so pleased to see that the title of my paper was not Christian Names in Egypt, but Christian Naming in Egypt. Discussion of so-called Christian names in late antique Egypt, quote unquote, is of course commonplace, and the difference might seem very minor, but I think it's important. I'm reminded of a comment that Roger Bagnall made in a review of my first book. He said, "There are no Christian letters, only letters written by Christians," by way of chiding me for using the term Christian letters. I would say, and that was a completely correct comment, by the way, I'd extend that to our topic today. I'd say that there are very few Christian names, but a wide variety of names that are used by Christians. To put it another way, what I find very interesting and what I think we best focus on is not the names themselves, but the way Christians use them. So today, I want to make some comments on the way Christians name themselves, assess some aspects of the debates that have arisen around these issues, and introduce some new data which further supports the picture that's arisen on the basis of Christian onomastics in Egypt. There's probably few to no people in the audience, whether in Oxford or online, who aren't at least aware of the major contours of the bibliography of a paper such as this. Certainly some are more familiar with it than others, given that they were themselves the authors of the work in question. I mean, I'm only assuming they're there because all I can see is the empty podium where I would have stood had I been there. It also means that I can't see people's faces as they put their heads in their hand. So that's actually probably quite a good thing. So for those people who actually wrote the works I'm going to engage in, and for others who are deeply familiar with this work, I crave your indulgence as I set our scene with a sketch of it. The names that Christians bore have long been of interest. As early as the opening years of the 20th century, Harnack was examining the theme at some length, drawing some conclusions which further data did not bear out, such as Christian avoidance of names drawn from what they came to call the Old Testament, and finding more remarkable than we might, and feeling the need to explain at perhaps more length than is necessary, the continued use of names from the classical past. It was remarkable, and it is, but it didn't need a couple of pages to explain it. Reflection on these issues is, of course, much earlier, and indeed extends back, right back to the period that we're discussing today. In more recent times, the agenda has been set by Bagnall in 1982, followed by De Pauw and Clarissa in 2013. And as you'll see from these sides, rather than try and recreate the graphs, I've simply taken them from the articles concerned with acknowledgement. And I apologize for just lifting things straight out of them there. Inspired by the work on medieval Islam by Richard Bullitt, Bagnall derived a curve for the Christianization of Egypt based on onomastic data, which showed that Christians constituted half the population of Egypt by the time of Constantine and the vast majority by the end of the 4th century. And you see the graph from the original article on the left of the slide. More accurate data dating of key papyrological data, particularly the Scar Codex and the Hermopolitan land lists, which had the unfortunate side effect of denuding the 4th century of much of its previously relevant data, along with the reconsideration of the coefficient needed to convert a count of Christian names to a percentage of Christians amongst the populace, led to adjustments in a 1987 return to the theme. And I've taken the graph from De Pauw and Clarissa's article here on the right, which shows Bagnall 1987 curve in black and black lines there. The more comprehensive onomastic data, which Bagnall correctly noted was necessary to advance the discussion, was in due course provided by the Trismegistos projects and those projects which it inherited and took forward, which allowed Mark De Pauw and Willie Clarissa to take up the issue in a methodologically rigorous article published in 2013 in Vigilia Christianae. The reference is there on the screen for those of you that don't know it or indeed didn't write it. Based on the wider pool of data, computational and database power which was unavailable in the 1980s, they produced a revised Christianization trend line, which has not, I think, been systematically challenged in the decade odd since that treatment was published. And in their analysis, Christians formed around a third of the population by the time of the entry into sole rulership of the empire by Constantine in 2013, and around 2/3 by the end of that century. And you can see their final results on this graph. Excuse me. Between the work of Bagnall and de Pauw and Clarissa, there have been a number of broadly sympathetic approaches to the issue, largely, although not totally, witness Jean-Michel Carrier's 2009 contribution, written by people whose work focused on the papyrological evidence for early Christianity in Egypt. Choate, whose main contribution, assuredly not original, was the insistence that onomastic determination of religious identity could not function at an individual level. Blumel, Lyondike, and I put in Shandrook there as an example of one of the other people who used onomastic data in their work on early Christian Egypt. There's been many applications of the principle on a smaller scale in the intervening decades, many of which break Choate's law. It's frustrating, if I may digress for the 1 millionth time on this, to repeatedly see onomastic identity used as a test of religious identity at an individual level. And not only because the point that this is not a valid approach has been made by a number of different people over the years. At the risk of repeating myself yet again, there are a number of reasons not to do this, at least in my opinion, and we can discuss the pros and cons of that after the paper, should anyone wish to. First, there's the obvious, so obvious it's often overlooked, point that children don't name themselves. And name change on conversion in this period and context is virtually unknown. So names speak to the religion of one or both of the parents, which is interesting to be sure, but assuredly not what is being asserted by those that note that X or Y's name means that they're a Christian. I think that this was probably too obvious a point to make to most speakers of the symposium, some of whom have probably long ago lost patience with saying the same thing to people, but it's always worth restating. People may, of course, wonder if tracking religious identity via onomastics works at scale, for conversion curves, say, why not at an individual level? Again, I think the answer is probably obvious to most of us here. Large-scale analysis allows for a margin of error within which the individual decisions and circumstances that people make in naming their children can be subsumed without vitiating the validity of the overall picture. Once we descend to the level of individual circumstances, we have no such margin for error. So enough of my hobby horse. There's been two main challenges to the work of Bagnall and de Pauw and Clarissa, which the onomastic and specifically to the projection of the rate of conversion, which onomastic data has been taken to suggest. That of Eva Wojcicka to Bagnall's work in the 80s, and that of David Frankfurter to that of de Pauw and Clarissa more recently. Wojcicka's response, and I hope I'm not mischaracterizing this, seems to have largely been born from a discordance between the results of Bagnall's analysis and what she had observed in the sources of Christianity in Egypt over many years before that. A sense that something was not quite right in the picture that that work generated. Frankfurter's responses, published and forthcoming, are a more thoroughgoing attempt to question the underpinnings and validity of the model, to ask what does conversion and identity mean, and to ask if this is a valid approach at all. I think that there's a lot to recommend these responses, and I'll return to aspects of them later. But I don't think I should say at this point that either has impacted the essential plausibility of the trend line of conversion that the works to which they respond have generated. Partly, this is because I think the underlying methodology is basically sound. Although I do wonder about the effect including or excluding various groups of names has. Partly, it's because the trend line produced by de Pauw and Clarissa's work fits well with what I inherently expect on the basis of the evidence. A percentage of a percentage of the population that were Christians starting to grow about a generation after Dionysius of Alexandria notes in the middle of the 3rd century that believers are now calling their children Peter and Paul, escalating through the 4th century when we have increasing evidence for Christians in public and personal documents, and constituting a majority by the later 4th century, by which time we have little evidence for any functioning competing cult apparatus, even if the presence of adherents of other systems continues to appear, which this model allows for. Some might have heard me say in my introduction that there were very few, quote, Christian names, unquote, and already decided I don't know what I'm talking about. Categories established by DePau and Clarissa in their 2013 article, which I'm happy to take as the baseline set of names we should be considering, we have a group of names of Jewish origin, which can be further subdivided into those which were in use in Egypt in the Ptolemaic and early Roman period, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Johannes, and those which were used rarely, if ever, before the 4th century. Aaron used rarely, Abraham used rarely, Daniel, Elijah, or Elias as it appears in the Greek, Moses, with only scattered representation. Then we have a group of Jewish names that are prominent in the New Testament. Matthew, Maria, I'd include Peter here for convenience's sake. We have a much smaller number of Greek and Roman names, prominently Paul. We have names derived from virtues or concepts from Christian scripture, liturgy or theology, Anastasius, Epiphanius, Makarios. And then we have a number of monotheistic names, the Greek forms of which were admittedly also used by non-Christians, Dorotheus, Theodorus, Timotheus, but which similar Egyptian constructions seem to first occur in the 3rd or 4th century or become notably more popular at that time. This well-known set of names built on Nute, Papnute, Pinute, Shinute. You'll see what I've put at the bottom to be excluded. I'll come back to that as we proceed. Despite some wonderings, and it's valid to question, of course, it's certainly true that there is not, I think, much of any evidence outside of Judaism and divergent Christianities, such as Manichaeism and other dualist sects, for non-Christian use of any of the names used to plot the conversion curve onomastic analysis indicates, with the exception of the Greek monotheistic names. And I stand to be corrected on this by people that know particularly that know the onomastic traditions of other Roman provinces better than I, of course. Nor is there much indication of name change on conversion to Christianity, as I've said. The examples of that come almost exclusively from hagiography, much of it is later, or texts such as that in Eusebius' famous remark, that were destined to form part of such a work if they didn't already. That by way of saying that I essentially accept the list of names used to construct the chart of conversion put forward by Bagnall, DePau, and Clarissa, with the important proviso that I think DePau and Clarissa were right to exclude the names of saints and martyrs, names like Victor or Theodore or Phoebamen, that became incredibly popular in the 5th and later centuries. Not so much because they're overwhelmingly names drawn from other traditions, which are scarcely uniquely used by Christians, but because they're the most subject to local traditions rather than religious adherents. The exclusion of such names, particularly when you see the attestation of them in later centuries when most of the population is Christian, means that what we arrive at is an undercount. But we also avoid the possibility of counting non-Christians who adopted a local practice of naming a child after an honorand at a local shrine for local rather than religious reasons. What I think we don't know is whether adherents of Greco-Egyptian religions would have followed the same practice if the shrine was dedicated to John the Evangelist or Mary Theotokos than if it were dedicated to, say, Phoebamen or Victor. I think we inherently suspect that they wouldn't, but I think that relies on there being a level of community recognition of John and Mary as Christian names, something I'll return to later. So in saying that there are very few Christian names, I'm not ignoring here that there's a pattern of evidence for the majority of those names that I've discussed here that indicates a steep rise in popularity in 3rd and 4th century CE Egypt, and that the growth in their use then and in later centuries must surely be related to their use in Christian communities. The simple point I'm making is that these are not Christian names devised by Christians for Christians. Like the word Christianos itself, they originated outside that tradition and were adopted within it for various reasons. As actual Christian names, I would admit only a very few. For a start, Peter, Petros, perhaps coined as a joke by Jesus in the Aramaic from which it was calqued. And as far as I know, no sort of name, certainly not in Greek, though I stand to be corrected on the Aramaic and the Greek if anyone knows differently, before that time. Then we've got the small set, maybe only 5 or 6, of names that are derived from or honor or reference virtues or concepts which seem to find their origin in the New Testament or Christian liturgy or Christian theology, such as Anastasios, Epiphanius, Macarius that I've mentioned already, and which are virtually unused or very rarely used in Egypt before the 4th century. I'm tempted to add to this list of Christian names Thecla, excluded by De Pau and Clarissa along with the other names of saints and martyrs, but I think of a different character. Firstly, the textual locus of this name is much earlier. Martyrs in the late antique world. The Acts of Paul and Thecla is a 2nd century text which circulated prolifically. I mean, relatively speaking, we have a handful of copies, which is more prolific than if we have 0, for a non-canonical text in Egypt as early as the 3rd century. Its popularity is clear. Secondly, although the name from which Thecla is contracted, Theoclea, has a clear non-Christian life, Thecla itself is very hard to detect before what must be Christian usage begins in the 4th century, or the late 3rd. If a Christian didn't invent the name, and of course one may have, it was decisively and perhaps uniquely popularized by Christians. Excluding those names that I just mentioned, above here in A and B, out of all the other names in the long list constructed for onomastic analysis of Christianity, it's the closest I think we get to a Christian name. Excuse me if I have some tea while I talk, just to make sure I stay awake. Not that this material isn't fascinating, or the occasion isn't fascinating enough to keep me awake. I'd just like to be certain. In general, I think that once we descend to the level of debating the relationship of individual names to cultic adherents, we wander from the path which leads to the most interesting insights into late antique Egypt. The distribution pattern of individual names is, of course, interesting. The lack of widespread interest in using the name Mark by Christians in Egypt aligns well with the far lower representation amongst the literary papyri of the gospel attributed to that evangelist, or the lack of interest in writing commentaries on it, and does not, of course, align with the tradition that he founded the church in Alexandria. I remain, perhaps unreasonably, deeply suspicious that the Pauli of 4th century Egypt are all Christians. We see this dramatic rise. But I'm intrigued that in the 4th century, Paul is more than 3 times more popular than the next common New Testament name, John, which in later centuries, again in line with the overrepresentation of John's gospel amongst the papyri, leaves Paul in its wake. Paul is closely followed by Peter, which probably takes its cue from the Bishop of Alexandria, and Seal of the Martyrs, executed in 311 as Maximinus was on the point of having his mind changed on the utility of persecution. Of all the onomastic patterns associated with the names of the apostles, it's that of Paul which I think would repay closer investigation. I haven't done that for today, though I'd welcome discussion of it after the paper. There's an extremely interesting pattern of distribution of names drawn from the Hebrew Bible. in which a group of names, as I've already forecast, including Abraham, Elijah, and Moses, appears to have very little currency, little or no currency in Egypt, at least as far as the Greek documentary papyri attest, before what must be their Christian-induced rise in popularity in late antiquity, or before what is presumed to be their Christian-induced rise in popularity in late antiquity. As these names should be studied in wider perspective by specialists, one of whom indeed will speak on this topic later today, I won't further comment on them here, except to signal the continuing need for an explanation of the differential popularity of these names between Jews and Christians, and indeed maybe one will be provided today. I think it's these investigations of names, rather than debate over or simple assertions of the religious identity of this or that person that we meet in the papyri, which bear one of them, which I find more fruitful. So it's an investigation here of course, immediately said what I wouldn't do. I'm thinking about the names rather than the Christians who bore them here. But I think that's more, I find that more fruitful than taking an individual and trying to work out on the basis of their name what religious adherence they might have had, unless they're embedded in an archive that gives us lots of context, of course. And there, where the name is one of a constellation of bits of evidence. I want to turn to some data and test it against the picture that we have already. Since the publication of DePauw and Clarissa's work, further lists of Christian names, or should I say names used by Christians, have come more prominently into view in the Ethiopic translation of the history of the Episcopate of Alexandria, published by Baussi and Kamplani recently. Onomastic analysis of which is interesting. For those of you that aren't aware of this work, it's clearly an Ethiopic translation of a work that was compiled in 4th century Alexandria and responds to the key ecclesiastical necessities of the day by talking a lot about Peter and Mark, including hagiographical texts and including the names of the bishops that were ordained by those, the bishops of Alexandria immediately subsequent to it, up to around Peter, but not before Dionysius, where the text is basically lost. So for the second half of the 3rd century, which was coincidentally a very interesting period for what we're interested in here, of the 29 bishops which are said to have been ordained by Maximus, Bishop of Alexandria, 264 to 282, and their sees are listed in the document as well, but I haven't reproduced them here. As far as I can see, none of them bears a name which features on the list of DePauw and Clarissa. Of the from 282 to 300, I can see an Elias, Elijah, 2 Theodori, maybe a Peter, depending on the restoration of the Ethiopic and interpretation of it. And you see question marks all over this list where even someone as magisterial in Ethiopic manuscripts as Alessandro Baussi hasn't been able to completely retroject what the Greek name might have been. So there's 1 Paul, so that's 5 at most out of 50 there. And of 55 placed in their episcopal sees by Peter in the first decade of the 4th century, there's only 4 names later used by Christians that I can see, maybe a bit over 7%. Abraham, Theodorus, Thomas, Paulos. Now, I mean, obviously this is a fascinating document for a whole lot of reasons and has revolutionized our understanding of the history of Christianity in Egypt and overturned a number of things we believed for over 100 years. Leaving all that aside, one of the effects that this data does have is to potentially enable us to add at least 2 rows to the top of the Christians per decade of birth provided by DePauw and Clarissa for the decades, that is, for the decades around the mid-3rd century. So their table, which I haven't reproduced here because I don't just want my PowerPoint to consist entirely of figures and tables reproduced by other people's work, but they start their analysis around 276. We could potentially go some decades earlier than that on the basis of these names. I haven't advanced this work sufficiently to actually show a new version of the table, much less plot it on the graph, partly because the data is incomplete. That is to say, I haven't been able to comprehensively count Christian names for that earlier period in the 3rd century, partly because There's very few Christian names in the documentary papyri, of course, partly because I haven't been able to calculate the percentages specifically enough, and I haven't been able to retroject and reverse engineer some of the DePauw and Clarissa's work, partly because the numbers of Christian names in this period are so low, likely under 5 in raw terms, that statistics become meaningless, and partly because it just tells us what we would suspect anyway, that the Christian population of Egypt is well below 10% at the point when, say, Maximus is starting to ordain people. Even leaving aside 40 years before that, when most of these bishops might have been born. So we're talking about back into the 220s or so back then. And partly because the episcopate of Dionysius, that is 248 to 264, at that time, we're moving back into the point in Egypt's history where the Christian population is overwhelmingly concentrated in Alexandria. You'll remember that it's Dionysius during the persecutions that actually pushes out and seems to found a lot of the communities that later, that Maximus would come to ordain bishops in coming decades. But if a community is largely concentrated in Alexandria, that has obvious implications for its attestation in the documentary papyrological record, because the documents, I don't need to say overwhelmingly concern the Chora. I'm not sure the degree to which this last point has been noted in other papers at this symposium, but given the concentration of the Christian community in Alexandria down to, say, the mid-3rd century, although there's certainly Christians outside of Alexandria, particularly in the Fayum at that time, and the relative lack of documentation from the capital, it's relevant in the case of Christianity at least. Some of these data would be usefully subject to further analysis, and I'd like to undertake that when I think about this issue a bit more in the coming weeks and months. But we may note here that the 50 names of bishops ordained by Theonis in the last 2 decades, and I will bring up another graph from DePauw and Clarissa's article now. The 50 names of bishops ordained by Theonis in the last 2 decades of the 3rd century, of which you remember there were 5 names later used by Christians, or commonly used by Christians. It actually almost exactly confirms the percentage for Christian names used by Christians, derived by DePauw and Clarissa from the 19 names of 3rd century bishops that they counted in their article. But Christian names as a percentage of the 79 bishops ordained by Maximus and Theonis is lower, 6.3%, which again better aligns with the percentage for bishops, priests, and martyrs from the 3rd century, which is over here, 5.9%. And if you add the 79, and I don't understand why I didn't produce a new version of the table here, but my apologies for that. If you add the 79 bishops ordained by Maximus and Theonis to the 88 priests, martyrs, and bishops over here, already in the table, then I think, and again, not having access to the back end of this table and worrying that I've counted, some people might be counted twice, you get around 6% having names regarded as Christians, which aligns very neatly with the figure that was already there. And then if you fold that figure into the bishops, this figure comes down to be much closer, 6.8%, which I think just shows that the 10.5% seems indeed to be an outlier caused by sample size, as was speculated in the article. Via Christian naming patterns. What was going on in the 3rd century? But it needs to be considered alongside work on the social background of bishops, as far as we can track them in this period, long ago argued by Anik Matan and others to be predominantly Hellenized and urban in this period. And it needs to be embedded in a discussion of Greek naming in Egypt more generally, because overwhelmingly you'll see there's a predominance of Greek names amongst those bishops' names in the lists in the history of the Episcopate of Alexandria, which pleasingly it is in this symposium. I'll naturally leave detailed discussion of Jewish names to Sylvie Honigman, and we'll just make 2 points. One is that even if it's clear that the Jewish population of Egypt in the 4th century CE is not at a level which would be statistically significant in the context of generating a conversion curve or trend line, this perfectly well attested community might be excluded from consideration a little bit more sensitively, and of course properly taken into account when considering individual cases. My main concern, however, is with a related question, which doesn't go to the conversion curve or trend line or that issue at all, really, except that it affects maybe how we approach that issue. That is, the degree to which the names of Jewish origin which Christians used were recognized or even recognizable as Christian within the wider community in Egypt in the 3rd and 4th century, let's say. By the late Roman period, there'd been Jewish communities in Egypt for at least a millennium, if not longer. That's when our sort of papyrological documentation starts at Elephantine. It's only then. Ptolemaic municipal elites must have been familiar with the way Jews organized their societies, and their onomastic repertoire found a place in many documents. By the mid-3rd century CE, Origen could say in the Contra Celsum, sorry, I misspelled his name there in haste, his Origen with an E, of course, in the Contra Celsum, that Isaac and Jacob are generally known to be Hebrew by the Egyptians, who have inserted them in magical formulas, he means, in many places to produce some magical effect. It's interesting that Origen picks up here 2 names which are amongst those which the papyri show were used by Jews in Ptolemaic and early Roman Egypt, as opposed to those which were not or used rarely. And I think we might reasonably extrapolate that out to a general recognition of Jewish names within wider society in Greco-Roman Egypt. So my question is, to what extent, if any, did these names and others like them become generally known to be Christian, in the sense that Origen says here? And if they did, when did this happen? So this is part of a more general question I have over the degree to which the names we now recognize as Christian were recognized or as associated with Christianity outside of that tradition at the time, either by the administration or fellow residents of Roman Egypt. So in essence, what I'd like to know here, which may be essentially unanswerable, has nothing to do with the conversion curve or the data, and everything to do with the way these names presented in general society. How recognizable were they? And what, if any, consequences attached to their use or the bearing of them? Were they avoided before the 4th century because people didn't want to be identified as Christian? Or did the fashion just grow with increased conversion to use these names? The phenomenon of immigrants to Anglophone societies, such as the United States or Australia, changing the form or pronunciation of their name to either avoid adverse attention or blend in more, indicates that this is not merely a social concern in the modern world. Economic studies have shown that immigrants from Europe to the US who did not Americanize, quote unquote, their obviously European names, fared noticeably worse in terms of their earnings than those who did. And prejudice, racism, or discrimination based on names is sadly well known even in contemporary societies. Can we know if any such stigma or even recognition attached to the names used by Christians? I think our sources fall short of being able to answer this question, but I do wonder how high the recognition of so-called Christian names was outside the communities before a tipping point, which I would guess happened sometime in the 4th century, maybe even later, at which point the onomastic patterns may have been obvious enough for widespread recognition of the association between these names and the religion, particularly around the time of the Council of Chalcedon, where you have virtual total Christianization, of course. So we're really talking about what happened in the 4th century. I haven't been able to thoroughly review the evidence for this issue, as will be readily apparent to everyone in the audience, but my impression is that the Romans, who famously refused to accept before Constantine that the Christians were a separate body within the state, who, like the Jews, might reach an accommodation in the way they contributed to the salvation of the res publica, did not seek to find Christians on the basis of their personal name, although the name they all to the way that the Roman state approached the search for Christians. And I don't see any real evidence that the Roman state or its administrative organs and offices recognized a class of Christian names which was distinct to the religion. Again, I'd love to be corrected. This was probably because, as we have had cause to note already, there was not really such a class of names, but rather a number of overlapping Egyptian, Hellenic, and Jewish onomastic patterns, in the middle of which lay a group of names which Christians came to use with much higher frequency than adherents of other traditions, which also used them, and then over time it became very closely associated, sometimes exclusively, with Christianity. We might also ask, I think, with Frankfurter, the degree to which Christians themselves recognize the significance of their onomastic choices. I think this at least needs to be asked. Christians comment on their own onomastic repertoire and its significance less than one might imagine. There are famous instances of, probably not very famous, of Eusebius mentioning someone's name or saying they've lived up to their name or they were worthy of the apostle because they were called Peter. The comment of John Chrysostom, where's John Chrysostom? Here he is, in Vainglory and the Education of Children, cited by De Pau and Clarissa and others, urging Christians to give their children the names of the righteous, the martyrs, the bishops, and the apostles, which comes in the midst of a relatively extended meditation on this theme, one which the preacher addresses elsewhere, is conspicuous in its specificity. Conscious choice must have been involved. Of course, there's conscious choice when people name their children. That goes without saying. And it's difficult to imagine that either the proximate origin of the names in scripture, that is when we're talking about names that took their inspiration there, or were the names of people who were, say, the evangelists or apostles or other significant figures, was not recognized by Christians. If we're discussing names popularized via a locally or internationally famous saint or martyr, we might bring different considerations into play. These make for fascinating analyses of local traditions and open up a real possibility of data contamination. So I think they're rightly set aside by De Pau and Clarissa. While Frankfurter took issue with some of the assumptions in De Pau and Clarissa's work, such as that people outside the Jewish and Christian spectra did not use names native to those traditions, which I think, to be fair, is not so much as of an assumption as an observation based on the lack of evidence for such practice, I think to a large extent, this argument is at cross purposes. If you're interested in the rate at which conversion occurs, then you're interested in estimating the amount of people that would self-identify as Christians at any given point in time in late antique Egypt, or who could be externally identified as Christians, for that matter. Frankfurter, and to be honest myself, would like to know what that self-identification actually meant in tangible terms for people's lives. How sticky was it in different parts of people's lives? How contingent was Christian identity? And how did that affect the way that Christians articulated their relationships with others from different traditions, with others from different traditions in the 4th century? I think this period, the 4th century, provides some, and the 3rd century, provides some fairly clear examples of contingent Christian identity, such as the many Christians who sacrificed under Decius and Diocletian and then petitioned, in most cases successfully, to be allowed to rejoin the church, or Shenute's great enemy Gesius, who, on the most plausible reading, presented as Christian in public and maintained some sort of adherence to the classical cults, which may have extended to owning a fine collection of sculpture in private. I think Origen's statement in the Contra Celsum, which attempts to explain the presence of Jewish names of power in Egyptian magical texts, points us towards another example. The ritualists who employed Jewish and later Christian names and words of power in ritual texts, which otherwise show the clear influence of Egyptian and Greek ritual, are not best classified with Harnack as pagan exorcists who appropriated the Jewish and Christian names of power, but as those who sympathetically understood their significance. They may not have first have done this from inside either of those traditions, and indeed the central locus of the Roman period magical papyri in and around the Egyptian priesthood is quite clear. But as we move forward in time, and particularly into the 4th century, which so concerns us here, we encounter a much more elastic system in which ritual experts from a range of backgrounds are competing for business using a shared vocabulary, which includes material from a range of traditions. This is the century in which we see the rise of the monk as a public ritual expert at the expense of the Egyptian priest, in a context to which we should pay close attention if we wish to properly understand religion in late antique Egypt. In book history, as in scribal practice, as in ritual, the more we attempt to segregate off and explain away magical material, the less well we understand any of these aspects of late antique Egypt. Couple of paragraphs that sort of make it the same point about an irreducible grey area in the middle of the data set, but I'll skip over them to my final couple of paragraphs in the interest of time. And in case my ideas there weren't quite as bright as I thought they were earlier in the week. The documentary papyri give the impression of a large overlapping religious vocabulary between two poles of expressions, one of which Christians and those who held themselves to be such, however extreme and dualistic their cosmogonies might have been, they seem to have exclusively used, and the other of which were the property of their polytheistically inclined contemporaries. And the Onomastics mirrors this, a number of names which only Christians seem to have used, along with a larger number which they shared with other traditions, and a set of theophoric names which Christians seem to have avoided, and which were presumably used among classes of society which were more comfortable with the theology they implied, and that will be examined elsewhere in the symposium, of course. In the middle, between these two poles, is the grounds for debate in both these cases. The point is not that such examples make it any more or less likely that a particular name or individual is representative of a particular tradition, but that this is the backdrop against which we must set this onomastic analysis. Christianity may be presented by ancient Christian elites, in many senses, then of course, as digital and not analog, as Clarissa and DePauw describe in their follow-up response to Frankfurter's questioning in their first article. And discussions of ancient Christianity may lend themselves well to discussions of conversions whose models, I think, ultimately owe a lot to European conversion campaigns during colonization. But I think beyond such attempts to escape our own colonial heritage and the insistence of Roman period bishops on the nature of the religion they led, lies a religious landscape that's best understood not as a series of ones and zeros, but as a more complex series of equations and negotiations. As I have suggested today, I don't think that this plasticity of religious experience and identity affects our discussion here or the overall outcomes that arise from onomastic charting of conversion. But nor am I sure that the best line of defense against questioning of the relationship between onomastics and conversion lies on insisting on an absolute approach to religious identity. And I'll leave it there. I didn't get to say that, it doesn't matter. I'll leave it there with my thanks to you all.
Good afternoon, welcome back. It is with great pleasure that I introduce you my predecessor at LGPN, Michael Zellman-Vorer, who got his PhD in Berkeley, was at Harvard for a while before that, then spent 5 years in Oxford working on names from both Egypt and Syria. And now he is in Berlin for the Zodiac project, but today his concerns will be more earthly and will enlighten us about Greek names in Coptic. So the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Nico. Now, as many of you know, the founding editor of the Lexicon of Greek Personal Names, Peter Fraser, had a special interest in the history of Greco-Roman Egypt, realized in his monumental work on Alexandria, the production of which launched the collaboration between him and the second founding editor, Elaine Matthews, and Fraser's groundwork also for the corpus of Ptolemaic inscriptions that's now coming to fruition on under the auspices of the Center for the Study of Ancient Documents. So it's a special pleasure to participate in this conference on the occasion of the extension of LGPN into Egypt. I'll speak this afternoon on Greek names in Coptic, the last written phase of the Egyptian language. I must confess to doubts as to whether Peter and Elaine, whom I never got to meet, would have been terribly interested in this topic. What, after all, is the use of tracking down Greek names in this derived tradition, given the masses of data for Greek names in Greek? I hope to show that there is some value for a sense of the reception of the Greek onomastic tradition in later times, something to which LGPN has increasingly paid attention in recent years, including Greek names in local languages in Asia Minor and the Near East. The paper is also a sketch of the last chapter of the history of Greek naming in Egypt from the perspective of script and language choice. The focus is on late ancient and pre-Islamic Egypt to match the scope of the LGPN, but perspectives are also selectively given on the following 2 centuries for the sake of a more complete picture. I'll begin with a survey of the Greek onomastic stock as represented in Coptic, with a focus on documentary and epigraphic texts. Then I'll consider an aspect of innovation as opposed to more passive reception in the form of hybridization, more particularly the construction of new names, or apparently new names, by the addition of Egyptian elements to Greek names to create compounds. Finally, some case studies will illustrate the local particularities of Greek names in Coptic, a preview of what one expects will be possible on a larger scale and with more complete data when LGPN Volume 7 reaches completion for the whole of Egypt. But first, some definitions. By Coptic, I mean the latest phase of the Egyptian language, written in the Greek alphabet with the addition of a standardized set of additional signs, adapted from earlier Egyptian to render phonemes not represented in the Greek alphabet. It is possible to speak of a Coptic language separate from a Coptic script, but here, in the vast majority of cases in documentary texts, the 2 coincide, and I'll focus on those cases. For the sake of a manageable topic, I'll depart from the conventions of LGPN in recent years to take as Greek names all names recorded in Greek script, and rather opt for linguistically Greek names, but plus Italian or Latin names, which in an Egyptian context owe their diffusion to the same phenomena of administration by and settlement under a foreign power. So it would in fact be more accurate to say that this is a talk about Greco-Roman names in Coptic, but then this also rather arbitrarily excludes the linguistically Egyptian names that Roman citizens of Egypt, especially after 212, indeed bore, but one has to start somewhere. I also limit myself to the so-called standard Coptic in its writing system of the same name. It has been argued that there was a cohesive system for recording the Egyptian language via Greek letters, with some additional ones derived from Demotic, in place by the early 2nd century CE, although competition with other systems took several more centuries to be resolved into a standard Coptic. But the surviving Old Coptic, not a very large corpus to start with, is comparatively onomastically not so rich. A corollary to this periodization that I adopt is that onomastics, as reflected in standard Coptic, is also nearly entirely a Christian onomastics, and henceforth, every time I utter the word Christian, please take that as a cross-reference to the excellent paper of Professor Choate earlier, who's developed in a very sophisticated way the nuances of applying that term to names and naming in Egypt. But it bears repeating here that this will have far-reaching implications throughout the Coptic period too, with the Coptic linguistic and script period. To put it another way, it's broadly true that only such Greek names will have survived as were acceptable or better attractive for Christians to bear. That doesn't mean that traditional Egyptian names were excluded, but it helped if they had a saintly patron. A Greek Coptic linguistic division, however, is just as arbitrary for onomastic history, just as now generally recognized for cultural history more generally in late antiquity. In addition to practical questions, short epigraphic texts, for example, that don't allow the 2 languages to be distinguished, here an example with just a personal name. There's also the role of administrative systems that imposed a language of record independent of individual name choice. I point here, for example, to this document of 710 CE from a village near Aphrodito, in which a group of villagers all give their names in first-person subscriptions to a declaration by their own hands or by that of an amanuensis in Coptic, in contrast to a final recapitulation in the hand of the main scribe in Greek. The versions generally agree, but some differences could be meaningful for onomastic analysis, as in kolthe versus koluthos, which represent different degrees of Hellenization of an Egyptian etymon. Now I turn to some general features of the fate of Greek names in Coptic, as a preface to an inventory of the most popular linguistically Greek and Latin names in comparative perspective. Unlike Syriac, the other main repository of Greco-Roman names in late antiquity, so far considered by LGPN, the Coptic writing system was perfectly matched to record Greek names, as it had taken over their alphabet wholesale. We even see some cases where Coptic, due to its expanded consonantal inventory, can record more precisely or less ambiguously features such as initial aspiration with a special H letter, or etymological sounds lost in Greek transliteration from biblical names, many involving an intervocalic H, as in the popular names Abraham and Johannes, but also the aspirate sh by the special letter shai in a rare biblical name Enosh, to which we'll return. But it does not fail to present philological challenges, or more positively, linguistic interest. In addition to particular spellings, of which just a few examples here, with which one has to wrestle, there's also a general trend to take Greek names into Coptic from a substrate that seems more complicated than a transliteration of the lexical form. That is, in an oblique form that resembles the vocative, a temptation to think about the oral character of transmission that might have given a path for such names into Egyptian, if the vocative were indeed used still in spoken Greek to call someone by name. Examples include anthime for anthimos, apostele for apostolos, asumkrite for asumkritos, to confine myself to just the first letter of the alphabet. Now, the following overview and inventory runs an inevitable risk of tedium. My apologies in advance. I nevertheless find some justification in the fact that the ground is not so well trodden after the relevant pages in the 1929 monograph by Gustav Heuser on Coptic onomastics. There is a related problem that no account of Coptic onomastics in general is available along the same geographic principles as the LGPN. We nevertheless have, in addition to the discussion of Heuser, selective inclusion of personal names in the Coptic dictionary of Walter Prum, and more systematically, an invaluable repertory of the Coptic names themselves as of 2007 in the alphabetical list with select references prepared by Monika Hasicka, a similar principle to Pap Bensler, or for the papyrologist Preisiger for Boshi. And of course, the partner of LGPN in approaching the onomastics of Egypt, the Trismegistos project, while not yet aiming at comprehensive coverage of Coptic names and generally focusing its coverage on an earlier period, nevertheless has a large number of name attestations already processed and publicly available, which gives me a basis for this section of my talk that I gratefully acknowledge. I've taken the liberty of introducing my own equations of Coptic reflexes with Greek originals for errors in which TM bears no blame. The papyrological focus of the TM data will also be supplemented by 2 epigraphic case studies further on in this talk. For the purposes of this overview, I've limited the search to pre-9th century Coptic documents. Again, these are predominantly papyri and ostraca, which as of January 2022 yielded just over 23,000 attestations. And I've proceeded via attestations, name references in the terminology of the TM database, as allowing a more detailed account of linguistic and phonetic variations in the name forms. But there is the problem of multiple attestations of the same person, which TM resolves by linking multiple references to a single person record, So what I will present needs the caveat that instances are surely inflated, but over a sample of this size, it is assumed, at least hoped for the present purposes, that the effect of this inflation will be distributed enough to leave some sort of meaningful result. Future refinements should attempt to make the necessary compacting of attestations into persons, and I know this is already in process, while keeping track of phonetic variations too, just what the LGPN project is doing for the Greek and Demotic names of the Greco-Roman period. So to begin with the raw data for frequency, of these, just over 23,000 name instances, no fewer than 8,172 can be identified as linguistically Greek or Greco-Roman, about 35%. Contiguous with, but distinct from these two categories, to which we'll return, hybrid Egyptian Greco-Roman names, 1,062, about 5%, and biblical names, 6,543, 28%, the latter generally depending on an intermediate stage of transmission in Greek transliteration, and often also Hellenization in form to be available for Coptic. So altogether that makes 15,777, just under 68%. The rest includes those whose origins cannot or have yet to be identified, those that belong to linguistic origins that are minor for the purposes of this period, such as Germanic languages and non-biblical Hebrew and Aramaic, and those which deserve closer study by those more expert than I in Egyptian as well as Arabic philology in our pre-9th century period, still far more Egyptian than Arabic, about 4,600 and 200 instances respectively. And many Arabic names will probably turn out on closer inspection to be those of officials who are not necessarily natives of Egypt, or certainly not the places where they're attested in writing. In character, the total onomastic stock for Greco-Roman names is sharply reduced with respect to earlier periods. The attestations are divided across a total of only 497 names. For comparison, the last published volume of LGPN, 5C on Inland Asia Minor, had 7,328, though only a fraction of those linguistically Greek or Latin. For those Greek names that are taken up in Coptic, Christianity is an obvious causal factor. A look at the 20 most common male names by frequency of attestation shows 14 that coincide with the names of Christian holy figures, 4 apostles, Peter, Paul, Andrew, Mark, the latter traditionally associated with the ministry in Egypt, but as we heard earlier, only developed as a later tradition. 10 saints whose cult is firmly attested in Egypt. Here I rely on the inventory of Ariato Kappa Constantinou, and those are Victor, George, Manus, Theodore, Philotheos, Cosmas, Stephen, Syriacus, Epiphanius, and Arius. For another 3, there are matching Christian notables for whom no cult is directly attested in Egypt, but were more broadly considered saintly. So Athanasius, the famous 4th century prelate of Alexandria, Constantine, the first Christian Roman emperor, the church father Basil. The remnants are 2, the Theophoric Apollonius, one of the most popular Greek names of all time, no fewer than 4,724 bearers recorded in published volumes of LGPN, and more interestingly, Comes, representing also an official title, Count, which belongs to a special class to which we'll return. That saints served as namesakes is little surprise and seems to be a shared feature across Christian naming, but it is worth pausing over the meaning attached to this in Egypt. I single out an episode in hagiography, in Coptic hagiography, in which a saint, albeit not with a Greek name, is presented as taking a personal interest in his commemoration via name giving. This is the Coptic martyrdom of Saint Shamul, set in the Diocletianic persecution in Middle Egypt. In his final prayer before execution, the saint asks for a special blessing on the families who give my name to their children, remembering me. Though the causation is very likely more complicated, it's noteworthy that the popularity of this name, Camel, which has 34 attestations in the Onomasticon of Hasitska, seems to coincide by comparison with the Greek onomasticon of Phoroboshi with the period after the martyrdom. Under the heading of reception of Greek onomastics in a Christian context, I'd like to introduce briefly here, in connection with my own work with LGPN in the recent past, a comparison to Syriac. The forthcoming LGPN Volume 6 will include several hundred people with Syriac versions of Greek Greco-Roman names. Among these, saints are especially well represented, but a different caste than in Egypt. The rather different nature of the sources in the two cases, in Syriac, literary texts are central as opposed to documentary ones, cautions against direct comparison, but the top 15 list shown here nevertheless might cast an interesting sidelight on comparative histories of the Christianities of the regions. Saints are clearly a prime mover of the shape of the Syriac data, but the particularities differ. Victor and Menas are nowhere to be found, rather Sergius vaults into first place, and new entrants appear with closer associations to the region: Eusebius, he probably of Caesarea, Leontius of Tripoli, Eustathius of Antioch. There are commonalities in some broadly popular saints: George, Theodore, Stephen, the apostles Peter and Paul, but note the inversion of the popularity of the two. A final consideration in relation to the popularity of saints' names, and a factor that could, in future analysis, account for differences in Egypt with respect to the Near East and other regions, is the motivation of assonance, that is, popularity of names that sound like more traditional Egyptian ones. Peter and Paul, with spots 1 and 5 on the table of the most frequent, require no special pleading, but their resemblance to older Egyptian male names in Pet and Pa are a no less striking coincidence. The situation of the at least 15 instances of Pilatos and variants, however, is initially surprising, as Pontius Pilate is not an obvious choice for a Christian namesake, but could indeed be accounted for in this way via assonance, as an assonant pilas, recalling either the Egyptian noun for tongue or for flax, is on record and could conceivably have had a Hellenized stem, pilat or pelat. Non-Greek biblical names, not in the main line of transmission of linguistically Greek or Latin onomastics in Egyptian, nevertheless owe their presence in Coptic to transliterated forms, either in Greek scripture, the New Testament, or Greek versions of Hebrew and Aramaic scripture. Here are the 20 most popular male names on the basis, again, of the TM data. Notable is the sizable lead of John, surely due in large part to John the Baptist, as inter alia, not just an evangelist, not just the particularly for a role in as an exemplar, if you like, of the monastic way of life. The name of his father also takes 10th place. The patriarchal triad of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are also prominent, as are Moses and Joseph, whether or not this has anything to do with their special connection to Egypt. Prophets, priests, and kings from Hebrew scripture and the heavenly scribe Enoch tend to outnumber the non-Greek named apostles, represented by Matthew and Thomas. The beneficiary of resurrection, Lazarus, closes out the list. While it is tempting to draw direct lines to scripture, we also have to keep sight of the importance of human eponyms in name giving, such that choice could be multiply determined. The popularity of the Aramaic prophet Jeremiah may also be driven by the fame of the Appa Jeremiah, eponym of the monastery in the Saqqara necropolis, for example. Here are the top 10 female names. At once a question for further study would be explaining the striking increase with respect to the rather poorly attested group of linguistically Greek female names in Coptic. In the event, Mary, as Christian holy woman par excellence, leads the list, complemented by Elizabeth, mother of John the Baptist, by far the most frequent among the males, and Martha, another figure of the Christological inner circle and sister of another Mary. But the rest of the list is given over to figures of greater antiquity: Susanna, exemplar of moral rectitude, Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, and Rachel, and Abigail, respective spouses of the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and David, who stood high on the male list, and Hannah, mother of Samuel, found there too. A look at rarer names gives an interesting perspective on the fullness with which Egyptian Christianity engaged, especially with biblical traditions of the Old Testament, to take names that were never popular, if even attested in Christian Greek texts. A cursory overview can already include Abel, Abner, Absalom, Enosh, his father Seth also being on record 16 times, Esther, Gideon, Ham, Japhet, Melchizedek, Methuselah, Ruth, Reuben, and Zerubbabel. A special case would be Asenath, which, if correctly read and interpreted, would in fact be an Egyptian name, as probably also that of Moses, the daughter in this case of the priest Potiphar, who became the wife of Joseph. But to complicate this picture, I want to attend to some names and onomastic types that are not so frequent, but nevertheless show that name giving in Coptic was more than picking a holy namesake. The name Comes, actually Latin rather than Greek, one of the 20 most popular names by attestation, introduces a class of names based on civic, military, or paramilitary offices and related honorific titles, for which I'm tempted by the neologism archontophoric. Their representation in this group is striking, but further analysis of Greek names in Egypt and elsewhere would be needed to confirm whether this has anything to do with a valorization of bureaucratic service in late antiquity, as again I'm tending to think. Those that I would propose for this category are at least 13 and seem to cover both men and women. In keeping with the origins of many of the institutions in question, Latin is especially well represented here: Centenarius, Magister, Praepositus, Princeps, Tribunus, Illustris SC Vir. Other, generally prestigious professions are also represented: iatros, physician, and praetor, orator, especially in the sense of an advocate hired to give speeches on behalf of a client in court, which seems to appear in a hybrid form with prefixed Coptic elements, type to which we'll return. Christian officials are also, though not so extensively represented: diakonos, deacon, egumenos, leader, more specifically hegumen, as leader of a monastic community. In addition to their individual names, the apostles collectively are represented in the bearing of their office, apostolos, as a name. Hand in hand with admiration of or aspiration to prestigious titles and professions, a handful of names could be seen to convey aristocratic aspirations, which include some names not so well represented in LGPN thus far, if at all. Such are Calotropia and Philokalios, hopes for procreation as in eutexia, wisdom as in Sophia, and harmony, be it familial or communal as in symphonia. Some ancient or ancient-sounding names of similar construction could be seen to take on a new meaning in a Christian context, such are Parthenopa, in view of Marian devotion, as well as Christian valorization of virginity, and Eustathius, which could allude to the language of crowns of victory in the discourse of martyrdom, more clearly referenced in Marturia. Some more specifically Christian instances of names from abstracts are Nestea, referencing fasting, and Catholike, with ecclesiastical connotations, that is, the Catholic Church, perhaps further to be contextualized amid the doctrinal controversies of late antiquity, and the Christological Evangelia, Stauros, Staurophania, perhaps a more specific allusion to the vision of Constantine. Compare also Staurophoros and Christophoria. Male names dominate the documentation, including all the spots in the top 20 and much of the following discussion. For women's names, it seems safer to draw rather a list of only those with 5 attestations or more, especially as, on closer inspection, several of these are seen to owe a significant proportion of their attestations to repetition in the same document: 5 of 11 for Eudoxia, 4 of 10 for Marturia. The clear favorite, Thecla, probably references the martyr of this name, who may even have exerted an influence in the presence of the male Theklos a few times. For the rest, though the apostles seem not to have lent their names in these cases to otherwise conceivable female versions such as Paula, Petra, Andrea, the roster of saints whose cult is attested in Egypt, again relying on the inventory of Papa Constantinou, intersects with only one, Sophia, which could have been motivated by other considerations, the more abstract holy wisdom, or simply the abstract quality. Coptic hagiography, in fact, knows of a mother Sophia, wisdom, to a saint Epistemoun, knowing one. Female forms of male saints could be suspected in the case of Cura, Curia, Theodora, and Eulogia, or those of other notables, Athanasia, compare Athanasios among the male names. But for Eudoxia, Marturia, Anastasia, we may have rather a more general background in Christian values, hopes, and expectations. This preliminary inventory has set a background against which some features particular to the intersection of Greek names with name giving in Coptic can now emerge. Other aspects could have been selected for emphasis, but here, especially since linguistic hybridity has been considered at an earlier phase of onomastic history in Egypt in this conference by Nico, who also offered a perspective on later texts of this period. Here, adopting perhaps a narrower sense of hybridity, I would like to focus on some later instances of the same phenomenon as reflected in Coptic. What I mean is a Copticizing of Greek names, at least as it appears from a synchronic perspective, beyond mere transliteration into Coptic script. This process results in Greek names or common nouns being taken up as elements upon which compound names in traditional Egyptian patterns can be formed. Most commonly, it involves the Egyptian definite article, reflected as P or Pe in male names, T or Te in female names, prefixed as usual for common nouns. This development is natural in an Egyptian context, but markedly not so in a Greek one, where a definite article exists but is not onomastically productive, let alone a Roman one where Latin lacks the definite article entirely. Most often, the definite article is prefixed to a Greek or Latin noun. We find animal names, such as from the Greek words for rooster, bull, and possibly wolf, a so far unattested diminutive, which is, however, attested as a Greek name in Egypt. And occasionally personal descriptors, such as kolobos, short or dwarfish, haplus, simple, or the ethnic Roman. Abstract nouns are also reflected, conveying beneficial personal characteristics or hopes, peace, Irene, nobility of birth, Eugenia, wisdom, Sophia, also turned into a doubly abstract hybrid Greek Coptic noun in meant Sophia on a bilingual epitaph, and perhaps also livelihood, bios. Of a subset involving official titles, we have already met an example in Palustre, that is P plus the Latin title illustris. Others include titles both civic, archon, dux, magister, and ecclesiastical, deacon, lector, and possibly cleric. What has already been encountered as the bare transliterated comes, count, recurs with the definite article attached. In individual cases, it is possible that such names arose from a specific family member who held that title, but the aggregate number suggests some more cohesive fashion at work. A specifically Christian cast is borne out by other nouns, the Christian virtue of love, agape, the condition of being spiritually blessed, makarios, the ministerial status of apostle, and perhaps a more contemporary type of holy person, the ascetic recluse, anakoretes in Greek. More speculatively, the star could reference the biblical portent of the birth of Christ, though Astor is also on record as a Greek personal name. A similar impression emerges in hybrid compounds from the so-called possessed prefix, ha for men and ta for women, the one of. This could be used as literal filiation in earlier stages of the language, and it's possible that analogs in Coptic ultimately derive from that. But a concentration of instances coinciding with saints' names suggests a related but distinct complex of meanings that of devotion of a child and its family to a saint, or even their thanksgiving for intercession resulting in the birth of a child. The clearest cases are for the eponyms Victor and Menas, in turn among the most popular Greco-Roman names in Coptic. Another reflex of the same fashion might be the simple prefixing of the feminine definite article to a version of the name Sibylla, Saint Sibylla being a central figure of cult at the monastery of Jeremiah at Saqqara, and Pisoter, with the masculine article applied to Savior as epithet of Christ. A more morphosyntactically complex construction seems to be represented by tanagape, which recalls the tagape already met, feminine definite article plus Greek agape, but with an additional nu. This might be explained as the possessed prefix, once again for the person, now preceding a pluralized version of the definite article for the Greek word, ta in agape, she of the agapes, but why the plural? Perhaps we are now to understand agape not as abstract quality, but in the concrete sense as a charitable act, or in the liturgical sense as the kiss of peace, both of which are attested in late antiquity. The former possibility, evoking both an exhortation to future charity and a hope for recompense of past charity, might also be extended to the male panekeros. Charitable donations to widows, kerai, are known, including via documentary papyri, as an expression of Christian piety in late antiquity, and one might imagine the underlying adjective keros, more appropriate inter alia to a male bearer, serving as the basis for a compound marked with the plural article and then prefixed by the possessed pronoun, he of the widows. The nexus of pluralized Greek word is also tempting for the so far unique name pa in Sophios, for which one might propose a metathesized form of pa in Sophos, he of the wise ones or the sages, though the Greek adjective pansophos, known to LGPN in turn a couple of times as a name, is also close to hand. If we may apply a similar analysis to pa to pule, it seems possible that the final element is the Greek pule, gate, duly prefixed with feminine article. The one of the gate could therefore refer to an eschatological gate as of the heavens, or the gates of hell that Christ was acclaimed as breaking open for human salvation. We're on firmer ground with another type of prefix, sa, which, not to be confused with what is conventionally pronounced in modern Egyptology as sa, son, but vocalized in Greco-Roman Egypt rather as si, is on record in a wide range of Coptic nominal compounds with the genitival n to express occupation, literally man of something, usually in an artisanal or mercantile context. Frequently, these themselves are constructed with Greek loanwords, but it can also extend to moral quantities, and it is in that sense that one of the more common of these hybrids should be analyzed, man of agape. This is further marked with the Coptic definite article in at least one case, sanakape. This type of hybridization extended to biblical names too. Most often these are of the simplest type with prefix of definite article. Without being able to interrogate the bearers or name givers about levels of meaning, much caution is needed, but one might hazard the speculation that a semantic significance may indeed be attached, i.e., if one could simply name a child after a biblical figure by using the transliterated name, as we've seen in the previous section, perhaps what one adds by adding the definite article is a more pointed reference to the biblical figure, that is the famous one, rather than a family name. The most common of these, Put Israel, with no fewer than 181 attestations in the TM data, may refer to the divinely conferred second name of Jacob, though the fact that Jacob, as we've seen, is popular in his own right as eponym, leaves open the possibility of a background in Christian claims on the term Israelite, some allegorical or exemplary conception of the Good Samaritan from the Gospels, and of the Shunammite woman whose son Elisha resurrected, may similarly motivate Samareus and Somanites. This hybrid trend, in short, can be seen as a mirror image of the well-known earlier process by which traditional Egyptian names were linguistically Hellenized. It also suggests a plurality of traditional allegiances, as does the use of double names, another phenomenon continued from Roman Egypt, though more sporadically. Here's one example that combines a biblical name, Ioannes, with a purely Greek one, perhaps evoking, as we've seen, the language of honorific titles, Lampros, Lamprotatos. Another, in a Nubian context of Papyrus, attests apparently both an indigenous name, Amnas, marked as such by overlining, and a so-called Christian name, Sophia, for the same woman. Coming now to the final part of this talk, I take some select case studies to illustrate the dynamics of name-giving, linguistically Greek and otherwise, as reflected in Coptic documentary sources. For an approach to onomastic trends over generations within families, we turn to another single text, an instance of a list of names within a single document. This ostracon, now in the British Museum, is a substantially intact amphora. The first editor distinguished 6 lists in 2 different hands, of which only 5 were transcribed, and dated the text to the 8th century. Provenance was not recorded, but according to museum records, the artifact was acquired in 1900 from a Luxor-based dealer, Mohammed Mohasib, and one would probably not stray too far in assigning it to the Theban area. There is also no internal indication of the purpose of the lists. Names and patronyms are given, filiation generally marked with the genitival N prefix, usually fathers, but occasionally mothers instead. And you see just an example of the first list there. The damaged heading, one of the lists, seems to refer to residents of a village whose name probably began Pait. The coincidence of pairs of people with the same patronym in successive lists, as in this first column, lines 1 through 4, and of diagonal arrangements of the name of a son on one line appearing as a patronym on the next, as in 7 and 8, and probably 5 and 6, suggests at least in part the grouping of families, brothers in the first case, and fathers and sons in the second. If we accept this possibility, we can begin to draw some family trees illustrating generational onomastics. The possible brother groups can illustrate a relatively stable position for Greek names. Greek-named fathers result in at least 1 Greek-named son in 3 out of 6 cases, though they begin to be outnumbered in cases of fathers with biblical names. The possible 3-generation groups show the persistence of both native Egyptian and Greco-Roman names through paponymy in Pilish and Germanos, respectively, as well as the entirely Egyptian onomastics of the family of Ham and Suhai, although the former recalls Ham, spelled usually with Kai, son of Noah, attested once under biblical names. In only one case is a Greco-Roman name replaced by a biblical one in the family of Sael, probably from Misael, and Zacharias. This goes in the other direction in favor of Greek, from Lazaros to Georgios. Across pairings, there are also narrative resonances with scripture that are tempting to see as more than mere coloring. In Isaac, son of Abraham, David, son of Solomon, and perhaps David, son of Pero, in which the latter could be explained as a variant orthography of the nominal the king. The traditions seem to mingle freely over generations. Mixtures are just as common, if not more, than pure combinations. Of the 16 possible pairs of Greek, Egyptian, biblical, hybrid in 2 generations, sons and fathers, we find all except for a biblical son with a Greek Coptic hybrid patronym. Particularly common are Egyptian named son and biblical named father, biblical named son and father, Egyptian named son and Greek named father, Greek named son and biblical named father, Greek named son and father, and biblical named son with Greek named father. For the final 2 case studies, we leave the relative abundance of the papyri and ostraca and turn to epitaphs, the main genre of Coptic epigraphy, for more illustrations of local specificity in naming practices to be evaluated. Coptic epigraphy is a numerically poorer source of names, having an epitaph at all cannot be said to be typical, and each epitaph in general gives at best two names, name and patronym. But for other reasons, it is an attractive source. The choice to have an epitaph in Coptic rather than Greek, even if stopping short of saying that Coptic was therefore the native tongue of the deceased, is significant for sociolinguistic context, and the text is also more likely to represent the name closest to how its bearer would have spoken it or wished to have it spoken than a mention of a person as a third party in a document. I begin with the Middle Egyptian site of Achoris. 8 Coptic epitaphs found by Pierre Joulet and Gustave Lefebvre in the winter of 1902 to 1903, later brought to the Alexandria Museum, were published by Lefebvre, though with little detail on their find spots. Apparently, they belonged to a Coptic portion of a larger necropolis where Greek inscriptions were also found. The stones yield 9 names. In the local formulary, only one patronym is given. 2 are plainly Greek, the male Castor and the female Agape. The second, popular, referencing a Christian virtue, and found both in this plain form and, as we've seen, hybrid ones with Coptic prefixes. The latter only once in the TM data from Wadi Sarga, referencing a pre-Christian deity without an obviously saintly eponym. Egyptian names are at least 3, a patronym Kakbal from a personal descriptor bare-eyed, that is probably with hairless eyelids, and for the deceased, the common Pashai and San Snau, a variant of the San Snaus found in earlier Greek transcriptions, the 2 brothers, both traditional theophorics. The remaining 4 are ambiguous. Agene, the only name to appear twice, if the variants with short and long e indeed belong to the same name, recalls, if anything, in Greek eugenes, but the recurrence of this form in the TM data, including a pagene from Achoris itself, suggests rather something Egyptian than ane, whom the formulary shows was male, recalls a Roman nomen anius, but a variant, possibly hypochoristic, of the biblical Ananiah, popular as part of the triad of the 3 companions of Daniel, is also conceivable. If apatel is to be so read and not divided into tail, preceded by the honorific apa, the name of a martyr under Diocletian from Syrian Antioch, active in Egypt according to his Coptic martyrdom, may be compared. Greek apater, fatherless, to all appearances via confusion of R and L sounds, but this name is not otherwise known to LGPN. And in fact, there is another Diocletianic martyr with a distinct commemoration in the month of Epiph as opposed to Thoth, and a native of Egypt whose name is given as Apatil. Now, as a final case, to balance the upper and middle Egyptian focus thus far, I turn to another small assemblage of Coptic epitaphs, probably from the cemetery of the monastery of St. Menas, Abu Mina, south of Mariotis. A group of 7 Coptic and 5 Greek limestone stelae brought to the Liebighaus Skulpturensammlung in Frankfurt, despite lacking precise indications of provenance, are probably from the excavations of the Frankfurter C.M. Kaufmann. The Coptic texts were published by Wolfgang Brunsch in 1994, with a dating to the 8th to 10th centuries. Kaufmann's own account of his work includes an image of the North Cemetery that appears to show tombstones, but without further details. Within a monastic community, if we accept the reconstructed provenance, Greek names are in the majority. Not surprisingly, St. Menas himself figures once, along with a Gregorius, who could be due to a fellow saint. Otherwise, despite the small sample, we might be tempted to see a reduced Greek onomastic stock, but still, one pre-Christian theophoric does probably surface in Nemeson, without an obvious reference to a saint, and with firm roots in the Greek names of Egypt. The only possible traditional Egyptian name is Pabik, which could be a theophoric referencing Horus in his falcon aspect. But there is now an assonance in this period with the hybrid pa Victor, which we've met, referencing Saint Victor. And now finally Arabic, presumably the Christian Arabic that will enter the usage of the Coptic Church, makes its appearance in Apu Opima, apparently a name of the kunya type in Abu. So to draw this survey of the final chapter of Greek names in Egypt to a close, I would highlight its symmetry with a notional first chapter. Greek names can be seen to be maintained in non-Greek linguistic milieu for reasons that can include individual or collective prestige, in this later period largely if not exclusively related to Christian identity, and as they had once been taken up by Egyptians who set themselves in relation to a new ruling class. The earliest attempts to write Egyptian in Greek had involved names, and now among the most lasting vestiges of Greek language in Egypt, besides Christian sacral terminology, names also claim a place. I've paid less attention here to two other important parts of the Coptic onomastic story, which I can only commend to further study: native Egyptian names, which appear without any signs of transmission through Greek, and names borrowed from Arabic, which surfaced in the final case study. The innovations in the form of hybrid names have an intrinsic interest for the reception of Greek names in Coptic in a literal sense, as elements inside linguistically Egyptian names, but these prove less significant in the long term than the confluence with Arabic. Thank you for your attention.
Sylvie Honigman, who is at Tel Aviv. She has published on many aspects of both the Hellenistic and the Roman world, both in Egypt and the Levant, including many topics that are of interest to us today, like onomastics, like ethnicity. And she is in particular an expert on all things Jewish, so she is ideally placed to educate us on naming practices in the Jewish communities of Egypt.
Thank you, Nico. So I just want to make sure that you can hear me correctly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So it is striking that in a conference devoted to naming practices in Egypt in Greco-Roman and Byzantine times, the only paper dealing with names other than Greek, Egyptian, and Christian concerns the naming practices of the population group called Judaioi in the ancient evidence, an ethnic label that I will either translate as Judeans or refrain from translating. Sorry. According to the evidence gathered by Shabalata, Judaioi indeed formed one of the three demographically most prominent groups of non-Greek foreigners living in the Kora in Ptolemaic times, alongside Thracians and Arabs. And moreover, their onomastic behavior in Ptolemaic and early imperial times was undoubtedly peculiar. Inquiry into the onomastic behavior of the Judeans has heuristic value because of three basic factors on which I wish to dwell as an introduction to my talk. First, as I just said, there's the number of Judeans settled in Egypt, which reflects not only the geographical proximity between Palestine and Egypt, but presumably also economic aspects. Migrations from Palestine to Egypt in Hellenistic times were also fostered by the structurally close economic, cultural, and political ties between the two regions, and continued almost unchanged after Antiochus III's conquest of the Ptolemaic province of Syria and Phoenicia in 198 BCE. Migratory fluxes of Judeans to Egypt in particular were and remained a constant. Second, the naming traditions in Judea itself are relatively well documented. Some caution is in order, however, because the documentary evidence relating to Judea per se became abundant only from the 1st century BCE, that is very late for us. Most of the evidence for ancient times comes from literary sources whose value as historical sources is questionable, and this is in contrast with the numerous Aramaic ostraka dating to the 4th century BCE, stemming from several settlements in Idumea the region neighboring Judea to the south, including over 1,000 ostraka from Marissa. Likewise, the name practices in use in Judea in the first 2 centuries of Greco-Macedonian domination are poorly documented, and in this respect, as we shall see, the documentary evidence from Egypt makes an arguably important contribution to our understanding of the onomastic behavior of Judeans in Palestine in the late 4th and early 3rd century BCE. The last aspect allowing a meaningful study of the Judean practices of Judeans in Egypt is the fact that they lived in settlements, and indeed the extant documents allow us to examine the onomastic profiles of communities and not simply the names of individuals. In this paper, I will focus on the evidence related to settlements, not individuals. I will first survey the said settlements and show how their onomastic layouts were widely different from each other. Next, I will dwell on the case study of Trichomia in the Fayum. So altogether, the documentary evidence, sorry, I think I came back the wrong way. So altogether, the documentary evidence casts light on 6 settlements in which Judeans formed a substantial proportion of the population. In those, we have a unique access not only to the names per se, but also to the contextual evidence, allowing for much more refined study. In chronological order, the said settlements are as follows: Edfu in Upper Egypt, Trichomia and Samaria in Fayum, Heracleopolis in Middle Egypt, Leontopolis in Lower Egypt, and Pi Hawawe, 33 in the Fayum in early Roman times. These settlements present strikingly different onomastic profiles. I can discern 3 basic factors explaining these differences, and for lack of time, I will only summarize them. First, the early history of the settlements, that is, the presumed period of time when the Judeans living in them departed from their homeland to settle in Egypt. When we are able to estimate their arrival time, we may then cross-check the evidence pertaining to the said settlements with the Palestinian evidence inasmuch as it is available. The second factor of variation is the internal history of the settlements, which potentially at least allows us to trace the evolution of name-giving practices within the social and cultural context of Egypt. Ideally, the evidence relative to settlements may allow us to assess the proportion of individuals bearing ethnically connotated names, meaning either Hebrew and Aramaic names or Greek names that were particularly common among Judeans versus those bearing Greek and Egyptian names, respectively. These estimations, however, can only be approximate, both because the demographic data that we have is always incomplete, and we often have no means to determine what is the ethnicity of people bearing Greek or Egyptian names. In more realistic terms, then, the study of settlement offers a unique opportunity to examine which Semitic names were used by a given group and the relative proportion of Greek and Egyptian names associated with Semitic ones. A basic question in particular is to try and discern whether the corpus of Semitic names used in a given settlement changed over time and which Greek names became popular within the said group of people. Finally, alongside time, geography explains the different onomastic profiles of the 6 aforementioned Judean settlements. Altogether, 4 geographic origins must be considered: Judea, Samaria, possibly Idumea, and what seems to be a Greek city located in Palestine. Let us see how these 3 factors affect the data in 4 of the said settlements. And I start with Edfu, or Apollinopolis Magna in Upper Egypt, and I here summarize a detailed study that has just been published. You have the reference and the page on the screen. Edfu was home to a colony of Aramaic-speaking Judeans, first documented by a corpus of Aramaic documents dating in the 3rd century BCE and comprised of 2 papyri, including a commercial account of which 125 lines are readable, 15 ostraka, and 9 tombstones. In the late 3rd century BCE, the same colony had been in Egypt for at least 4 generations, as shown by 2 individuals whose names are associated with Hebrew patronymics and Egyptian paponymics, or grandfathers' names. In the commercial account, you have that on the PowerPoint. And we may reasonably assume that this colony arrived at Edfu during the 2nd Persian domination in Egypt. Part at least of these Judeans from Edfu remained at the service of the king after the Macedonian conquest, and following the Great Revolt of the Thebaid in 207 BCE, they withdrew to Thebes, where they appear in Greek and Demotic Ostraka. Thereafter, we can trace their presence in Edfu up to the Jewish revolt of 115 CE. Based on the way their names were transliterated in Demotic Ostraka in Thebes, it appears that they continued to speak Aramaic in Thebes well into the 2nd century BCE, if not later. So the stock of foreign personal names that the Judeans kept using over the generations is composite. Alongside Hebrew names typical of late Persian times and a few ones that were to become popular in Judea in Hellenistic times, they also preserved several Aramaic names, and especially a few, and possibly also a few Arabic names as well. One of the most popular names among these Judeans was the Aramaic Abieti, transliterated in Greek as Avietes or Avietos, which virtually recurs in Aramaic, Demotic, and Greek documents at every generation up to the late 1st century CE. Its last attested bearer was the father of a certain Maria, who paid the tax to the Fiscus Judaicus that Emperor Vespasian imposed on all Jews across the empire after 73 CE, and whose payment is precisely documented in Ostraka from Edfu. That is to say, the descendants of the Aramaic-speaking colony, who presumably came to Egypt in the mid-4th century BCE, were still identified as Judeans in the late 1st century CE, and incidentally still preserve their original names. The Aramaic names of Avieti is an important marker of origin because, other than in Upper Egypt, it is found exclusively in the 4th century Aramaic Ostraka from Idumea. Moreover, this Idumean Ostraka attests that the population of Idumea at this time was not only ethnically mixed, but had a high level of inter-ethnic mingling, and as a result, we frequently find names of different ethnic and linguistic origins being borne by individuals belonging to the same family clan. For these reasons, in my recent study of the Aramaic-speaking Judeans of Edfu, I suggested that this colony originated in Idumea, not Judea. However, the data from Trichomea that I will examine in depth in a moment may warrant reconsidering this theory. Next, the village of Samaria in the Maris of Polymon in the Arsinoite is well known thanks to 24 papyri dating between 254 BCE and the mid-2nd century BCE, and they document between 100 and 119 inhabitants. 14 villages got distinctly Hebrew names and or patronymics. And likewise, the personal names incorporating the theophoric component theos are overrepresented in the village. In contrast with what happened in Edfu, however, the Hebrew names found in Samaria suggest a narrowing of the stock of those that remain in use. Those are Ab, presumably Abaios, Agais, Jacobis, Ioannes, etc. You have the list on the screen. It seems that with time, a substantial proportion of Judea in Samaria turned to Greek names, including purely Greek names, alongside the Theos names. At the same time, however, the Hebrew names definitely endured, and we can even trace one bearer of a Hebrew name 5 generations back in Egypt. However, the most remarkable aspect in this case study is the name of the village, Samaria, as it presumably denotes the provenance of its settlers. This instance, of course, raises the possibility that other Judaioi settled in Egypt originated from the city or the region of Samaria and not Judea. Next, a polytheuma of Judeans in Heracleopolis is documented by an archive of 20 petitions addressed to the Politarchus and the board of archontes of the Polyteuma in the years 144 to 133 BCE. Thus, the Polyteuma archive is contemporary with most of the papyri documenting the village of Samaria that we just saw, and this comparison highlights how different their respective naming practices were from each other. 56 different personal names altogether are attested in the archives, of which only 2 are Hebrew names. One Jacobis and one Jonathan, the later name used in its Aramaic diminutive form of Yonah. The absence of the name Sabbateos is particularly striking, even though we have 7 Theos names. This onomastic profile suggests that the population settled as a Polyteuma in Heracleopolis in the 2nd century BCE came from a Hellenized city, not from Judea. Given the presence of an Aramaic diminutive in the corpus of names, Yonah, the city in question was presumably located on the Palestinian coast, and we may think, for instance, of Ptolemy's Acco, but this is only a suggestion. Finally, P. 33 is a text roll surveying the population of a settlement in the Fayum, possibly Ptolemy's Euergetes, in the first half of the 1st century CE. Altogether, close to 200 names and patronymics are listed through 120 lines, including several Hebrew names and Greek names typical of Judean circles. If we consider the names only, not the patronymics, we find 5 bearers of the name Jakubos, 6 Isaac and Isaakis, 1 Yosef, and 7 Sambation. While this list is per se unremarkable, 3 peculiarities are worth noting. First, the coexistence of 6 individuals named Isaac or Isaakis in this community, almost as many as the 7 Sambation, is totally idiosyncratic, as this name, while attested both in Judea and in Egypt, was elsewhere not particularly common. If then we consider together the popularity of the name Isaakis within the community of P. 33 and that of the Aramaic name Avietis among the Aramaic-speaking Judeans of Edfu and their descendants, it appears that settlements of Judeans could develop peculiar name-giving practices, which presumably had their roots in the early history of the said settlements. 2 additional peculiarities suggest that the Judeans living listed in P. 33 descended from immigrants of recent date. In particular, 2 of the Greek names found in the text roll are actually Aramaic forms of Greek names. Dostes derives from Dositheos and Philas from Theodoros, meaning that these 2 names originated in Palestine and were a legacy from the 1st generation of migrants. This element provides a rough indication of date, given that these Aramaic forms of Dositheos and Theodoros became frequent in the Herodian period, meaning the 2nd half of the 1st century BCE at the earliest. A recent arrival may also explain the fact that 3 Hebrew names recorded in P. have no Greek declension, Isaac twice and Yosef once, but this absence of declension is something that we don't find in Ptolemaic times. To conclude this survey, I wish to stress again that the evidence relating to settlements as opposed to individuals reveals how variegated were the population groups labeled as Judaioi in the papyri. They came to Egypt at different times and originated in a variety of places in Palestine. So to complement this survey, I will dwell upon the village of Trichomia in the division of Themystos in the Arsinoite, whose population is documented by the tax registers published by Billy Clarissa and Dorothy Thompson in Counting the People. And you have also the data gathered in the handout that you may download from the Zoom site. So using the changing rate of the salt tax as a dating criterion, The role surveying the village of Trichomia may be dated between 254 and 231 BCE. In this period, the village had 321 taxpayers, and based on their names and patronymics, it appears that a substantial proportion of the village inhabitants were Judeans. As Willy Clarisse first noted in a paper of 1994, names whose bearers may be identified as Judeans are particularly clustered in a section in P count 26 surveying Greeks, that is, taxpayers exempted from the additional poll tax of 1 obol who lived in the so-called quarter of Maron. The section lists 90 such tax Greeks, including 53 male and 37 female. Judeans of the quarter of Maron appears also in another section of P26 and in P34, whereas another section of P count 26 shows that Judeans also lived in another area of Trichomia, perhaps called the New Quarter, and P count 26 and 36 also relate to Trichomia. So the corpus of names that may belong to Judeans, you also may see that on the handout, includes 12 different Hebrew and Aramaic male names corresponding to 16 or 17 distinct bearers, according to the conservative assessment. And likewise, 8 different female names borne by 10 distinct individuals. If we focus on the list of Hellenes found in P count 26, data are as follows. Altogether, the list of tax Greeks, has 90 taxpayers, documenting 125 readable anthroponyms altogether, including names and patronymics. Of those, we have 10 men and 9 women associated with Hebrew and Aramaic names, either as names or patronymics. The Semitic names, therefore, represent well above 10% of the list, a remarkable proportion. Moreover, the list of tax Greeks includes a high proportion of Greek names that may be either phonetic renderings or translations of Hebrew names, or includes the theophoric component. Finally, we find what I will call purely Greek anthroponyms, as opposed to those referencing Hebrew ones, and a very small number of Egyptian names associated with Hebrew, or what I will call translational Greek anthroponyms. Altogether, then, the data relative to Trichomia offers a unique opportunity to investigate the onomastic behavior of the Judean settlement that was founded in the very first decades of the 3rd century BCE, if not in the late 4th. As we shall see, these early dates make this case study particularly valuable for several reasons. Let us start with chronological aspects indeed. The fact that we find good Greek names as patronymics associated with Hebrew or Greek translational names, and the best example is Josephus, son of Trikaios, indicates that the Judeans of Trichomia had been living there for at least 3 generations, and that they adopted these Greek names in Egypt. Next, the corpus of Semitic names used in Trichomia in the years 250 to 30 BCE is noteworthy in several respects. First, for what it discloses of the naming practices in these immigrants' original homeland. Its composition reflects the period of transition from the pool of names that were popular in Persian times to those that were to become common in the Hellenistic era. Salumis, in particular, is relatively well represented in the evidence dating to Persian times, but was disused in later Hellenistic times. Likewise, Achaia became rare, while the name Jacob, found on the same route, became far more popular, but it is unattested in Trichomia. Conversely, 2 Hebrew names, Shimon and female names Shlomsion, whose use by the Judeans of Trichomia is indirectly attested through their Greek equivalents, Simon and Irene, more on this in a moment, were seldom used in Persian times, while becoming popular thereafter. And in Trichomia, Irene is associated with the Hebrew name of Josephus. So unfortunately, our ability to correctly situate the Semitic names documented in Trichomia in historical terms is hampered by the fact that, as I already said, The practices of name giving in Judea in the late 4th and early 3rd century BCE are poorly documented. As a result, we find in Trichomia names that in Judea are only attested in the 1st century BCE or later. This is true of the female names Saras, Mariam, and Salome or Shlomsion. More crucially, the lack of comparative material hampers our ability to understand the true significance of Aramaic and possibly Arabic anthroponyms coexisting with Hebrew ones in Trichomia. Both of names are concerned. The male name Es and the female one Barikas are Aramaic, and given that Barika's husband was called Theodotos, we have no reason to doubt that she was Judean as well. Next, Diadulis and Solomis are likely Arabic rather than Aramaic anthroponyms. Finally, we may add Aramaic Elis, even though this name is documented in the village of Lagis, not Trichomia, and appears in an Egyptian environment. So, and Elis was the son of one Stothoetis. Leaving Elis aside, it thus appears that 4 out of the 26 or 27 Judeans of Trichomia having anthroponyms inherited from the 1st generation of settlers, and I'm here talking of bearers, not of the corpus of names, had Aramaic and Arabic names. At the 3rd generation, this proportion is quite significant. And we should definitely consider that while the Semitic anthroponyms belong to 3 distinct linguistic groups, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, the social group that used these names was ethnically homogeneous, meaning that they were Judeans. This linguistically mixed corpus of names suggests 3 possible origins. First, like in Edfu in the 4th century, the Judeans of Trichomia may have come either from Idumea itself, or second, from an area in Judea bordering Idumea. Third, we cannot entirely rule out that the whole population of Judea at the turn of the 4th century used a linguistically composite stock of personal names, meaning that the original settlers of Trichomia could have come from anywhere in Judea. This last possibility, if correct, has interesting bearings on the social history of Judea in this period, but this is not the place to investigate this issue. So alongside the settlers' origins, we may examine what the corpus of names associated with the Judeans of Trichomia discloses of their onomastic behavior 3 generations after the settling in the Fayum. Prior to engaging with behavioral considerations per se, however, we need to examine 3 categories of name giving having special status. Names that function as a phonetic equivalent to Hebrew names, those that had a similar meaning and hence served as translations, and names including the theophoric components, theos. And these 3 categories, of course, echo the talk of yesterday by Billy Clarissa and Dorothy Thompson. And I'll be happy to perhaps fine-tune my own survey of the Egyptian adoption of Greek names by Judeans in the light of their talk. So of course, these categories have long since been identified, but the evidence from Trichomia provides a unique opportunity to contextualize them in that we can compare the list of what we call translational Greek names with that of the Hebrew anthroponyms attested in Trichomia. So I start with the Theos names because they set the tone through their sheer number. So the number of Theodoros and Theodotos, 6 and 5 respectively, is definitely too high for these names to be simply treated as translations, especially if you consider them alongside other Theos names, both male and female. Rather, these names, these 2 particular names, Theodoros and Theodotos, were appropriated by the Judeans who turned them into ethnic markers as Greek names. Next, several names apparently function as phonetic renderings of Hebrew names, and I here cross-check the data from Trichomia with that from P. Hararer 33. So the most obvious case is Simon, because the Hebrew name Shimon was simply homophonic in Greek. Solon could well echo Selumis. Two bearers of this name, Selumis, are found in the Judean environment of Trichomia. And two bearers of the Solon name are found alongside Selumis in Trichomia. So the frequent occurrence of Iason in Judean context has long since been noted, and the first syllable of this name uniquely suited Hebrew names also starting with it, like Jacobis. However, in the context of Trichomia, the best candidate for this Hebrew equivalent seems to be Josephus, which is represented by two, possibly three bearers, whereas Jacobis is not tested. However, this argument is not absolutely unquestionable. Likewise, Agenor, the father name of one Theodoros and one Theoxenos, could allude to Haggai, which, while not formally attested in the extant evidence from Trichomia, was a common Judean name in Persian and Hellenistic times. So here I'm using actually the Greek names to try and reconstruct a Hebrew name which is not found in corpus. Finally, the name Straton appears frequently in circles of Judeans, and it is attested several times in Trichomia and in P, however. Therefore, there are definitely grounds to believe that Straton referenced a common Hebrew name, but I must say I can think of no obvious equivalent. The closest phonetic equivalent seems to be Yitzhak in Hebrew. So we would have S followed by a guttural consonant, so Stratos, Yitzhak, I don't know. The main point is that, as we saw, Isaac was indeed common in P, however, and Straton is likewise common in P, however. But it is a fact that Isaac is not attested in Trichomia, and it was not particularly popular in late Persian and early Ptolemaic times. So again, I need to remain with a question mark here. Finally, the names Marion and Maron present an intriguing case study. The female form Marion may readily be tied to Mariam, a name documented twice in Trichomia. Likewise, the occurrence of the male name Maron in Trichomia has drawn attention because Mar, meaning the Lord in Aramaic, is a component of Syrian names. However, this component does not belong in a traditional stock of Judean names. Rather than simply discarding Maron, however, I propose that the male name was appropriated by the Judeans by analogy with the female Marion. This could imply that this appropriation occurred in the Greek-speaking environment of Trichomia, like the appropriation of Theodoros and Theodotos. So the last category of Greek names enjoying a special status in Judean circles in Egypt function as translations of Hebrew names. Several names used in Trichomia meet this description. Several equivalents, albeit straightforward, are noteworthy. Thus, the female name Irene, as noted by Willy Clarisse, refers to a Hebrew prototype based on the root Shalom, such as Shalom Sion. Even though no direct transliteration of the Hebrew name is attested in the extant evidence, we can then reasonably assume that it had been imported to Trichomia by the first generation of settlers, explaining the subsequent adoption of its Greek counterpart. The same is true with four additional names. Agathon and Pantagathos presumably refer to Tobia, even though this name is not positively documented in Trichomia. And Nasias and Theomnestos point to the Hebrew Zechariah, likewise not directly attested. The last name in the category of translations, Numenios, is more challenging. In terms of meaning, the closest Hebrew name is Haggai, born in a festival day. I wonder whether Numenios could have been an early attempt to find an equivalent to Sabbathaios, by far the most common Hebrew name. If that was the case, this initial equivalence, however, was soon abandoned, and the Greek form Sambataios became a full-fledged Ptolemaic Judean names alongside Theophoros and Theodotos. Alongside linguistic aspects, the Trichomia material casts light on social aspects of name-giving practices. First, we have several family clusters. For instance, a couple having purely Greek names, Agenor and Nicaea, gave Theos names, Theodoros and Theuxenos, to two sons of theirs. This family may show that the process of linguistic assimilation was far from linear, although its members used only Greek names, both translational and pure. Additional families use exclusively Greek names in a similar way. Nicanor, so you have two more examples on the screen. Another cluster of names showed gender differences. So a certain Agathon gave Greek names to two sons of his, Alexandros and Nicanor, but the two sons married wives having Hebrew names, Judith and Joanna, respectively. So, and in one case, as I already mentioned, we have a Hebrew name returning after a very good Greek name. Next, because very few Egyptian names may be associated with these Judeans, we may suspect that those that are point to mixed marriages. And the village population in Trichomia indeed included Egyptian families. Parenthetically, mixed marriages with Greek families are impossible to pinpoint because the Judeans of Trichomia undoubtedly adopted Greek names through different social processes, not primarily marriages. And in particular, their social and physical categorization as Greeks may have been a prominent incentive in this respect. So to return to Egyptian names associated with Hebrew ones, we find one Petisbuchos, son of Sabbathaios, who lived in the quarter of Maron and according to his tax payment was a fiscal Greek. Passis, son of Sabbathaios, may be Petisbuchos' brother. Finally, the name of Yelis, borne by the son of one Sotoetos who lived in the Egyptian environment of the village of Lagos, may derive either from a mixed marriage or from a relationship of patronage. To conclude, I see many benefits investigating the onomastic practices of Judeans living in settlements specifically, rather than examining the whole database of Hebrew names in an indiscriminate way. First, the stocks of names belonging to given communities, as we saw, revealed that Judeans arrived in Egypt in the late 4th and early 3rd century BCE did not use Hebrew names only, but also Aramaic and even more remarkably, Arabic names. These mixed names raise interesting questions about their homeland. As I suggested, either these Judeans came from neighboring Idumea rather than Judea, or we need to revise our preconceptions about the onomastic practices of Judeans in Judea in late Persian and early Hellenistic times. Second, it appears that different settlements could have very different name-giving practices, and the contrast between Samaria and the Polytema of Heracleopolis in this respect is particularly noteworthy. While the Samarian Judaioi in Samaria continued to use a modest, albeit conspicuous stock of inherited Hebrew names at the 5th generation of a settlement in Egypt, the members of the Polytema, who presumably were newcomers, used very few Hebrew names. Likewise, Ed on the one hand and P. Harara on the other show that given communities could develop idiosyncratic name-giving practices whereby names that were otherwise rare, Aviati and Isaac respectively, were locally very popular. Additional aspects like mixed marriages remain more speculative, but definitely need to be engaged with. Thank you.
So good afternoon. We are at the last session of this conference, and I have the privilege to introduce Roger Wagner from University of New York, who's going to talk about onomastics and classical culture in Egypt's Western Oases. Thank you.
The phenomenon that I'm going to discuss today is, from a quantitative viewpoint, barely detectable in the face of the mass of Egyptian names that we find in the papyri, ostraca, graffiti, and inscriptions from the oases in the western desert of Egypt. But in reading these texts over the past quarter century, I have had repeatedly the experience of being brought up short by a totally unexpected Greek name in the midst of the commonplace. Now, Greek names in themselves, of course, are not unexpected. They are well represented in the texts, not only from Egypt in general, but from the oases, from Khusus, Ain Wakfa, Kelis, and Trismegistos, which have furnished most of our documentary material from the oases. So they don't really differ from the Nile Valley in this respect. There are in particular plenty of theophoric names based on Greek and Egyptian divinities, Ammonius, Apollonius, Serapion, and so forth. And there are some other traditional Greek names common in Egypt. Guy Wagner described these briefly in his great work on the Oases in 1987, mentioning the presence of a number of classical Greek names as characteristic of the Oases. In this group, however, he unhelpfully combined a very diverse group of names that are commonplace in Roman Egypt, such as Polydeukes, Leonides, Agathos Daimon, that very classical name, Timotheus, Agathon, Eros, and the like, with a number that are, in fact, rare or unique in Roman Egypt. It is this latter group that interests me and suggests some broader reflections on Greek education in Egypt. The phenomenon I'm going to describe is indeed not limited to the oases, and it has been the subject of a recent article by Willie Clarissa in the Festschrift for Marie-Hélène Margan, as well as some brief earlier remarks by Olaf Kapper. Clarissa focuses in his article on the names of classical authors and on a series of literary characters drawn pretty much entirely from Homer. He notes the absence of comparable literary names for women in the papyri and connects the phenomenon with the reading of classical literature. I think we can take this analysis further, and in the case of the oases, sharpen and specify the picture. For the matter is more complicated than Wagner thought, for sure, or than I first realized when I discussed it in the book on Trismegistos 7 years ago. So I shall first give an enumeration of the names that have caught my attention, with some comments on their frequency elsewhere in Egypt and their chronological distribution, and then move to a more critical examination of how the observable pattern may have emerged. First, there is the Homeric cluster on which Willie focused. Since Achelos is extremely common in the papyri, as he observed, the few examples in the Kelis ostraca are not very consequential. More striking is his father Peleus, a name that occurs in a graffito in the Gebel Teir, the range north of Karga where stone was cut for local use. Trismegistos shows otherwise only one Ptolemaic example, and then one from the 6th century AD. Hector occurs in an ostracan from Bir Shawish in the small oasis, Baharea. This name is not common in the papyri, and known examples are early, not after the end of the 1st century AD, and, as Willie noted, heavily from Philadelphia. Hector's brother Troilos also appears in 2 of the Bir Shawish ostraca. Only 2 of the 18 instances of the name in the papyri do not come from either the Ptolemaic period or the 3rd century AD and later. Odysseus is lacking so far in the oases. The name is very rare in the papyri in general, with all of the examples coming after AD 400. But the names of both his father Laertes and, though partly restored, his son Telemachus appear in ostraca from Khusus. Telemachus is known from a half-dozen Ptolemaic instances, and then 2 people in an Oxyrhynchus papyrus of the mid-3rd century AD. Laertes otherwise appears, again, in 1st century CE Philadelphia, and nowhere else. Eumelos, perhaps alluding to the son of Admetus and Alcestis, one of Helene's suitors, also turns up as a signer in one ostracon from our excavations at Amheda. But this name is not as rare as the others, even though the attestations are heavily Ptolemaic in character. I'm inclined to include here also Alector, again from a douche ostracon, who might seem a relatively obscure allusion as the son of Pelops. Although cocks are occasionally mentioned in papyrus accounts, the name has shown up before only once in the papyri. A Homeric parody in a wooden codex from Kellis presents a white rooster, Alector, almost too good to be true, standing in for a shining Hector. So perhaps another Homeric allusion, a veiled Hector. Alas, a Tisamenos that Wagner claims to find in one of the papyri of the Necrotophoi of Cusus is a ghost, invented by Crinert in a faulty emendation. All in all, the Homeric section is not terribly impressive, although even the handful of relevant Bir Shawish ostraca, published only in 2020, changed the picture compared to what we could see a decade ago. More may yet come to light. But even this brief recounting of evidence shows that the Oases also participated in the pattern that Willie described. Names well attested in the Ptolemaic period, probably not all of them at that point actually Homeric reminiscences, though it's hard to say, and occasionally in the 1st century AD, but then pretty much vanishing, barely found again before the mid-3rd century and later. And what about the names missing in the Oases, like Odysseus? Well, there's Nestor, Agamemnon, Aeneas, which are found in the valley, and also tend to follow the same bimodal chronological pattern. Priam and Diomedes don't, and Astyanax occurs only once. And we could look for more, but the results would not differ materially. A second node, which belongs to the 4th century BC, is anchored by the extraordinary popularity of the name Isocrates at Douche, including in the Necrotophoi archive and at Ein Wachva nearby, but which is so far unknown at Kellis and Trimithus. The name is well attested in the Ptolemaic period, but not at all common in Roman Egypt. Again, first, a few examples from the 1st century and then a blank, pretty much. There's a Claros name, presumably deriving from a Ptolemaic settler. Surely connected to this popularity is the occurrence of Nicocles, who was an estate manager at Amheda in the 4th century and signs a number of receipts. The name again appears in 5 Ptolemaic papyri, a couple of scattered Roman instances, and 1 3rd century example. That other rhetorician, Demosthenes, is also well attested at Kellis and in the Necrotophoi archive. Now, the great orator's name is not rare in the papyri, but again, the instances are mainly either Ptolemaic or from the Great Oasis or from the 4th century on, with only 2 of the 33 attestations belonging to the first 2 centuries AD. There is no use concerning ourselves with Demosthenes' great enemies, Philip and Alexander, for reasons that I think everybody knows. Outside the Oasis, the addressee of another Isocratian oration, Demonicus, occurs in 4 Ptolemaic instances, only 1 Roman and 7 late antique. A third cluster is suggested by the name Cleobulos, most likely the sage. It is represented in the form of a curator civitatis in a Kellis papyrus, a councilman of the Oasis in a couple of papyri from the 370s, and a host of ostraca from Douche and Ein Wachva. There's a handful of Ptolemaic attestations of the name and one from the 6th century. Empedocles is probably preserved in a graffito from Gebelteir, a name found in the papyri only in 2 Ptolemaic texts as part of a toponym. Solon appears in an ostracon from Trismegistos. You've of course seen that show up in earlier talks in this conference. But again, most of the attestations in Trismegistos are Ptolemaic, very few Roman, and the rest late antique. A number of other names do not immediately suggest a cluster, but are nonetheless of interest. Pisistratus is found at Kelis, Ein Waqfa, Einus Sabil, and Cusis, in a profusion that contrasts with only a handful of Roman instances anywhere else. Trismegistos shows 3 for the first 2 centuries, and again, the rest are 3rd century and later. There also seems to be some affection for Spartan names. Pausanias is common, but it's not particularly rare in the papyri in general. Agos occurs in one Kelis text, Agesilaus in an Amheda ostracon. Agos is otherwise missing from the papyri except for apparently one unpublished Ptolemaic example, and Agesilaus found only in Ptolemaic texts. It is worth noting that the Agos of Kelis is the son of a man named Uabe, Egyptian word for priest. Wow. There's nothing Greek about the cultural identity of this guy's parents, in striking contrast to the pattern that Willie observed, in which the Homeric names were given largely to the children of men who did have good Greek names. Classical Athenian history, by contrast to Sparta, has little distinctive to offer, apart from Pisistratus and Solon. We do find Pericles, which is not common in the papyri, but not a great rarity either. On the literary side, we find Theophrastus, otherwise, I'm sorry if I begin to be repetitive, known only from the Ptolemaic papyri and the end of the 3rd century AD, and Polybius, which is rare and mostly late, who helped to round out the scene on the literary front. What are we to make of all this? First, there are 2 axes of analysis to keep in mind. One is obviously chronological. Most of these names, even if not quite all of them, appear in the papyri of the Ptolemaic period, when Greeks coming from all over the Hellenic world were settling in Egypt. At this point, as Willie pointed out, they are not necessarily all literary reminiscences, although some may be. The ranks of Hellenized Egyptians, with their heavy use of theophoric and dynastic names, were also not yet so prominent in that period. Over time, the Greek onomastic repertory in Egypt becomes impoverished. The most popular names occupy a larger share of the total, and we've seen that in some of the papers in this conference. The power law takes over in mathematical terms. To a large degree, this is probably the result of the vast popularity of Greek names that could be seen as calques of Egyptian theophoric names, which have been talked about, along with those reflecting loyalty to the ruling dynasty. No doubt, the loss of a sense of connection to the original homelands of the immigrants played a part as well, with names that had a locally distinctive flavor there disappearing in favor of more familiar ones. This process has never really been systematically studied, as far as I'm aware, although it comes up in discussions from time to time, and it seems to me it would be worth the trouble to do so. And I hope that ultimately that may be one of the results of the partnership that is pushing LGPN 7. But then some of the old names come back after the trough that runs from the middle of the 1st century down to the middle of the 3rd century. And I think this does happen only after the middle of the 3rd century, intensifying in the period of the Tetrarchy and then the 4th century, as we find more of the Old Greek names appearing than we do earlier. But still, only a part of the repertory returns. It's not as if the ancestral names had been found in papers in the attic and revived for a new generation. As if an American today were to find a 1794 ancestor named Elnathan. I'm not inventing this, by the way. My wife's family had an ancestral relative with that name, and stick that name on some unsuspecting infant. The source must be somewhere else. The second axis is the geographical. Because we do not have more than a trivial number of documents from the first 250 years of Roman rule in the Oases, there's not a lot to go on there. We don't know what was going on in Karga and Dakhla in the period from Augustus to the Gordians, with the exception of a handful of documents. But when the revival of the classical comes, it seems to me it is more marked in the Great Oasis than anywhere else. The percentage of attestations of many of these names that belong to the Oasis documentation is far out of proportion to the place of that documentation in the total volume of the Egyptian papyri and ostraca. Both Karga and Dakhla participate, and many of the names appear in the texts from both Oases. We have no documents to speak of from Siwa, alas, a few inscriptions now, a couple of nice unpublished ones, and not much from Baharea, except for the material from Bir Shawish and a limited number of ostraca published by Wagner. Those names that do not occur in both Dakhla and Karga, but only one of them, may be flukes, are textual corpora from the Oases, are still very limited in geographical and chronological extent. And then there is the third axis, that of gender. We know that the repertory of women's names in the papyri tends to be dominated by Egyptian names more than the men's is, and that inside the same family we find more of the men with Greek names than of the women, no matter how high their social standing was. The situation with the Oasis texts, where none of the names I have mentioned are those of women, and I'm not holding any back, may be nothing more than another instantiation of this rule, or perhaps it may be more than that. There is, in fact, I think, more than an influence of Greek literature. It is a strong congruence between the range of names that I have adduced and the contents of a normal Greek education of the imperial period, with its focus on Homer and the classical authors, with poetical and rhetorical authors dominant. We can be even more specific. The pattern we see in naming does not embrace all of what might have been read in educated circles in Roman Egypt, nor even all of what might feature in the teaching of a grammarian. Raphael Netz has recently discussed the canon on the basis of figures for the numbers of published papyrus texts of authors, in a book deeply flawed by his unwillingness to go beyond Montevecchi and use Trismegistos archives, I have to say. But anyway, his observation that the highest tier of his table is dominated by what he calls performative genres, i.e. poetry and rhetoric, is relevant to the pattern that I'm discussing. The other authors in his tier 1 are in fact historians, who were highly relevant to the composition of meletae. Indeed, Netz's tier 1 may have less to do with performativity than with its close congruity with the key elements in literary and rhetorical education. In our case, the relatively small part played by Homeric names is an important signal. Instead, the names seem to point specifically to a higher level, rhetorical education. For the role of Isocrates in Oasis education, the Codex of Wooden Tablets from Kelis, with the 3 Cyprian orations, starring, naturally, Nicocles, is the prime exhibit. But students did not only read and study whole works. They were learning to write their own compositions, their meletae. Raffaele Cribiore has described how this worked in Roman Egypt. I quote, Greek rhetoricians preferred to divide melitae according to whether they were historical or fictive. The former appear to have been more common in Greco-Roman Egypt, at least judging from the evidence. By the time a student approached historical declamations, he had acquired a knowledge of orators and historians that was constantly fueled through reading. And she goes on to be more specific. Historical melitae found in Egypt are based, with few exceptions, on Athenian history in the age of Demosthenes and on Alexander and/or the period immediately after his death. End of quote. Cribiore has also called attention to the key role of anthologies in providing students with material for their exercises. Such anthologies might embrace historians, orators, and maxims drawn from Menander, Seven Sages, and other such sources. It is striking that the third of the naming clusters in the Oases that I've been describing seems to fit with precisely this part of advanced formation. There was, of course, nothing terribly original about the contents of the educational life of the Oases. It is abundantly clear from the papyri, ostraca, and tablets found elsewhere in Egypt, wherever such materials have been found, that the classicizing education we find in the Oases was the common property of urban and to some degree even village life in Roman Egypt. The close fit of its onomastics to Cribiore's description of rhetorical education is sufficient proof. Both the authors and the names of personages who appear in their works and who would have populated the rhetorical exercises as well are prominent. But two questions obviously demand attention. First, why do we not find these names moving into common use from the book rolls or wooden tablets of the classical authors read in school until around the middle of the 3rd century? Why are they not common also in the 2nd century? Second, why do the Oases seem to have such a dominant market share in such names, even allowing for the concentration of Oasis documentation in precisely the period in question? I cannot think of any evidence that would prove an answer to either question, or even to provide a moderate degree of support. So I shall surrender to unbridled speculation. The 3rd century was the period immediately after the cities of Egypt obtained the right to have councils from Septimius Severus. Although civic institutions had been developing ever since the early years of Roman rule, as Alan Bowman and Dominic Rathbone showed years ago, the papyri and what archaeological evidence we have both witness to a vast flourishing of the construction of the kinds of public buildings familiar to us throughout the Roman East, and to the development of such trappings of city life as agonistic competitions centered around major festivals. Even the fairly spotty archaeological exploration of Egyptian cities confirms this picture. The task of creating a civic elite to fill the membership roles of these councils and hold the magistracies and liturgies of the city is not something we should imagine as seamless and simple. On the contrary, it is likely that the cities had only a limited number of men with Greek educations and cultural formations, and also the property qualifications necessary for these glorious but financially burdensome posts. Peter van Minnen has argued that part of the answer lay in recruiting Hellenized Egyptians to the councils, quite possibly men from families that had been rooted in villages rather than in the capitals of the nomes, certainly men with Egyptian names that they then exchanged for Greek names appropriate to their new dignity, or that they at least added Greek names to their Egyptian ones. I suspect that this upwardly mobile group was strongly motivated to assert and stress their somewhat dubious Hellenism, and to make sure that their sons were given proper educations to fit them for the roles that they were now going to be called to fill. I do not find it hard to imagine the generation produced by this first group of offspring, in turn, being given the grand historic Greek names that their fathers had encountered while reading Homer and Isocrates in school. These grandsons of the new counselors should have reached adulthood toward the middle of the century and into its third quarter. A usable hypothesis for the peculiar character of the Oases does not lie quite so readily to hand. The most obvious idea is perhaps just that the relative isolation of the Oases and the small size of their elites intensified the need for that elite to assert their Hellenic character in this fashion, and that an emphasis on the rhetorical dimension of education fulfilled this need, limited as it surely was to the highest part of that elite. The spectacular wall paintings and Romanizing architecture of a large villa at Kelis, or the rhetorical verses found next to the house of Serenus at Trismegistos, a house with its own mythological painting program, show that a wealthy elite with classical pretensions was well established in Dakhla, not only in the 4th century, but well before it. Even with a well-established elite of Greek culture, the Oases remained relatively smaller and more isolated, indeed precarious, I would say, than centers in the valley. Rhetoric, as a key part of their claim to govern, may well have been more critical to their status than it was to that of the upper class in the valley. Thank you.
So now our last lecture and summary of the conference from Alan Bowman, professor of the University of Oxford.
Thank you. Well, some years ago, a northern sports journalist wrote a book entitled "How Manchester United Ruined My Life." And I suppose my analogy, if I ever wrote one, would be how Peter Fraser affected my life. I certainly wouldn't say it had ruined it, but the combination of him dropping the CPI project at about the same time as he took up with the lexicon of Greek personal names, that was connected, of course, has affected my life in various ways. I hope for the good, but Peter was a great man, of course, an undergraduate at Brasenose College, amongst other links, and even until quite recently, Richard Catling occasionally would produce a book from the Fraser Library, which Peter had taken out at Brasenose College Library in 1958 or something, and I would dutifully return it to the library. Yes, this is a great tribute to Peter. I can't let the occasion pass without saying a little bit more about Elaine, whom Michael mentioned very graciously. And Elaine was more than just the other founding editor. And I think certainly as far as what we have seen over the last 2 days and what we know has been happening over the last year or two, it was Elaine who really drove LGPN into the IT, the age of IT and databases, and Richard would agree, was the central to the organization of getting a project going which would really be sustainable in the environment of information technology for many years to come. And aside from that, of course, she was a great personal friend and a great colleague, and we miss her very deeply. So this is all a great tribute to both of them, as well as to the current team and their predecessors. And congratulations to them and to the Trismegistos people for getting this going, and indeed advancing it considerably. Embarking on the project has obviously required a lot of thought, and it, I know that it has been discussed, was discussed by Robert and others many years ago as to how one might go about this. Requires a lot of thought about how to deal with such a massive heterogeneous data. I haven't compared what might be in this volume with what is in the volumes already published, from other regions of the classical world, but the result obviously is going to be enormously useful as a lexical and onomastic tool that can be mined for answers to a very wide range of questions, as we've seen. And I don't suppose anybody here today would have the temerity to suggest that we have dealt with them all. There's a lot that can be drawn from this. It brings the Egyptian data into a larger pool of Greek names, Greek personal names more generally. My impression is that, of course, we know there's a huge quantity of material, but also terrific quality of material, which perhaps other regions don't have to the same extent, and a huge complexity of material, because after all, what we've heard about in the last couple of days is Greeks with names in Greek, Egyptians who write their names in Greek, Greeks who put people with Greek names who put their names into Coptic and Demotic. So it's a really quite complex relationship, which requires considerable thought about classification. And we're talking about Greek names, not just what is a Greek name? It's a name that's written in Greek, and it's also a name which is Greek in origin. But not only that, because of course, as we've seen, so many Egyptian names which are written in Greek script, and which have been talked about over the last couple of days extensively. So I think I assume that the organisers of this conference are planning a book with these articles in it, which will certainly indicate that the LGPN is, as it were, the platform for a very wide range of studies, of which there will be many, many more than have been shown over the last couple of days. You'll be glad to hear that I'm not going to try to summarise them, and I will perhaps only on a couple of thematic lines just refer to one or two of them in passing. The earlier scholarship actually is well summarised in Sandra Kuzma's book. I should also pay tribute to Willie here, who is the genius who has really started the fount of much of what's gone on at Leuven in the last few years. Apart from Trismegistos, of course, we've got the two monographs of Jana and Sandra Kuzma, both of which are terrifically helpful. And a glance at Kuzma's summary will make it clear, you know, how we really are in a different world from the world of Calderini, let's say. We've now got a huge range of quantitative and qualitative studies which can be based on this material. We've got a huge range of subject matter, space, chronology, vast mass of data, which, as I say, Willie has, in many respects, started all this. He spent a lifetime on it and stimulated these others, not only Jana and Sandra, but others too. We've ranged from early Ptolemaic to the Christian period. We've got names of Greek, Egyptian, and Semitic origin. We've got communities all over Egypt. We've got Greek names, hybrid names, unisex names, Jewish names, Christian names, Greek names into Coptic, classicizing names, polyonymy, double names, of course, which I'll come back to, and altogether a unique mass of material. And I got to going back and thinking about that old chestnut of my graduate days, the Sonderstellung. Is Egypt exceptional? And of course, a lot of us spent quite a lot of time trying to show that in some respects it wasn't that exceptional. But perhaps this is truly one respect in which it is quite unique, and not just because of the plethora of evidence that we've got, but because what generates that plethora and complexity of evidence is the history of population movement, not least the Greeks coming in after the conquest by Alexander, but other groups too, that tenacious penetration of newcomers into an indigenous culture, tenacious but patchy and diverse in different areas and different ways. On a scale, I was going to say on a scale perhaps hardly paralleled elsewhere. I still think that's quite possibly true, but I could be persuaded out of that. with all of that, the relationship to the chronological and the regional spread, and of course the incidence of evidence and the chronological distribution of our papyrus evidence is also crucial. At any rate, the LGPN clearly offers a step change in the potential for research now, and that's evident just from Kusuman's summary of the early evidence and from Calderini onwards. I actually remembered the article of Deborah Hobson, which somebody mentioned earlier in the proceedings, and went back to have a look at that bulletin, the American Society of Papyrologists, 26, 1981. And she made a quite pioneering attempt to look at the evidence of onomastics from a modern anthropological perspective, but came up with, well, what was essentially a rather negative result. Onomastics, she said, can tell us little about the reality of that society. She had, of course, to rely heavily, perhaps too heavily, on the evidence of Soknopaiounesos, where everybody's called Statuatus, practically. So the onomastic range there, as we saw earlier in the conference, is limited, and so too is the nature of the documentation from Soknopaiounesos. I think now it's a very good article, but I will conclude, I think, and I think the last 2 days have shown us that that is really rather too negative. It can, not in itself, I mean, the lexicon in itself doesn't tell us, but the studies that can be drawn from it certainly do tell us, I think, quite a lot about the reality of society. And if Roger's right about the material that he discussed, that is a reality about culture and society, which is very significant. So I think we can be a bit more optimistic now about social behaviour and the self-consciousness of groups and individuals, though I think, as Roger said, there are still questions that are very hard to answer. So really, I just wanted to spend 10 minutes talking about a couple of themes with reference to what we've heard, not to try to summarise what these speakers have very eloquently said. So 2 themes really. Since this is the lexicon of Greek personal names, the outstanding theme, not surprisingly, is Hellenization. A large influx of immigrants come into Egypt with ready-made Greek names from a variety of regions. I'm not telling you anything you don't all know. So the onomastic and cultural interpenetration is critical. And I think somebody quoted the sentence from the paper of Willie and Dorothy, which I wrote down here. I'll re-quote it. The Hellenization of Egyptian onomastics is typical of the Roman period, with only a few outliers in the late Ptolemaic and Byzantine times. Like their Egyptian counterparts, Greek names of Egypt are often localized to one or just one of 2 regions. I must have missed 1 or 2 of regions where they can be linked to local cults. I'll come back to the chronological thing in a moment, because that's part of the second theme that I just wanted to draw attention to before I conclude. So that Hellenization and the persistence of Egyptian names, or the Hellenization of Egyptian names, is very interesting, and it's, those variations strike me as particularly interesting and sometimes counterintuitive. I'm still surprised when I go to the papyrus collection that was published as P. Ammon from Panopolis, early 4th century, to find that collection of the most characteristically weird Egyptian names surviving just within the next generation after the accession of Constantine, really, 330s, 340s. And so there you can see the persistence of the local names, despite or alongside or with the Hellenization, and indeed eventually from the 4th century onwards, the effects of Christianity on onomastics in Egypt too. And we've got the transliteration of Egyptian names, Greek names into Egyptian. Dionysios is an example which is very well known. And then we've got these double names and dual identities. And of course, although I think nobody mentioned the archive of Dry Tone today, that is the obvious example of a person who has been studied by Kathleen van Dorp and Naftali Lewis and others. I mean, a person who lived in two different worlds with two different identities and two different sets of names, effectively. I hope that, well, I don't know how the entries in these the lexicon are going to be formatted exactly, but it ought somehow to be possible to access that in a way which will make it clear that as it were, there are different names for the same person here, as he's not the only example. And so the more general reflection on all this was really about assimilation and resistance and acculturation and resistance. And naturally, I thought of Asterix, the Gaul. There are two sorts of Gauls, those who are for you and those who are against you. And wondered how one might think about this in the Egyptian context. Of course, there's been a lot of stuff said about syncretism and mingling of cultures. And bear in mind one of the obiter dicta of A.D. Nock, who talked about the identification of deities in Egypt and the Greek, Egyptian and Greek pantheons, and said that this is not syncretism. This is exactly the opposite. They're separate elements are clearly identified, but somehow equated, and that's not a mingling. That's a separation. But then, so there are both phenomena there, and that sort of made me think about hybrid names, which you talked about, bilingual polyonymy, which involves translations or resistance to assimilation too. And the names themselves, of course, are, as we know, we don't need to go into the detail of what has been said over the last couple of days, that they're very good diagnostics for assimilation, sometimes, of course, for resistance. And I suppose that you would say that somebody like Drytone wants to preserve both, not to simply sort of mix them up into one pot, but even though he is one individual, but to keep those elements of those separate identities. And I think that's, you know, there are modern analogies to that too, and that made me think about what both Rachel and Sylvia Honigman said about the Idumeans and their changes over time, and in fact backwards and forwards. I mean, there are some in those Hermopolite lists which Rachel didn't mention. There are people with Semitic names who have Greek named sons, and also people with Greek names who have Semitic named sons or Idumean named sons. So it's not just a one-way process, and not and there is, you know, clearly generational change, which isn't a simple pattern. I also thought about the preferences for certain names over time, and some things which cause surprise. I mean, the Sambathions are a particular case which caused difficulty, but I found myself wondering about Phoebamon, which is a name which is obviously a very nice Greek and Egyptian element. It comes in very late. Why? I don't know. Don't have an answer to that, but it clearly is predominantly a late phenomenon, or at least much more common in the late period. I did think about briefly also about the question of how this assimilation and resistance relates to local cultures, because in that context you may remember that, well, some of you are far too young to remember it, but in the late 1960s, there was a series of articles in the Journal of Roman Studies about local cultures in the Roman world, and Peter Brown and Fergus Miller and one or two others wrote about the persistence of local languages in areas which came under the influence, or one of the effects of Christianity was for those local cultural aspects to resurface with a strength which they hadn't had before, because of the importance of Christianity in exploiting, as it were, the local cultural phenomena. That again, I think, is something which has come out of the papers which we heard on the later period. So that later period really just brings me to a very few minutes on the second theme I just wanted to draw attention to, which is change over time, with particular attention to the comparison of the Ptolemaic and Roman evidence. And there are several speakers who have referred to notable changes or phenomena which appear more strongly in the Roman period. Kousman had already noted, actually, that though Sandra Kousman had noted that the double names, the Hokai formula for naming, is much more common in the Roman period in the Ptolemaic than in the Ptolemaic, and so more or less takes over from what has been identified as a precedent in those double theophoric names, which go back before the Ptolemaic period, that double naming is in that form is very much more prevalent in the Roman period. It's not clear why. It's not clear to me why. Some people may have some idea, but if so, then perhaps we could explore that in. It could be explored in some publication. There are other changes from the Ptolemaic to the Roman period which are evident, and there the drivers are a bit clearer. Of course, one wouldn't want to overstate the effect of Romanization, but there is an effect of what is, after all, a very much more rigid system of Roman onomastics and nomenclature, the tria nomina and so on. And so there are legal drivers for that change, which will affect not merely Roman immigrants or people from more Romanized areas, but also people in Egypt who took Roman citizenship, Roman or Latinized names. And we saw that somebody mentioned the Ianus names, which I think was Nico, that just make you seem more Roman, the desire to seem more Roman. I wondered a little bit about the Aureli, because of course, again, we're talking about classification and criteria, but I mean, there were a lot of people that we would describe as Greeks or Greco-Egyptians who call themselves Aurelius or Marcus Aurelius, written in Greek. And that, of course, is a status designation which becomes important. And I suppose, too, that there would be, I don't suppose, I know that there are changes which affect the ways in which slaves and freedmen are described, for example, the onomastics or the nomenclature of slaves and freedmen, the formal designation and the legal factors which drive that. And I suppose the clearest example of that, study of that from the period of my youth was James Keenan's study, his doctoral study of the use of the names Aurelius and Flavius as status designations. So again, that's lies a little bit outside the parameters of what we've talked about in the last couple of days, but nevertheless, it's an important aspect of onomastics in late Roman Egypt, which I suppose one has to try to take some account of. Christianity, of course, is the obvious driver of change in the late period, and that Sylvie Honigman's paper really, and along with Malcolm Choate's, of course, emphasized that there is some ambiguous ground between that choice of names by Jews and Christians, saints' names, the resurfacing of indigenous culture under the influence of Christianity, so both Egyptian and Greek names go into Coptic, and people make choices, of course, which we can't always be sure what determines those choices. I'm always struck by the fact that in some but not all Catholic countries, you can quite cheerfully call yourself Jesus. I mean, call your children Jesus. Not in Ireland, but certainly in South America, Spain. There are other things which influence name choice. This, and I suppose the long-term precedents relate to what these naming precedents tell us about the survival of local cultures and the effects of intrusion. And I think we've begun to more than scratch the surface, but penetrate it, I think, in a whole series of very meaningful ways. The overarching question, which I can't answer, at least for this transition from the effects or the evidence of the Ptolemaic period to the Roman period, is why these changes, why some of them took place. The Christian ones are obvious enough, but others, I don't know, but I'm going to leave you with that. And thank the team for organising this and all of you for your very instructive papers. Thank you very much.
you.